Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
틱틱 문을 차고 있죠. 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그대 숫자가 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자. 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 해골로 채운 어쩌죠 부대 스타일 상식주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 나 사방에 다 뿌리지 마치 red hot.
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever. If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. 할 말이 숨어서 말해봐. Tough guy 되었고여서 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot your shade. 날 지새워 맛보게 fade. 빛이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 네 rampage. 이게 난리가 저지 can't change. 내겐 없어 plan B. 오직 plan A. 바꿔 pain of a champion into champagne. Broken and bruised. What's left to lose here on the edge of forever. If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run fly. I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run, I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when you are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never find it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when you are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
You ain't the same. Get in your lane, stay in your lane. Wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same. Put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it. Look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burning, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That when it's the breeze, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and vroom right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. You step in the room like this, we breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in the tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Band with a vengeance, killing the ops and leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time that you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like GD, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm gashed up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and vroom right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. You step in the room like this, we breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in the tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk,
for your neck like a hoop chain. We'll show you what like you blue cakes, but I'm on the road like I move skates. Settle to the top like it's due date, and I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard. Wearing them out like a bootlace, rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard.
Hello everybody and welcome to the EMEA Challengers LCQ. It's the last show of the year. It's the last event you get, so you better enjoy it. I know. It's the last weekend. Yeah, exactly. We thought, stage 3, but we've got one more. We've got one more weekend until the play-ins for VCT. We get to crown one more team as the team that will be going forward in this event. We got 4 teams remaining here, and only one can get through. Only the winner of the grand finals. For once, the grand finals isn't just for seeding, it is for actual placement here, and the second place team gets nothing at all, apart from maybe, the glory of the wonderful run throughout the year. I'm your host, Twiggy, and I'm joined by my wonderful analysts, Pavlos and MP. I think you can tell that we're winding down for the year, can't you guys? Pavlos, how you doing? Oh,
No fear, no promise. Oh no!
no.
Sorry, I was going to make fun of you saying that, okay, this is the one of the last 2 final shows of challenges before, you know, this whole system is changed, you know, transformed into something new, and you're trying to make use of that opener as much as you can, as you only got a couple more. But I'm excited, man. We've got a lot of exciting games ahead of us. One more team to make into VCT play-ins. I mean, this is what all of these teams are fighting for, right? Get to compete at the highest level with the best teams, and there's one more spot for that.
Yeah, I mean, sad to see that we're gonna lose out at least 3 of these teams, but one of them will make into play-ins. They will get into Berlin, and who is it gonna be that team to take it all? It was some interesting teams here, quite a lot of interesting teams as well, but a lot of those teams that I thought were gonna be in top 4 have dropped out. One, for example, being Focus, lost against their own region in Eintracht Frankfurt, which has been a struggle for Focus. So interesting to see how far Eintracht Frankfurt can go in this tournament, because they've been able to go back and forth against Focus here, and now they've got that win under the belt, facing against mandatory. Interesting shape of playoffs, in my opinion, at least.
Yeah, I mean, look, when we came out of stage 3, we were thinking Focus, they did so well to get as far as they did. You know, everybody got so close to this one. It seems like Mandatory is the only team that we really pegged as being, like, you know, an LCQ contender that has got through on this one out of the teams in the playoffs of stage 3. That is, obviously, you know, we had CGN Esports down as a likely team to do well in this tournament as well. Eintracht Frankfurt, of course, have been killing it as well. DAC is just kind of full of talent at the moment. We do have one kind of surpriser that you may see there, or maybe not surprise. I mean, it's Turkey. They always have great talent, but a team that you may not have heard of before if you've just been watching the broadcasts of Challengers is Chilekler, the Strawberries, right? They have seemingly come out of nowhere, as teams tend to do. It seems like they will be playing against CGN Esports today. They took down Fireflux Esports just yesterday, so exciting team, and I think an exciting matchup, all things considered, of course, especially considering it is single elimination, Pavlos.
Absolutely. And look, you were mentioning about Chilekler and how they've come out of nowhere, and I feel like that's just a normal thing for the Turkish region from now on, right? You bring in that young talent. Sure, if you roll back into a few other Turkish events earlier this year, you'd know them as the FUT Esports Academy team. But before we get into all of that, I think we can just kind of walk through what this game really means, right? I mean, CGN have not been able to do all that much when it comes to the highest of challenges stages, MP.
Yeah, I mean, they've been incredible in terms of the dark region. I think they have 6 wins under their belt in that region, but they haven't been able to make playoffs since 2024 Ascension, where they actually were so close into getting into VCT, obviously losing out against Ascend and Apex, rather, not Ascend, losing against Apex and Pacific, who would qualify in the upcoming year. But for CGN, they need to do something. They have finally gotten into playoffs after that Ascension. Back in 2025, I think they had tough opposition in terms of losing against BBL Pacific, getting them in groups. But I think this year, CGN definitely have had better groups, but not having or being able to find themselves in Challengers EMEA prior to this now last chance qualifier. A strong roster for this CGN team.
Look, CGN is one of those teams that, like you said, have always been around at the top levels of challenges. But I just look at this roster. I look at the names that you have, the talent available to you. And there's a lot here to break down, right? You've got world champ with the likes of Zipan, Wolfen, who I think is one of the most individually talented players outside of VCT. And alongside of those, you've got some other players that have just not made it out into the spotlight when it comes to these challenger leagues. Sure, you've got Vince, that very structured, quite frankly, German style of calling as well. But you've got some other talent pieces around you, Samid, JD, who are looking both returning with the likes of JD into the spotlight, but Samid also get there at a consistent level. I guess we'll be talking into that one a little bit more now, I guess, right? Because Samid has been one of those players in the past time for CGN that has either been brilliant or nowhere. So I've got a bracket. Let's bring it. I've got a nice little graphic that our lovely production team has prepared. He's either sat mad or sat mid, right? When you look at other matches up against the Turkish team, Besiktas getting strong performances, top fragging, ACS of 227, a really good rating score as well. Top fragging the server, pretty much carry, right? And then there are other times against another Turkish team, Fireflux, bottom fragging and not really getting the job done too much, right? I feel like many of the times, if CGN succeed, it's because Samad is succeeding. But will we be seeing Samad or Samid today?
I think it's interesting, especially because they are facing against that Turkish team, and having that kind of inconsistency mean that it can feel a bit fluky in terms of CGN's performance, especially if your setups relies on Samid to succeed. It kind of falls apart instantly if you don't have that duelist to pop off. Sure, you have Sipan as that secondary duelist as well, but Samid is the one creating a lot of ground with that Neon. A great player if he can step up on the play. I think he's been a monster in this tournament as well, dropping near 30 kills, and maybe I think it was 30 kills in one of the games as well. A brilliant player.
Yeah, on the other side of things, of course, playing up against Chilekla. And as you mentioned, you know, players that we have seen before about the place, but definitely coming out of, the amount of teams that were in the play-ins for the 3 spots in the last chance qualifiers coming into this one, so many teams. So getting up into the top 3 in that is it's no small feat, right? There are so many teams. Obviously, more teams than the top 3, but this was the top 3 team. Out of that came second place out of all of it, a 6-1 win record, Pavlos.
Absolutely, and for sure you need to consider their performances in the play-ins as a highlight for them in their careers, right? Maybe not some of them, with Mapizi being able to get, you know, runner-up positions and with ULF, I believe, 2025 last year. But for the rest of this team, this is some pretty good results they're getting. A lot of wins, sure, a lot of them close, but they're able to clutch them up by the end. And this is what matters when things get tough, right? Look at all those scores: 2-1, but 2-1, 2-1, 0-2s. But most of the time, this is them getting massive victories against some really good teams.
Yeah, and especially against their Turkish opponents as well. You see Fireflux there, you see Misa. Misa we've seen from stage 3. They've been quite good in terms of that. And now Chilekla finally being able to reach on top of those Turkish adversaries. And I love to see that they were able to kind of go over that hurdle now that they are free agent team. After that full academy, maybe they have more hunger because they can actually reach into VCT, not being an academy team. So interesting scenes here. I think that's definitely a big talking point. But another talking point as well, Mapizi. I mean, what a person to be in this team. What a consistent factor as well, but flexible. He's played 9 different agents in this tournament. Unheard of in such a small tournament. I mean, Mapizi, even back in ULF, he would play 9 different agents a season, but still, this hasn't been a full season. This has been just a tournament with play-ins. I think 11 different matches, many different maps, but look at this agent pool. Even yesterday in Haven, Mapizi, first time in that Neon, as you see on the screen, absolutely going cracked, dropping insane stats in that map. I'm kind of carrying actually that Haven yesterday, and that was against Fireflux Esports. Being able to drop those numbers, go overtime, but still be the consistent factor for your team, that's something you have to have in your team.
Yeah, and I pair that up as well with the fact that he's not the only one that flexes quite a bit in this team. Obviously, when you look at previously to the last iteration when they were called for Esports Academy, having a different Sentinel/controller that has been now replaced by Kabzi. Now, Kabzi is also a player that switches, like I said, between that Sentinel controller role, right? You can switch, but most often it's kind of close to that anchor position. So yeah, you're taking a lot of responsibilities being the main anchor of a certain site, but having different abilities available to the team, having that extra flexibility to add and sort of change things as tournaments go on, as the game, as the team adapts, right? We're talking about young players changing through the season itself. I feel like that's a positive. Yeah, eventually I'd like to see them settle down, but this is early doors in their careers. They can do what they want.
Yeah, and I love you highlighting Capsy there, because he just got brought in, he replaced Yigox on that roster, which kind of shaped this identity of this team a little bit differently, because Yigox would play that chamber, which meant that they were able to kind of bring Fracture in. Now that we're going to go into the map veto in just a few minutes, it's something that they have strayed away from, especially after bringing Capsy in. It's their perma ban, because Capsy really doesn't have that flexibility to go into chambers, but then again, you have flexibility to go into Astras and different Sentinels as well, so definitely has that identity down to his core as well. And I think it was quite natural to bring Capsy in as well, because Ibonata played together with Capsy back in TNT, and when you're that IGL looking for a player to fit into that slot, I think it's easier to look into your past teams. Is there a player that kind of stood up? And I think in this situation that was Capsy.
Yeah, looking at the map veto coming into this one, is there? Do you see that as then? I probably shouldn't like switch it back over to Pavlos when MP is the one who brought up the point. Do you think then that CGN Esports is going to be the team that more shapes it in that they have a more solid form that they like to take in terms of the map veto, MP?
So yeah, I'm actually quite interested in what we're gonna see from CGN. Obviously they have strong maps, split one of their best maps in terms of the performance. I think Chilaker, they should follow the tradition of banning Fracture here. Yeah, that's something that they've done, like I said, after bringing Capsy. But to me, it's quite interesting where CGN is gonna go here. Are you gonna try to counter Chilaker here, or are you going to go into your own strengths? Because CGN is one of those teams that are highly analytical, and Breeze, obviously a strong map for them.
Yeah, so Breeze being picked up, you know, you're walking away from playing a few of your strong maps here. Maybe a thought into what Chilaker are a little bit weaker on. Split coming in. Look, MP, I can't help but feel, I don't know if you agree, that this is feeling very good for CGN. I don't know. This is a little bit confusing to me. Maybe if I didn't have trust in our production team, which I very much do, I'd say maybe the hardest switched around. But this is bold. This is bold from Chilaker. It's a statement.
Yeah, maybe, right? Okay, hear me out. Just looking at the results that CGN have had recently, 2 4-13 split losses in a row here in the group stages. The last 2 group stages that they played, obviously one of those in stage 3, one of them in the group stage of the LCQ against Besiktas as well. Do you think that is being taken into account here by Chilaker MP, or is this just coming completely out of left field?
I mean, 100% that's being taken account, and even that CGN switched away from the composition that they were playing in the past 3 matches prior to that loss against Besiktas Esports. They kind of shift away. Obviously, they were playing that mix back in the season when they were winning against these dark teams, but I definitely think this is something that Chilaker were looking at. Okay, we've had quite decent show-ups here, even though that it's 0-2 in terms of Chilaker's history, but it's 11-13 and 10-13 against Misa Esports and Formulation Gaming. I don't think those are bad results, and Twiggy, you greatly highlighted CGN's performance. 4-13 against Borsa, 4-13 against Besiktas Esports. I think that's doing a lot of heavy lifting here.
Yeah, I agree. And I think in moments like this, I start thinking about what are the win conditions coming into this. Sure, you've done the mastermind thinking about the veto, how you want to be approaching this, but I want to kind of reflect on how CGN and Chilaker have been playing through the play-ins. Yes, we haven't broadcasted it, and yes, there is context that will be missing to some degree, but I know CGN can struggle against very slow teams, right? Chilaker isn't that. They are very fast. They're quick. We've got 2 teams that don't mind playing in pace, right? So I have a feeling here we're going to be looking at a very explosive game. Thing is, though, like we were mentioning previously with the Samed and Samad and Samid discussion, he's playing up against Turkish talent now, right? He's going to need to show up against some of these guys. So yeah, I'm looking at Samed to see what he can bring to the table here for CGN if they can match Chilecler's explosiveness. But I'm pretty sure having the guidance of Vince and Zipan behind them, that they can be able to restore order on the server when things get rough.
Wow. And in terms of having that pacey approach, Chilecler has brought that pace. They previously ran the Viper here alongside Harbor. Okay, they haven't quite yet picked up that ISO. Glove would be an interesting pick as well. I think that brings up the pace even more as well in comparison with the Viper. Nah, do we go with the boring way of Viper? Do we?
I think they will. Oh! We're being toyed with. We're really being toyed with. There's no way this decision has to be made already. Okay,
yeah.
I mean, look.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Okay,
Somebody's got it. Okay, I'm going to Pavlos, you go first. Pavlos, go first.
Okay, I've got. I like the idea of Chilecler potentially going into the chamber. Like we said, CGN like to play fast. If you're able to punish one of these players before they get to the site, you're starting off your opposition with numbers advantage, right? So I don't mind that, but Breeze is wide open areas. A lot of these executes require you to have smokes, and having the backup option of both Harbor and Viper, I feel it's just too big of a win to let go of.
Oh, I love that Chilecler have everything to support their duelists. That KO to even elevate the momentum that they have, the speed, the tempo. I imagine that the tempo will be high, even though I haven't seen them play in Breeze quite yet because the previous matches weren't broadcasted. But it's interesting to see. Something that is very interesting before we go into this map is that CGN hasn't lost a map. The first map I'm talking about in LCQ so far. They've been brilliant at this first map, and now it's their own map pick. Previously, it hasn't mattered. And you see that from there. That was the right corner. They're so good in the first maps.
Right below.
Yeah. Good point, MP. Good point. Yeah, they haven't lost their first map in the LCQ, and that's crazy. That's a mad stat. A lot of games have been played, and you know, we were talking about things being broadcasted, things being not. Which also begs into the consideration, CGN are a very prep-heavy team. Like, often they'll go into depth with their opponents. I wonder how much in depth you can go in this series. That'll be interesting.
But there were definitely plenty of games in the play-ins. Whether or not they managed to get a hold of any information from that, we will find out. CGN yet to lose a first map. Can Chilecler, the Strawberries, make them bleed? We're going to find out now with Hazza and Cairo.
That's right, it is the last chance for both of these teams, as we have seen that half of the top four coming from the play-in stage for LCQ, and that 36-team Swiss means that there's always more left in the tank. And heading into a semi-final now where it is single elimination with everything on the line, there are no higher stakes for a game like this.
They're certainly not, Hazza. Looking at both teams, there's less of an experience on Chilecler, but for CGN, they've been to the heights as an organisation before some of the players have played at the highest highs, even won trophies. And whether they can do that again, qualify back to the big time, that's what we're here to find out.
The most decorated team from Dash, 6 titles, as you say. And it's been a long time away for the organisation from the spotlight. Not since 2024 did we see them in Ascension, play in a playoff bracket more specifically, constantly getting grouped after that domestic success. But now they're against the young guns. Chilecler already taking to middle here in the pistol round. On the defense, but with the double duelist trying to hunt out some early engagements. Wolfen should be hearing steps on the other side of double doors as he's the furthest player pushed up elbow.
CGN, their style has always been contact heavy, waiting for their opponents to contact into them, play into them. So far, nobody really being caught out, but CGN gambling right here, heading towards the A site where there's only one solo anchor.
This double duelist of Mapizi and W-Tex has been roaming around for some time, and with Chilliclear settling on a 4-player stack towards B, as you say, CGN are heading in the right direction already. Slaughter catching wind of the push and starting to give up a little bit of ground, the bubble falling at his feet, but CGN with the whole A site at their disposal.
Here.
Players getting the spike and 5-on-5.
Spike
Powder
planted.
keg of a round. Wolfen in a very important position. Needs to at least get one.
With Samad arriving, there is a support network here. Wolfen clean on that first engagement. Follow-up just as good. Wolfen, in fact, will walk away with all 3, and that should be the pistol round in the bag for CGN.
Should be. I mean, if there was some heroics, that's maybe the only way back in. And I mean, already a couple of kills going either way. Cabsy able to get a couple of his own. In the end, though, has it. It's just a couple of ultimate orbs, and CGN starting things off perfectly on Breeze.
It's exactly the kind of start that they would have wanted. A conversation you and I were having coming into this, and that the desk touched on as well, is just a bit of that experience gap between the two teams. Actually looking at the names that we've got here, it's interesting because you consider players that we've seen in VCT in Berlin, like Wolf and Zipan, for example, still just 22 and 23 years of age respectively. So, you know, young enough to be an esports player, but not as young as some of the teenagers we have on the other side of the server. Plenty of experience already taken with that, though.
Yeah, just to give a note to folks, we are working on audio issues just to give you a heads up. But I agree with you, Hazard. Although Wolfen walking into a stack, players not looking in the right direction, and that's a nice entry into it, but it's only a pistol round, and it feels as if CGN are ready to head onto the A side.
Yeah, Wolfen knew about both there, so the call coming in, at least one more player over towards B, as CGN have been duly sighted in A main. You're happy to just send that ghost player up to contact and create the space, so it's not a massive loss. It's these 4 rifles now which have a minute to get something done.
Yeah, going back to the conversation, CGN, I mean, the players that they've accrued, the goal has always been VCT. This organisation always ambitious, with a rapturous crowd that follow them from event to event. They want to see them in the VCT studio, although we'll have to wait to the last few weeks. Have to prove themselves against some of the best. And Zipan showing that he could possibly do that with some nice shots, as the site is routed of any Chilliclear players. Couple 2 lying towards the backside, but overall, as this should be a fairly easy affair in the end. Almost able to get one of the low players, but it does not work out, and an almost flawless round for CGN.
I mean, you say that, look at the health bars on some of those CGN players. They'd really been put through the tenderizer there, but the rifles stay alive more importantly, and so this is going to be a fairly decent bonus round for them. To kind of build off what you were saying there as well, yeah, look, it's a long road for this team to make it back in. I think they've always had to work within their means, but they've had some decent pickups along the way. Just to name a few players, Davih was obviously there for a long time. His departure with JD coming in is a big talking point, I think, for this team, as he was always the backbone since Ascension 2023. Calls back to Saw, I guess. You're thinking, for example, coming from that team, Tamazi then linked up with him here as well. There is sort of a Portuguese history to this roster, I suppose, but yeah, they have plenty of quality.
I think
it's always just been execution, right? In these bigger games, actually showing up with this version that we've seen in the last couple of years.
Yeah, and I think if you're talking CGN, there's one man that you need to speak about. It's the man at the helm, right? You've got to be speaking about Capio and what he's been able to achieve with this roster, because he's the longest standing member, right? Able to really kind of push the team in the direction that he wants, and it's always been this contact heavy style that we've seen in these first 2 rounds.
Yeah, it's exactly the Valorant that he's promoted. From CE calling to CGN back in 2021 he joined, if memory serves, so he's been there for all 6 of those trophy lifts that we've seen from the organisation. Based in Cologne, but wherever it is they go in Germany, always well backed. And up against Chilliclear, this is a huge opportunity. A bonus round conversion on the horizon. And the Young Turks already plying their trade in mid. Couple players set up, it is the duelist pairing again. Peasy on this Reyna yet to really show what value they can add. It's W-Tex taking a couple shots through the smoke, but the correction is fantastic, and Cabsy's there to follow it up. Wolfen's still going through the motions though. 2 pickups from the Viper player, and the B site is open for CGN to take.
Yeah, Spike's still not down, and Chilliclear are right on the heels of CGN.
I got Spike.
It's Slaughter that wins the duel against JD, jumping up, looking to try and interrupt, didn't want to plant, and that has put CGN a man down now.
Ibanata just looking to explore towards CT, stop any extra space that CGN had, and it's Wolfen trying to hold on to this, and a brilliant kill.
3 already under his belt, and it looks like he wants a couple of more, but maybe a little bit of an overheat there as we get to the 2-on-2. Samed so far detached without the information, and the spike plant not in his favor here either, so has to take some gunfights, heads up. Stop the cross if possible. Just about able to get Slaughter in front of the high tide going through, but now Mapeasy has the whole spike at his own disposal. Samed sending in util, trying to bait out the steps a little bit. In fact, the spam is spot on. He knew exactly where to shoot, and with that, CGN do grab the bonus.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I actually really like the way that CGN play this map in terms of using the Harper, using the Viper, and using the walls like to lock up and get space that Chilliclear just don't have a hold of. I mean, you see that they take control of mid, but the wall is able to bypass that. It's lovely stuff, and from then on in, you can see how CGN want to play off one another. I'm actually liking the way CGN play for Taza.
Yeah. No, the mid-rounding has looked solid. See what they do here. Spanner about to be thrown in the works by Chilliclear. That's a 3-player walk down in elbow, and Wolfen is just guarding it. Information back to the rest of the team. Zipan looking to follow things up and does so quite nicely. It's Wolfen starring in this show again. And while they deal with the eco, yeah, I want to come back to this IGL conversation, because it was Wolfen, or at least so we thought last year. They weren't really willing to give away too much information with CGN about their leadership. We're led to believe now, though, it's Vince, a former Academy product of the team, and I'm pretty impressed with what I've seen so far.
Yeah, I think something that's always been part of Capio's playstyle, his philosophy, is that it shouldn't just be a singular IGL, though there should be able to be an asynchronous sort of calling structure like this from Chilliclear, though. Operate it out early and already punishing the IGL of Vince. Forcing CGN to lean heavier towards B.
And so this a bigger test for their calling structure. Loose as you described it. Mapeasy spotted on B, but no signs of further commitment here from CGN. This is the first real round where we've seen them take a concrete advantage, and the operator's not moved too far either, now watching over middle.
Trying to deny anybody getting out, and already Zipan tried, but punished as he. Going to be looking towards mid now as Samed makes his way up, as Mapeasy denies any sort of space that CGN were hoping to grab a hold of. Samed through tunnel. Is he going to be identified? I mean, the scans are showing up. He's already through. The Slaughter identify, he does. Must have just been caught. So JD in the corner gets the first. Another 2 in his sights, but a high-low setup. There's nothing that he can try and dissect. Chilliclear get the first.
Yeah, it looked like CGN were hesitant to commit to that B fight, at least initially, on the regroup, and then Zipan gets so far detached through the Viper Orb. Nice utility, stalwart holding, and a slight missed opportunity for Samed. I think the recon there just gave him the heads up on what the timing could look like, but may have been spotted on the radar or something because Slaughter was aware of it.
Yeah, I mean, Wolfen, double digits in 5 rounds. That's an average of 2 kills per round, has it?
Quick maths.
Thank you, mate. But it's nice returns, a very quick take from CGN, and it's going to pull out Slaughter's ultimate, but it's also going to allow for the rest of CGN to try and backfill, but they've not identified the Samed is deep. He's got the next one, and a fast lane to deny the operator any more space. That spike can go down, and so can the pit.
Much quicker progression from CGN here, and Samed still playing up close.
Yeah. This wall not identified, trying to get up close and personal, but a swap to the rifle will put Tex in a pretty decent spot. Doesn't get the bullets that he's looking for, and Samed on for the ace. He's had a brilliant showing so far, and already bringing Cabsy down to 2 HP. He'll get that ace, and CGN will get an ace of rounds.
That's brilliant stuff. CGN right back in the saddle. And you can see this time they're so much quicker to lay out their intentions. Fast A hit, really strong take on this side of the map that they get with the double controller, double walls that they've got. Heading into Slaughter's neck of the woods, there was always the threat of the ultimate, but I think Sam had managed to just drift past it there, at least initially anyway. Caught a nice timing through the center of the pyramids, and with that, CGN extend their advantage. The round that Chilicler picked up was still a decent purchase for them. They're going to keep the op here as well. It's the ults that I'm looking at to swing the difference out of this pause.
No, 100%. CGN have done well to build them, and I think really only using the Viper's Pit so far is decent for CGN. They got Slaughters out of Chilicler as well, and I think a Viper's Pit from Cabsy. So those ultimates being used early doors is not going to be great for the Turkish side. And I mean, the other thing to note here, guys, is if you're wondering, why did they use their ultimate so early? Hazza, this is their 13th official as a team. And that's not just because of like the year is ahead. They were made to play in the LCQ play-ins, right? Yeah. They had to play in to the last chance qualifier, had been successful so far, but it just shows you such little time together, there is still errors to be made.
Absolutely. I think the important detail to mention is that there is previous team history here from Foot Academy, but of course, as you say, the full 5, little time together, but trying to make that last chance work out for them. W-Tech's another opening kill, and with the blades behind him, this time there's plenty more stopping power on the A site to just pressure CGN on the way through. Shock dart from JD is going to cut him out of the corner at the very least. Vince follows it up nicely, and Wolfen not too far behind. But a 1 versus 2 on his plate, and a little bit of breathing room for this spike to come in.
Still has his wall to place down, but it's the fights that's going to be most important.
They know exactly where he's playing from. Just dancing around the side of the wall here, and Cabsy gives away a free fight. An isolation for Wolfen to capitalize upon. The follow-up is not as easy. It's Mepeasy that's going to put Chilicler back on the board.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit of luck, I don't know, but Chilicler find their second round in this first half. And CGN still proving that they have the bite when they need to, fighting through the defensive wall, maybe not to be advised, especially with no flash, no utility to support. But that's what CGN will do. Still those ultimates in play. Chilicler now with none in their stockpile, and they're at the mercy of CGN.
Just looking at it here, W-Tech seems to have repositioned the op correctly again, and Wolfen might just be dry swinging straight into it. A really passive start to this round from CGN. You can see the way they're defaulting. Mid left open, an area which Chilicler have constantly drifted into, and actually with the jump spot from Samed just dragging the crosshair, W-Tech's unable to land the flick this time.
Yeah, the operator trying to answer the contact style of CGN and nearly gets a payout, but it seems as if CGN have set their sights towards A, away from the operator. There's also a lock capability towards deep mid.
I really like this from CGN. They were fishing for that reaction, the B rotation. They've managed to create pressure through mid as well. Ibanata has guessed correctly, but the A side's still so weak.
It's very weak. Cabsy under pressure, and the players of CGN are scaling well. Cabsy with no way out, and the utility denying any sort of spam, any sort of eyes on. This even triggered a Hunter's Fury from the attack. No bolts to collect, but it has somewhat cleared and created a little bit of space in this backside, a little bit of delay. But the players haven't backfilled it yet, still taking their time, and still damage being sent their way from CGN. Everybody in position to play off of one another. The setup looks to be pretty secure. Nobody trying to really get on towards these angles. CGN happy to give away the space. Viper's on the spike. Slaughter's got one back in the conversation, but CGN begin to overpower their foes, begin to send this round into their own hands. In fact, it's already done, Hazza. It's 6 for CGN.
CGN able to gauge what was happening so nicely. It felt like the round was in their hands throughout the entirety of it, Cairo, to be honest. Full control in the way they manipulated the map. Didn't see any pushback from Chilliclair. No proactivity in any of the lanes, mid or A most specifically. I think that just comes down to the positioning of WTEX and Mapeasy. We need to see this partnership set up consistently by Ibanata, and even the A play there. Those flashes being thrown just way too late for Cabsy to get any value from.
It's going to be a brawl here, at least try to be set up. That dart has been successful, but it's a glass cannon. Mapeasy looking to get on towards the fight, and JD has seen at least 1 or 2, and that should put the gears in motion for CGN.
Just looking at Cabsy again being the sole anchor in one of these situations, calling for a rotation. The information's been there for a while now. If Chilliclair can hold on to any kind of backside space, it would have been huge for them, but looks like CGN will just fully overpower. And now going into post plant with this double wall, they can consistently cycle it, and I just don't see a way back in unless these rifles can start landing shots like that.
Yeah, I mean, with one of the walls down, you would think that that's Chilliclair's way back in, and the utility's still left, and the belts of CGN is decent. You've got Stun on Samed, should have placed that perfectly, but Zipan not hitting his shots, not getting a kill from it, might be an issue. A way back in for Chilliclair. The wall up, denial on towards the spike, Zipan and Samed getting one of their own on towards the spike, but here comes WTEX, activating at the right time. Amoli at the feet of the diffuser should be good. In fact, he's still going, and WTEX, has he got time?
Nowhere near it. Nowhere near it, Cairo. CGN did more than enough in that round, but I gotta say, for what Chilliclair threw at them, it did look scary for a moment in time. It was the KO ultimate more than anything else which shut down that aggressive hold with the double wall that I was talking about. It's just another tool that they'll be without coming into the gun round though. And look at CGN, 4 ults now at their disposal.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. They just continuously cycle, and I think that's the one thing we have to continuously give CGN credit for, is they're able to space these ultimates and continuously put pressure on Chilliclair.
Looks like CGN are fully grouped towards B for yet another round. Chilliclair on the previous, of course, diligent enough to clear out all of the A space, but behind the one-way, WTEX still kept behind the action as Samed opens things up on the opposite extremity. CGN going positive every single time they take these opening engagements. It's not often that you see Chilliclair get a decent trade.
The one thing that I'll say about Chilliclair, I don't know if we're going to get a save or if they're going to give it a go. Seems to be the latter, as both players are grouping up here. Going to go through tunnel, but you can't help but feel time is so against them.
I mean, the numbers, anything else that you could possibly throw into the equation, there's some utility here if they need it, and yeah, Chilliclair are just going to be throwing caution to the wind and losing out on both of those guns. Nobody had any money anyway, but yeah, no silver linings for them there either. CGN really starting to take them apart now here on the attack side. And yeah, it is Breeze, it is attack favored, but these next couple of rounds determine whether there is enough daylight for a comeback or if we're very quickly shifting our focus over onto Split.
Yeah, agreed. And I think that's where we're going to have a bigger conversation between these two, because right now CGN on Breeze, this is probably like kind of the best map that you could play against a Chilliclair. Well, there's a 4-2 record. Chilliclair have lost these against some pretty, like, I'd say meager opposition in terms of like the tier 2 standards, and when we actually start to see Chilliclair look better is these standard Turkish maps like Ascent, Haven or Split, and that's where I start to get worried as we see a fight in mid go CGN's way.
Oh, Samad's just so confident. He wants that next duel every single time. Takes the Sheriff bullet to the head, but survives on 5 HP. And with that, CGN can stabilize. They've got numbers, they've got space, and I can't help but agree with you. Yes, both of the losses for Chilliclair were in OT. It's an important thing to note. A couple of those wins were also against Misa, so regional opposition. It's in these inter-regional competitions where you really get tested, and sparing some heroics from Ivanata, I don't personally see it here.
I do not. CGN have been a class above in this first half. And I can't help but think that this will be a very quick breeze with the way that things are going. CGN, I would be very surprised if they were unequipped for that defensive haphazard, especially with how this death ball have been playing together. And I think as well, just as a whole, the whole team playing off one another, they seem very well drilled and know exactly what they need to be what needs to be done.
Yeah, just one round left in the half now. And with the amount of ults that CGN have managed to hold on to, very sparing in their investment. Just wonder what the play is here. Already setting up Samed for some A aggression, but the spike is heading elsewhere. He does get caught in the knife, so Ibanata at the very least knows about player presence on the periphery of B, but Samed is still sending it A-wards, and so is the captain of the defense. You can see almost a full rotation, which is going to allow for a free plant.
Yeah, I mean, this is what CGM were hoping for, and you look at the contingent, the longer post plan as well. Still 2 shocks on JD, and there's still 2 players deposited on site. It's what the support looks like for those 2 players, has it? As we've seen before, Chilliclair proved to be an issue in post.
And there was no recourse, at least initially, but now you can see the pack of players, the horde, echoing through the spawn halls, and already one of them taken down by the blades of Zipan. Pit goes in, and the Harbor Ultimate doesn't quite have the coverage that they would have been looking for. Chilliclair still getting in behind. Ibanata with just the 1, but it's not going to suffice. It's double digits in the opening 12 for the Dak side, and flying that flag proudly as they march towards an opening map win.
Yeah, I think CGN so far have started perfectly. I thought that this would be a much tighter affair, but it's not the case. CGN continue to impress, but can they do that, keep that performance up for the defensive half? We'll see if that's the case after the break.
Enemy remaining. Last player standing.
CGN with a statement piece in the opening half. One of the teams that had already qualified to this event from their placement in Stage 2. Chilliclair coming up from the play-ins, as did regional rivals of the Dak team on the other side of the bracket, Frankfurt, but we won't get to see them play until later. Right now, getting schooled, as you can see, The switch over to the defense and this pistol means absolutely everything for the Turks to get back into Breeze.
Already the stack being seen, JD dipping out, got his first pick and already out like a ghost in the night. Wolfen from the corner is easily going to collect the next, and Chilliclear are just falling away. One thread is pulled and the seams come apart. Slaughter now trying to go in towards CT and provide a different avenue, but I feel as if at this point CGN have everything that they need.
Well, Slaughter does well to get another one there, and actually a dink drop to the forehead of Zipan could make the difference, but they need kills, Cairo.
Yeah, they need concrete conversions. Wolfen and Samed. Samed not looking in the right direction. This could slip from the hands of CGN.
Toxins going up.
Kabzi looking for the next duel. Vince from window is going to be a difficult one, but anticipates Wolfen's swing. This has been completely turned on the head.
30 seconds left. Last
It's a player low
standing.
here is Zipan, but it's Slaughter now. With the spike, he could go elsewhere. Both players have been seen from main, but instead walks back into sight. And it's going to go for the plant with time so low.
Yeah, has to commit to it at this point. Looks like Vince is going to hunt him down. Zipan's still low.
Yeah, and the bullets could easily push this into an uncomfortable position as Slaughter finds Zipan, but not Vince. And CGN get the pistol they were looking for.
Very, very lucky are CGN to convert that round, Cairo. With how it started, I felt that Chilliclear were asleep at the wheel. So many lazy clears, and as they were pushing out onto the B site, letting CGN get away with their setups. The sort of defending that you want to really be seeing, or wanted to see from them in the first half, and then CGN start to just give away sloppy kills themselves, allow Chilliclear to punish. It's a clean shot in the end from Slaughter. It just drops onto the wrong player, and that's as close as they're going to get, I think, now. 11 rounds on the board. This is the force. If they don't land this A push, then that's it. The map's done.
Do you want to be playing Stingers on an A site as well? That's the difficult, or most difficult site. I thought it would have went back B because close range. Maybe you would want that, but instead, no.
They've got these rolling walls that they can cycle, so there is still a view for them to be playing up in the face of CGN. It's at what point do the Dax side realize where this push is coming in from? And when it's a force, because
yeah,
you're seeing quite a lot of respect shown, at least for now.
Yeah, CGN are giving a wide berth to this A main. Vince more holding mid, closer up. And CGN
They have
so
no
far,
info there. I mean, you can even see JD's dropped all the way back in spawn on B.
Yeah, but I think that that's, I mean, CGN won't move unless information is given, and they've got it. The death ball being sent forward. Zipan's just hit 2 players in a row. And already this force starting to fall away.
5 versus 3 situation. Chilliclear on their heels at this point, and Samed in with the judge. What do you do in that situation? He's got a Bulldog now, and it just continues to narrow here for the attack side. He lines them up, and that will be all she wrote on Breeze in my eyes. There's one final opportunity that Chilliclear will get at this, but CGN just clinical there.
I think that's the story of the map, has a clinical, flawless round from CGN. They have not missed a beat. 2 rounds which have gone awry, one which was pretty flawless, a bad call, and the other which went down to a pretty brawly site hit. And I think CGN learned from their mistakes every single time. The calls have been near enough perfect. Getting free sites time and time again. Chilliclear have been playing to CGN's tune, and that's why we find ourselves at 12-2.
Great individual round from Zipan as well. Of course, Masters winner with FPX at Copenhagen 2022. The sort of title that follows you around for the rest of your career. It's been a while since we've seen him on Duelist though. And just repositioning as part of the makeup of this A-hold. It's Vince that's going to get things started. The rest of CGN now ready to trade, and with Samed sliding in, that should be it wrapped up. Shot in the dark from Mapizi. They're going to need a few more of those to stick here, Chilliclear.
I mean, the final 2 need to try and fight back for the spike, but JD's watching.
The
Spike just out the realm of their control right now. Mapeasy goes for the dismiss instead of the Devourer, and with that, no extra health given back, but Capsy winning the duel that they needed to.
Raid Boss still alive.
It's Wolfen that they have to face, and he is the wedge between the Spike and a round win for them potentially here. Needing to clear out close, he spots the first of the targets. A full wrap coming in from Mapeasy. A split decision made on the Chilliclare side. And Wolfen has started to realize this. 30-second mark about to be breached.
30 seconds left.
And I think he has an idea roughly of where Mapeasy was. It is a bold call to walk out in the open like he did. And he ends up paying the ultimate price.
Thinks the wrap is coming from CT rather from a tackle spawn.
Down.
It's unlucky. I think it's a 50-50 chance, but surely you have to try and find a position in which you're more comfortable sitting in rather than out in the open. Split decision. Wolfen loses out on that. And we go again. This time, Chilliclare have a much more convincing buy. 3 Guardians, 1 Bulldog, and a Vandal.
8 rounds behind the curve, plenty of work to be done. More than anything, you're not looking to inspire a comeback, you're trying to inspire some confidence. Every round that they pick up is just another stepping stone towards an improved split performance in my eyes. CGN still showing some signs of weakness on these rounds, which the better teams in the competition should be able to punish. And I think you put Chilliclare in that bracket considering what we've seen from them in the past.
There's promise with this Chilliclare side. But 9 rounds of promise I think might be a bit too much. Already you can see CGN having thoughts about a CT push. So passive in defense.
At the same time, Chilliclare just don't know if their backline is exposed yet, so it's a little bit of hesitation, but now the execution coming in. Samet finds the flash dropped right to his face, but it's enough for Wolfen to survive and outlast regardless. Samet with the ult online. This should be the dagger in the back now. Ibnata, the last remaining player, the captain, trying to creep his way out. Samet goes straight past and so delivers a rifle at his feet, but the spike out of reach, and 15 seconds is a bridge too far to cross right now. Chilliclare simply have to see this map as a stream of water under their feet because CGN have swept them away for now. Split still on the horizon, but a big recovery required.
I mean, it has Strawberry season ends early July, and that's exactly what time we are in. It feels as if Chilliclare might have went a step too far against CGN on Breeze, but can they come back on Split? That is their own map pick, that's where my sight is, and that's where maybe the worries start for CGN.
Yeah, it felt like we got to that territory a little too soon for my liking. This wasn't competitive for long enough as a map when you consider that for both of these teams, obviously CGN have a flawless record so far in this specific stage of competition, but a 4-2 win-loss record on the Chilliclare side is nothing to turn your nose up at, especially the teams that they played against. So concerns for me for sure heading into the next one. We just need to see them reset here more than anything else. For now though, over to our analysts.
Thank you very much, guys. Damn, Strawberry season ends early. That's I wish I'd thought about that was a banger. Anyway, look, this was kind of a non-starter here for Chilliclare, and we have some stats to bring up for past games that may bring some hope to the Chilliclare fans out there. But it's just a solid start from CGN, isn't it, Pavlos?
Absolutely is. I mean, look, they knew what they were getting into picking up this map, knowing this is quite the weakness coming in for Chilliclare. But look, I think they took it to the next level. We had questions whether Samet could consistently be at the top of his game. And sure, we haven't seen a massive reference to this, right? We haven't seen too many matchups. We've only seen one map, but I think it's safe to say he was mad this year.
Yeah. I mean, a solid start from the side of CGN. They were in driving seat the whole game. It didn't matter what the round was, and once Chilliclare would adapt into CGN would adapt once more. They would go into a different path, maybe switching up the tempo to a higher tempo, switching up from a clear execute to a fake. And that was the point for CGN in the whole first half. They were on the driving seat. They were the one that were dictating the pace. They were able to do this really heavy contacted plays at the start of that map, and once Leclerc adjusted to that, then CGN adjusted to that. And I think that speaks to the brilliance of the coaching team behind CGN, but also the team, the players, that they were able to adapt after that timeout that Leclerc brought out, hear what the coaches have to say, and absolutely just completely execute that plan.
Yeah. No, please go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was about to say I completely agree, right? There was a clear plan coming into it. We knew how methodical CGN are with their aggression, right? We know how fast-paced they can get, but there's always that method around it, how they set up their players for success, and this was a clear illustration of it. Sure, we can go in there and say that this was a non-starter again for Leclerc. I'm almost going to say Charles Leclerc every single time I think of that team
not
name.
The Ferrari driver, not the Ferrari
But they're going to need to figure out how to get fast, just like Charles Leclerc, to catch up with the speed that CGN have been bringing.
Yeah, I think, look, that is just a good one for CGN across the board, right? I think in every kind of measurable way, CGN were just on top of that one. Like the few rounds in the green room, we were looking at the pistol round, the round they lost in the second half. We were like, CGN are just kind of like, this is just complacency at this point. They know they've won the map, and they're just kind of giving away free kills, stat pad to the Leclerc side here. It's really going to have to be something impressive on Split, considering the kind of history for both of these teams on Split. It's kind of up in the air at the moment what this is going to look like. So we're going to find out very shortly. I'm going to throw it to a break, and then we will be back with map 2 here. Keep in mind, single elimination, so it's important that Leclerc get back into this one.
Till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the LCQs here. We have gotten started very quickly. Blink and you miss it, map 1 there from CGN. A 13-3 scoreline on Breeze to get us started. Now look, we have got a little bit of data on this one when it comes to these two teams. In the CGN, they love to win first maps, and Chilliclair love to lose first maps, right?
They do love to lose the first maps, and it's so far in this tournament they've actually lost 8 out of their 12 first maps, which is crazy in terms of coming into this tournament, and only have lost 2 series, which, hey, to me, if I'm Chilliclair fan, I'm really liking this trend of losing the first map but still being able to come back as well in that series, which to me is crazy. I mean, it means that you have to do a lot of work, especially against CGN. It's a whole different team. It's something along the lines that Barca is, where Chilliclair actually were not able to come back, and now they need to really step up their game. Interesting thing is whether they're gonna switch up some compositions, or are they gonna stick with this? I think, Pablo, something that we kind of highlighted, that CGN is really prep heavy. They are really good at focusing in this map, thinking what to take. They prep. Oh wait, are we gonna see it?
Oh my god.
No. I mean, they were good. They were good with this comp.
It's locked.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, they ran this comp in the season in Dark. They were undefeated with this composition, sure, against Dark representatives. But I'm really happy that they went with this, Pablos.
Okay. Absolutely.
Damn mix.
Look, this is a curveball, right? Chilliclair, they went for the split pick. Their idea was to punish CGN here, right? Sure, we've had a very good split season coming from CGN, and maybe this composition has been a big reason to that, right? But when you look at the most recent 2 games, right, Besiktas, Barca, both of those did not go well, right? And I think this is why you have Chilliclair going into this map, but I feel like CGN have come in and said, all right, let's go to the old tried and tested. Let's show them what we've got.
Yeah, well, the last 3 times they have played this composition here on Split CGN, it was a 13-2 win, a 13-7 win, and another 13-7 win. So, going back to winning ways here, CGN off of a gamble from their opponents, hoping that they would be another 4-13 team. Let's find out whether they are that 4-13 or they're that 13-7 team, CGN. I'm going to throw it over now to Hazza and Cairo.
Yeah, fortunately, Cairo, for you and I, we had a chance to speak to some of the developers on Valorant. You good, bro? Oh, I'm muted in Discord. I'm actually not muted on VMix. Everybody heard that. We got a chance to speak to the developers at Valorant, right, about Mix and where he fits into the competitive meta. They said he's a master of all, sort of a jack of all trades, master of none, if you will. So very much catered to the ranked audience. CGN have seen something, though, in that broad brush stroke that they seem to like, and it has been working out for them. I'm really interested to see how this goes.
Yeah, a curveball against Chilliclair. Maybe they felt as if it could be something that works for them, but in this last chance qualifier has it, it's actually not been a winning map for the Turkish side. So can they turn their fortunes and make this a winning one? Right here, right now, with a curveball like what CGN's just thrown, could be difficult to do so.
Toxin screen down.
Yeah, we'll just have to see. Again, in terms of what Mix brings to the table, his biggest strength is that stim, of course. Not online for Vince in this pistol round, has opted for a couple of the M pulses, but easily destroyed by friend or foe. They don't always offer too much value. Pretty situational at times. Chilliclair do manage to deposit Ibanata out on A. He's going to try and fake this as the solo fade player. No Prowlers, no Cs, just the Haunt for now. And does get spotted by Wolfen's Cam. So I think CGN should have a rough idea that this isn't heavy on the A side at the very least. Rotation coming through.
Yeah, they don't really get baited out too much unless there's clear concrete information. So 3 players strong on the B side is going to be difficult. Samed still with the nade, and as you said, Vince still with the impulse, and at least one smoke. And there's the information that they were looking for as the execution comes through. But Chilliclear get no clear-cut answers.
Yeah, Samed is very quick to relieve WTEX of their duties though. Another kill for him, but not without casualty. CGN dropping a couple of bodies on site, but Zipan then manages to follow things up quite nicely. Further damage onto Slaughter. Only JD here for the time being. Wolfen trying to follow it up. 8 seconds and the plant has to go in. Ibonata's hands busy, the drop in just a distraction, but the commitment unwavering from the Fade player. So Wolfen just has to find one more shot, you'd think. Little bit more chip damage. Cam's come back up for him. Could clear a corner here instead of playing around the pillar, and that's exactly what he'll do. Tag lands onto Ibonata, so he can just stick this one out. Not going to get distracted by the Hawk coming in. Gets the spike to half, finishes off the job, and with that, CGN find yet another pistol in this series.
Excellently played by Wolfen. I expected of a man of his caliber and what he's achieved in the game. CGN, I mean, they just brawl their way through this B-site hit. I think the key turning point for me in this round is when Zipan just dips out and gets a kill that makes it 3v2. And from there on in, CGN basically just keep trading down one pick after another. Feels as if this time we've got to be looking towards mid. That's where the spike is. That's where a large majority of the Turkish Strawberry forces are. There's pings for CGN here as well.
Incredibly light investment, just the ghost on Kabzi. Slaughter still with a full belt. There are a couple tools here for them to use. Ibonata as well, Prowler into B main. Threatening a 2-pronged push, as I think even on the previous round, Chilliclear did pretty well to create pressure towards A heaven. Deeper sight hold on the right-hand side of the map from CGN there in response.
Once again though, CGN defensively just so reserved, don't move off any information. Site setup pretty similar to the last, with the camera up towards ramp.
And it should just be able to spot players walking out here if Wolfen toggles it in time. There it goes. WTEX, the spearhead of this execution, and already you can see the amount of damage dealt through the cage before the play even opens up. Wolfen gets the next, and JD makes it for an ace of kills between the A site anchors. 3 and 2 each. And a flawless round is going to mean that this bonus is airtight for CGN.
The lovely utility from JD and Wolfen combined. But overall, you can see that the setup is just purely not for stopping a push, but for getting a couple of kills on the way out, trying to create a little bit of delay so that if they hit the trip, the utility is triggered. They're happy to give up the site. And this time, a lot more spread out from Chilliclear. The Scooby-Doo round, perhaps, as we've called it in the past. Split up and look for clues.
Yeah, it's a default which hasn't managed to do too much fact-finding so far. I mean, at the very least, JD will have been sighted with one of those Prowlers on A, and that information is reconfirmed through WTEX. The big thing I'm noticing right now about this Chilliclear side, though, is there's no big hero, no huge play, a star to shine and send them through a difficult round, Cairo. WTEX could have been that player, but the first to be shown the door here.
Players have used the Viper Orb to try and move up towards middle. Zipan's seen enough and doesn't want anything to do with this. But that Spike's still exploring the A part of the map. CGN once again happy to give up some of this space.
But in doing so, they've left themselves incredibly exposed on A, Cairo. There is one trap separating Wolfen from map backside. Otherwise, Chiliclair have an open road.
Yeah, but the utility already used in terms of the haunt, so how does Wolfen get cleared? The Seas doesn't hit him. I don't think the Prowler has either, but luckily enough, Slaughter and Mapeasy will activate, get the kills they're looking for. Samet trying to take a timing, but doesn't work out, so it's a 2v3.
Still half a chance here for CGN, but this rifle that needs to be recovered is under the gaze of Cabsy, and with that, he clears the rest out. Chiliclair on the board, the bonus denied.
That is. I think Wolfen's maybe played his hand too early at the back of sight. But overall, it starts off decently with the entry pick, but Chiliclair do well to default their way up through mid, and I think this reserved approach that we keep seeing from CGN is maybe the issue in the round with giving up so much space.
Yes, this should do.
Yeah, it's whether Chiliclair adapt and realise how much there is for them to take, how perceptive they are of it. They've been very direct in terms of their utility usage in these typically neutral spaces. Whereas you say, CGN have been offering them plenty of uncontested ground, at least on this round. There isn't really anything to stop them getting out in mid.
No. I mean, the other aspect is Zipan plays a much more reserved approach in terms of holding on to mid and is ready to use his wall, which he doesn't have this round, to try and block off B Heaven.
Yeah, he's also fully disconnected from Zipan, the other mid player who's now rotated towards B through spawn, giving up vent control and allowing another avenue for Chiliclair to, you know, advance their way up. WTEX this time gets the opening duel, and now they're heading towards B.
Yeah, need to clear backside. That's where all the pressure is on for CGN, as both Vince and JD tried to hold on. Samet from Heaven has denied the spike getting out. Even uses the showstopper and gets another. CGN in a perfect spot right now.
30 seconds left.
Chiliclair actually with a chance back in. Vince still not identified, and when he activates, it puts CGN in a winning position. Up to 3, a gap back to 2.
Brilliant sight hold from CGN there, and a little bit of micro I want to pick up on from Vince. Maybe the analysts can show this again in future. Is someone who clearly understands how Mix works as an agent. As I mentioned earlier, the Impulse is breakable. He's always throwing it just outside of his own smoke, so the enemy can't see where it is. Those stun and smoke combos have been pretty difficult to push. Great evaluation of it in that round. Yeah, still not too much behind this for Chiliclair, but WTEX does have a rifle in hand. He's been the one driving force so far, really, which has kept them in some of these rounds, but will do well to dig Zipan out of vents. He's the rear guard right now, as the rest of CGN have their sights set on this A take. Chiliclair hold up in Heaven for now, but they press the go button.
Yeah, hitting towards the site. Samet knows there's bodies on the line here, and he's going to have to try hold things down with this Phantom. So successful as CGN. Those issues brewing, but able to get on the other side.
A couple rounds now where we've seen Samet continue to level up. He was with Focus for Ascension last year, of course. That was his most recent interregional LAN experience, and we'll be hoping that with a progression to VCT play-ins, can return to Berlin yet again on that hallowed ground, this time against the partner teams. Nice lead for CGN, but this is where we want to see some bite back from Chiliclair. I mean, at what point do they consider using a timeout? Because right now, the rounds all feel a little similar.
Oh, very nice entry though from WTEX. As you said, the man who seems to be making things happen. It's 3 in a row is what's going to fill the kill feed. The CGN have had enough.
Yeah,
No
and
charges.
you know what, Cairo? It's a perfect time for us now to talk a little bit more about this situation on Chilliclare that I mentioned earlier, and WTEX, how he fits into the picture. Because honestly, with the amount of Turkish talent we've already seen exported over the last 2 years into VCT, Pacific, ULF, all of the rest, you get to this position where you're wondering, you know, who's next? Who's the next one coming up? But even with Reborn already through into that play-in stage, I look at this team and I'm wondering who's going to be the highlight. WTEX hadn't had too many big moments up until this point. That is the first sign, and that's very promising.
I think the most interesting part for me about Chilliclare and just Turkey as a whole is we've always spoke about how it's very explosive for the region, right? There's a lot of fluctuation in terms of who actually is the top. We've had 2 years of solid BBL Pacific dominance before they became just beat the BBL roster. We've seen it come back and forth, but once again, it's another team rising to the top. I mean, we had Misa esports shows they could earlier this year, but they've fallen away towards the latter stages. Besiktas also not being able to make the final four. Fireflux as well, a name that we've heralded from the past, has come back, but not able to beat this roster that keeps finding success when it's pretty difficult to do so. And I think in this position right now, coming up against a CGN roster that's just a little bit something different to face up against, we're seeing the struggles come through.
Yeah, I mean, just as I said, so many players from that region making it to VCT. Even this, you've got to consider it for what it is. This is Foot's Academy project, now under a different banner, of course. When they disbanded back in May, this roster was formed just 12 days later, so it's very much a continuation of that. The names that you know, have since gone to VCT, even from the same project. Think of Kristali, for example. He was with the academy, he made it to the full Foot team, and most recently looked like one of their best players in London. So there is absolutely promise here for sure. The name's a little different, the approach is a bit different, and I think it will be interesting to see how far they can go. But for now, it's put up or shut up, and another round for Chilliclare through the hands of WTEX has got them here. Reinvestment from CGN, and that B tower position continually threatened. Oh my god, JD! 2 quick kills make all of the difference, and now CGN have numbers on side.
They do. There is spanner in the works though that could be Ibanata, to be mentioned later, as he still has pursuers, but Wolfen just sends it forward and got a double kill. So Ibanata, that spanner in the works, activates, but he's given himself away, Hazard, and this might just be done. This might just be over.
Yeah, it is. Ibanata's position was made redundant. It was Wolfen, the one who had the strongest position, because Chilliclare thought that they'd fully cleared out A. He slips between the railings, and there you go, through A main. It's a ridiculous 2k. You'd need to see the replay of that again, because they did line up straight into his crosshair. Otherwise, JD did a fantastic job to find a couple at the start here. Yeah, a little bit of movement error actually picks him up the second. And Chilliclare, in their reinvestment, actually bring out an op onto the attack side. Interesting to see how this will get worked in.
Yeah, I mean, it's an approach that we've not really seen. I mean, we didn't get to see many attacking rounds when we think back to Breeze. But the Operator was pretty successful overall in the defense, so a much slower approach, an investment of WTEX towards the B side. So far, Chilliclare have found most of their success through mid.
And the fact that CGN have been so willing to give it up has played directly into their hands, I think it's fair to say. WTEX set up with the op, would have been looking to punish the jump spot at the start of this round. Vince can heal himself back up with the M-Pulse. It's Wolfen tucked away in backside that you're expecting to find this kill though. And there he is, pops up at just the right moment. WTEX doesn't get any further, and with the hat off of his head, full information to build that bigger picture. Chilliclare heading towards the A site, the Cypher set up there, and the wall through mid to assist the rotation.
Yeah, it could be a bait though, because the spike's heading elsewhere, but Wolfen on the hunt.
Again, the Wolf has found a big timing. 3 players looking to disrespect the wall. They mount over the top. He only walks away with 1, but it's damage nonetheless. CGN now have a much better idea about where this one sits. Unfortunately, with Vince or Zipan walled off, he can't actually get the res onto his teammates, so situational ult not able to come into play. Now boosted up in tower still, this plant not come through. Nade into, maybe slow this one down a little bit further. 5 seconds, still no plant. And it's JD watching over the top of it. There isn't any time left. Chilliclair have not made the best of the situation, even with the pit in play. CGN breathing down their neck the full 9 yards and extending their lead yet again.
I mean, we know that Split can be difficult to attack into, but Chilliclair make that a problem even more difficult with how slow they attack here. They managed to maneuver the ultimate well by baiting out the A rotation, but CGN has it. They're no mugs. They're not going to be baited out by a couple of pings on the ultimate. And Wolfen does so well to get the information needed. It's that lack of killing instinct, I guess, on that B site finish that Chilliclair just don't have.
Yeah, it's interesting that this is only their first time out with CGN calling one of their own. Already a chance to check back in with a coaching staff. 9 rounds in now. You're looking at it still being CGN, the stronger of the 2 teams. We've only seen Chilliclair in flashes, and I think that's the most worrying part for me. Past a couple of individual moments, I'm just not seeing that cohesion. Yes, like you said, they've only been together for a couple of months now, but even then, the long-standing history between the members, the former academy team that we were talking about earlier, the expectation does sit a little higher. Of course, CGN are still favourites in this matchup, make no mistake about it. They always demand that respect from you with the experience they have, but I think we're well and truly seeing the experience gap play out here.
I mean, that's the case, right? With the experience gap on the CGN side, there's going to be more issues here. As Samet comes through with an ultimate of his own, spike on the ground, and Chilliclair once again have just been gapped. The planning from CGN, the counter plan to Chilliclair, you can see the gears in motion.
And Samed with another fantastic round. I think a difference that we have to highlight from his previous tenor in these Challengers competitions, that short stint on Focus, was that, you know, he was like a last-minute substitution. A final transfer, a gambit made to try and secure them qualification. Whereas here, he's had the best part of a year to set up in this environment around this group of players, and you can just see how much more confident he is.
I mean, looking at it right now, Chilliclair on just pistols. And CGN once again, I was going to say, looking to fight into this, and they've given the fights that Chilliclair won. Rifles on the ground to upgrade into. Wolfen has to try and buy CGN out of this round. And there's a player behind. Mapizi just trying to buy space for Capsy to come in at the right time. A thrifty round, and that's a lifeline for the second half.
That felt like a round right out of a ranked demo, Cairo. It would be so real. All 10 players fighting over the same patch of grass, everyone in middle. And I think CGN just overheated a little bit there, into the pistols especially, but perhaps a bit of a sunken cost fallacy. Over-investing to the bodies, not allowing the weaponry to be removed. They've got to brush past it now. A couple rounds left in the half, and this makes all of the difference.
The worrying aspect to this is CGN have pushed all their chips to the middle. I mean, right, it's a fair enough investment in themselves. They've been winning most of the rounds. But lose this, and that buy for that last round is maybe not as convincing as you think. A misstep that could result in a fall. And Chilliclair can smell blood in the water. All 5 outside of B. CGN have been good at holding these 6 so far, Hazard. Can they do it again?
That's what we've got to see. JD blind spam through the cloudburst, picks up the first kill. No further players have crossed. CGN have the line held, and there are plenty of bodies here to just back that up in black and white jerseys. With a gold trim for a golden reason, they're a team which always sits towards the top domestically. And now we're starting to get an inter-regional performance that backs it up. A 2-year wait finally met with another grand final or so, it would seem. They're not too many rounds away now.
I know we say that the grand final gives you the last spot in the play-ins for VCT has it, but at this point in time, it's going to feel like every match is a grand final, and that's maybe where for Chile the experience is just falling away from them. That's the difference, and it can't deal with the pressure because CGN have been to grand finals time and time again. Lower bracket against the next up-and-comers in Turkey. That's where they fell in 2024, and it looks like they will not be falling here right now. Zipan already putting a stop to the B play. Chile look ahead and run elsewhere.
It is a long walk to the A site. And as you say, CGN are that bogey team which, while they might not have the best campaign, always show up at the end of the tunnel. And I think that's credit to Vince and Capio, the ones who have retained their position here. It's Samed, the star of Split so far, who is next under the microscope, however. Tucked away in backside A, finds the first cleanly, follow-up not there, but it's bought enough time and space to play in the rest of CGN.
Come out.
Hugging the edge of the smoke, trying to make their way back in now. Cabsy does pick up a couple, but it's just Ibinata left, and he is dealt with handily. CGN 9 rounds in this opening half on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, it is Split though, has and Split notoriously has been defender-sided for the longest time. We've seen that ebb and flow, but has CGN done enough? A pistol round should all but confirm their position in that grand final, but we'll find out if that is the case after this break.
One enemy remains.
And on the second map of this best of 3 Chile pick, CGN find themselves at an advantage of 6 rounds. A brilliant start to this second map, and perhaps the final one in this series.
You were talking about side biases coming out of the opening 12, Cairo, very quickly. Of the 5 times we've seen CGN play this map with this comp, they have looked much better on their attack halves. 9 rounds against Focus, 10 against Esports Cologne. They very often tend to prefer attacking even with this composition, so stack up in A main, lives and dies on this one.
Yeah, it does, and Chilliclear are the ones who strike first. We said a pistol run could decide this. A perfectly placed nade forces players out of the crevices and into a fight. WTX, a player who's been leading the line for Chilliclear, is going to lead the line in this pistol round 4 of his own, and brilliant way to bounce back.
Yeah, it's fantastic for him specifically. We need to see if this is repeatable success or not. CGN playing a hefty pack there, and as I was saying, looking back at their match history, they've not done any worse than a 6-6 of the 5 times that we saw them play it with this comp specifically. So just wondering where they're going to be getting those entry points, how exactly Chilliclear want to set up this defender's side. Because we can't forget that this is their map pick. There has to be more to this, quite frankly, Cairo. We're just waiting to see it.
Defense just ready to knock anybody who tries to challenge them down. I think that's the thing with CGN's composition. What they want to do is really bust forward, and Chilliclear need to deny post plan just because of that double sentinel, and even to an extent the mix as well, right? That's going to aid the players getting forward with the boost.
Yeah.
I completely forgot what it's called, mate. I'm not going to lie.
Little combat stim, to be fair, mate.
Combat stim, yeah.
Not sure what it's called either. It's like a synchronize or something. I'm sure
that would make sense. Like,
that'd be a nerd in the chat who knows. I used to learn all of them. That used to be my party trick, as you can tell. All of my friends were gamers, man. Yeah. That was the only way to do it back in the day.
Yeah.
3.
Nice from WTX. Sharp shot from him.
Yeah, he's not missed a beat. Wolfen's Bandit has, though. Is JD trying... He's 20 seconds left. I thought he was going to try and, like, scam a plant or something like that, but I don't think he's going to be allowed.
No. No, you'd be surprised if he is. Just looking for someone to walk into right-click range, probably, but nothing given over.
Ghost in the hands of Mapeasy, which was rescinded from the round, which means it's going to be a decent bonus, but look, it's not every day you see multiple Spectres brought up. This one isn't going to have as much punch. But then again, SMGs, if they're playing up close to these smokes, who knows? Slaughter, you're crazy for body spam there, mate. Not going to lie. Gonna need to see a few more rounds before I can get on board with that.
Yeah, I think like it was the Spectres that we've really seen come into mix after the FPX meta. Cam already identifying the Sage being here if the wall didn't give that away. Denied of information, and CGN is a 5-stack, skill very slowly towards this side of the map. I say slowly, as soon as they get the chance they explode, and Samed's already taken heaven.
Toxin screen down.
Kabzi won't have any tracers on this Spectre, so at the very least can find some damage through the smoke maybe, but Samad's so far advanced, they've got absolutely no idea about it, and with that, the double is locked in.
Yeah,
a couple more dominoes start to fall, and I mean, from this position, CGN should be infallible.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. Has a double sentinel, it should be impossible to get back in for Chilliclear.
And that's why we credit them so heavily on this attack side. Bunkering up in post plant, difficult to do so at sometimes on split. But this retake has already been stopped in its tracks. Wolfen just wrapping around into a heaven. Safe pair of hands. Slaughter will try as he might. It's double digits for the dark side.
Yeah, CGN do well to bounce back on the bonus. And I think that's the thing, right? Samed with a bit of choice weaponry in the Spectre, but up close like that, I'm starting to wondering if it was his choice and not the matter of the fact of like money.
For me, comms issue. He double satcheled up there. There was at least one player in vicinity of the site. Yeah. I'm surprised that Chilliclear didn't expect that. He would have been heard. So, again, we're just seeing these gaps pop up, and we've already criticized the synergy a little bit in how some of the rounds have looked, the trades, the spacing. Just on the attack side. And on the defense, those issues are still prevalent in other forms, perhaps. This is the gun round for them. And this one has to stick, Cairo. Tournament life on the line. We talk about last chances. This is about as close as you will get to a full last chance.
starting to feel that way, but CGN are asking the question of Leclerc, will you make a move? Ibanata, that player, but through the Prowler, and that's worrying because there's no more Prowlers for the rest of this round. Should they be asked a question of mid-round, and they've not got a whole lot of utility to do it.
Yeah, the mid-rounding does feel a little static. Leclerc sweating a bit, but Ibanata steps up to the plate, hits for 3. Big kills in the round. Wolfen responding. But 35 seconds, Spike under the watchful gaze of 3 players. Horn isn't going to land, and for a moment, WTEX could have been in a position of uncertainty, but it's the paranoia that pushes JD off the angle and offers a little more security to them. Mapeasy adds the finishing touches. Leclerc keep 4 alive and bring themselves back on terms.
I mean, the success of that round is essentially CGN contacting in and Leclerc going, well, we expect that. It's been what's been happening to us for the past 2 maps. So nothing out of the ordinary. CGN now with not the best of buys. Samed forcing up an outlaw. So we'll see how that plays into the round. Element probably the kind of his play style as well. We've not necessarily seen much of that from Samed.
A call back to the former CGN duelist, of course. Looking at it here, I mean, Leclerc happy to take fights front-footed all across the map, which is crazy to think against this sort of purchase. But it does work out for them. And as I said in the previous, that they're back on terms, not in round count, but just stabilizing that economy a little bit more, given some headroom now to kick on. Can't afford to give away too many more of these isolations, though.
I feel as if with CGN, if they give Leclerc a little bit of confidence, that's where we're going to start to see the strawberries grow into this one a little bit more. But CGN have picked themselves up a rifle. It is on Zipan. Should he get a kill, this turns into a 3v3 with the res online.
That's the thing. That's where the momentum shifts, right? Leclerc, team that need that confidence, need the wind at their backs. With Zipan the one to go searching here. Oh, it's Mapeasy in the meantime that catches a player in transition. Just not given the window of opportunity. It slams shut. And Leclerc get the round which they require to keep on closing the gap.
Yeah, it was a round of pacings. If CGN were quicker and successful in the main res online, the round goes into trepidation. Leclerc on the reclear, so much better, so much quicker. And now CGN are kind of asked the question of, can you respond, can you bounce back? Or are you going to allow the Turks to take over here? Because it feels like that is the case. CGN, their saving grace is the fact they've got a few players one off of ultimates.
Much deeper Prowler in Garage this time, coming through from Ibanata. Just signaling to CGN that they've already taken quite a bit of ground, signposting their authority. Wolfen is the second layer through middle. The spike hasn't really shown too much intent just yet. It's backtracing away from the A site as Wolfen continues to create space. Missed op shot was just towards market. But since then, WTEX has also peeled off the angle. Much more passive here from Leclerc.
But CGN, they want to send it through mid. They want to go through top, through heaven, on towards B. There's players there to stop this happening though, Hazard. The operator going to be asked questions as CGN begin to get closer.
Oh, and there comes the Harmonize from Vince. Finally gets it off. WTEX there trying to fight into the players who have leveled up as Cabs. Has managed to answer one back. Ibanata as well. WTEX on the site with the blades. And CGN are collapsed upon. The satchel under his feet just continues to push WTEX forwards. A hat-trick of kills and just 2 rounds now separating the teams.
We're in timeout territory. There it is, comes through at the right time. Capio not happy with what he's seen. I mean, no wonder. 6 rounds played, only 1 won by CGN. 4 ultimates in total, ready to play in. You're hoping that it's not the next round that they do it, but CGN do need to start using them. We gave massive compliments on Breeze for how they spaced them. What's Chilliclear thinking about in terms of their planning? What are they thinking about for should a Nightfall come in? Are they going to be playing retake? That's where my questions lie for the defense.
So far, it feels like they've just been flooding, though. They've not actually been forced to retake. And by that same margin, I actually want to go back on what you said about the ults from CGN and take a different angle. The spacing was good because they barely had to use them, Cairo. If you actually look back, I think I'm more concerned right now as to where they can derive some value from these.
Yeah.
Because I'm yet to see plans created around them, if that makes sense.
I think as well though, like for when we think about how this map is played out, I said that Chilliclear needed to deny CGN post plants, and I think for the most part, you look at the kill feed, that's all it's been. It's just been death matches. Chilliclear have wanted to fight CGN, and they've not got a chance to really give us those posts.
And I mean, with WTEX finding the opener, it feels that much less likely that we're going to get another spike planted in round number 19. This has got to be the biggest adaptation for them, really, Cairo, because look at the strength of composition here for CGN. It is with those Sentinels. It's about getting in situations where you can just bolt down the hatches. So Chilliclear are playing the right game at this point in time, and they've not missed a beat to convert this anti-eco. Zipan's got little to do in mid. It's JD that bails him out of a bad fight, though.
Zipan can heal himself back up as they scale through mid, but they're not going to get a chance to get those rifles. Look at the crossfire.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, it's Chilliclear in for the hunt, ready to find the final few targets. One round game, CGN without an answer since they faced the bonus round of Chilliclear. First pistol for the Turks in this series. Set them on the right trajectory. Actually saw on socials at the halftime, CGN said, no curse can take that win from us at 9-3. It's starting to look a little bit cursed now, though.
Yeah, it's not looking great, but the one thing they have is 5 ultimates to try and kickstart their way through. But there's a stack of 4 players. Chilliclear have left no question unanswered here. So ready to fight CGN's push.
Oh, flick not landing from WTEX. Samad dips away from the cage as it closes on him. Ibanata finds the first of those jewels. Hits from main, but the rest are rallying in ramp. The captain's cry goes answered. And with Capsy creeping in behind as well and a wall greeting them at the A-choke, CGN's backs are firmly against the wall. Yes, Zipan has a res.
Here.
But those players are in no man's land.
CGN do not inspire hope at this moment in time. There's not a whole lot of innovation happening. It's pretty one-dimensional, and it's leaving it very easy for Chilliclear to read. WTEX up is next to strike.
Ooh, fight back from CGN though. Had to be. WTEX in the end is going to complete the 3K with a shorty. And so I said we were heading towards equal terms. We are now. A deadlock in the round count, 10 each as the spoils are shared 20 rounds in, Cairo.
Yeah.
CGN's attack side has not impressed me at all.
Yeah.
It's a real struggle, a laboured attempt for them to get into these dangerous situations late round. Chilliclear are so happy to take every single fight presented to them.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I have seen ranked teams, tier 3 teams show better. Maybe that's a bit too harsh, but I've seen better
I was
show.
like, you're going there. You're going there.
I'm not willing to go that far. But the point is that CGN, one-dimensional, very easy to reach. Stick me in the server, and I could probably tell you what they're up to.
Cairo, I'll be honest. You were playing info against me in the 10-mans the other day. I'm not sure if I agree. I understand the picture that you're trying to paint. Yeah. I don't think I've seen a Sova peak with util out as many times in my life.
Yeah. Bro, I'm plat. Like, what do you mean?
You ulted out in the open. on Summit. I threw a nade at you and you died to the nade.
That's because I was old.
I know you were ulti. You didn't cancel the ult.
Yeah, I was committed to trying to hit people. Anyway, what we
don't
have...
need a public... what is it? The criminal case of Cairo, whatever it is.
Well,
the jury out.
A smoke placed down has pulled the rest of Chile in. The thing is, though, CGN have players in position to meet this force. I'm not going to say CGN are going to try and win it or going to win this round, but there's a chance. And I thought for a minute Vince maybe was going to give us it. The Sheriffs don't connect the way we were hoping. And Chile maybe looking to give us a map 3.
They've taken the lead. They have taken the lead, and it looks like they're just going to go ahead and run with it. CGN 5 ults comes back to what I was talking about. We didn't see them use all too much on Breeze because they didn't need it. Here, they absolutely need an X Factor, and we just haven't had that introduced. Zipan banking the res for many rounds. Samed with the showstopper. How many times could he have opened up the play against these really offensive Chile rounds where they're staking an early claim to some map material? Pressure space which CGN have just not been able to get a hold of. This one's gotten out of control. The purchase is here for them now though. And this is the all-important round.
Yeah, very much the case. JD has gone unchecked though. The problem is Slaughter's in a corner, which is very difficult to clear. CGN once again asked the question of their opponents, how proactive are you going to be? Ibanat has just been given a freebie by Samed.
And it's just poor. It is just poor from Samed. I don't know if it's a call of information that the space behind the smoke was clear, but shifting out like that is only asking for trouble. And with WTech smelling blood in the water, of course he goes for the next fight. Zipan does have the res, so there are silver linings to this round, and yeah, Samed does get back up on his feet. Zipan finding another couple of kills. Now it's a problem for Chile.
Slaughter though, trying to hold things down. It's whether Wolfen takes his time or Slaughter's given a chance to fight.
Oh, and Wolfen already snatches at the opportunity. Slaughter taken to the realms of the dead as Mapizi has already brought back WTech to assist him here. It's going to need a whole lot more to make this retake feasible though. Shuffling the guns, the op ringing out. But Zipan's already wrapped behind his own Sage Wall, and as soon as this decays, he's in for a backstab, which should end the round outright. It's an open plant. Everything in favor of the Dark champions from stage 2. Wall now is erased, and Zipan is looking for an ace. WTech will want to save the gun, and he does win the fight against him this time. But that's where it all started, Cairo. One lapse in concentration for CGN, and then one more or two for Chile, and the whole round flips.
It's a nice execute, a nice capitalization on the kill on WTech through vents. He is able to keep his operator, but this kill right here is essentially what changes it. Because an operator, res and then the ultimate's executed in. No, so much better. CGN think that this B side is a lot weaker, so they are going to put lots of bodies to this side of the map. Both teams should have enough to finish out this map. CGN though, it's whether these execute ultimates are going to be able to overpower any retake ultis.
Yeah, I mean, just the 3 ults on the previous were exactly what CGN needed. Samed trying to challenge the pit early on here.
Yeah, and Chile have just denied options for CGN. Now it has to be either B main or A main, or a really lucky clear through the pit.
Passive information from that wall-breaking garage as well, so Chile understand that CGN were looking for another B hit, building off the back of what they found in the previous.
Face your fear.
Smoke coming in from Vince, and oh, bit of a preemptive nightfall. In fact, no, it catches just in time for the mix ult, and with that, CGN held at arm's length for now.
They are, but there's also a showstopper to execute in with, so it's only the first wave of utility. CGN pause, and they're starting to head towards A. Now, this is where the operator is, and WTEX has been pretty successful.
Just, like, we playing Minecraft? Invisibility potion? Where's everyone's models gone? I don't know. Bit of a fun one there. And, JD? Hello? What is going on? Was there a player heaven? I thought there was. No, apparently there isn't. CGN moving into post plant on A. What's going on?
I don't know, but Zipan's on his wall, ready to deny the CT spot. Good trade, and the spike comes in on time.
Yeah, it's a mixture of the mannequin challenge and a Minecraft speedrun, but we don't really know what we're seeing here. It's CGN imposed. Position they haven't often found themselves in, but killer in these situations. Ibnata trying to quake his way out of the heavens, getting caught. Mapizi is in fact up close to this trap wire. He gets taken down, spacing a little bit weird here for Chiliclair. They're all over the place in this retake. There's an op somewhere to be saved, but Ibnata's not going to pick it up. And there you have it. CGN.
Match point.
Series point.
They're on series point. Will they convert it? That's the question. They have no ultimates to bank on anymore. Not that I have noted. Maybe the res for Zipan, well, he's one away. But for the most part, they're all out of aces. And Chiliclair still have a full buy. I mean, WTEX has the blades, and we saw what happened when he became an AC 130 on the attack. Can he do it again? It's going to be a forward play on A main for the defense.
Yeah, Wolfen with the cam just spotting out the early A control. WTEX playing from the periphery with this operator. You can already see CGN actually starting to congregate in their droves.
I like this. I mean, the operator has one shot, and if WTEX has no indication and they overpower the operator, there would have been a perfect spot, but Wolfen's just gone early.
It was never going to happen, I don't think. And so WTEX fully capitalizes on the situation. JD has not spotted a gun barrel there, by the way. That's one of the several fake Chiliclair players dotted around the map.
No abilities.
Ibnata tucked away in the corner. It's this fight up to WTEX though, which needed to be won out by the Turk. It's JD instead. Capsy the only one left behind in this situation. Out in the heavens, out on a limb. Ibnata trying to fight from the corner. There are plenty of bodies here for Chiliclair. CGN still haven't fully committed to the execution. So Capsy knocks them down and sends us towards OT territory. 20 seconds left. Vince recovers the spike, but he's just one kill deep in this 1v4. And Mapizi is there to pick up the pieces.
I mean, it's been ultimates, it's been winning rounds for CGN on the attack, and they've not made it stick here. I mean, Wolfen going early into the operator is a big issue in itself, but Capsy winning out this Heaven duel, I think that's where the turning point really is in the round. We switch sides, CGN go on to their much favoured defender's side. And should it be a quick B-pop, I was going to say, this would be a lot more favourable, but instead they'll ply their trade through mid.
Yeah, Chiliclair just defaulting with a mid focus as the barriers are due to go up here. I think just the amount of stopping power that CGN have towards the B site anyway is enough to deter you. Not been fully sold on Samed's positioning in Vent, because a lot of rounds it feels like he's cast out of the action. There's no way for the two mid players to play off of one another when you've got some nice combos with those slows. Maybe that's the reason why we see him in Vent, just looking for something to chuck the paint shells in off. It's not going to land here. And again, that is not a player.
This is an observer bug, unfortunately, folks.
Just a shadow of what once was.
Zipan lucky to get away with their life as they look to take a more defensive position. And the wall up.
I feel like we need Ray Shremond and Black Beatles.
Maybe we need like an exorcist.
Dun, 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 dun.
Tubular bells. Other options are available.
I know what you mean.
I think
the wall goes across from Chilliclare and Heaven, and actually it looks like they're rooting themselves towards spawn here. Ebonata the one to lead it, but gives plenty of space for CGN to backtrack into. Wolfen the one, under most focus now.
Yeah, and he's managed to pass the test. I mean, it trades somewhat even, but the advantage is with the defence. Samed still not cleared. He's played this position before, and Vince might have just put Samed to win the round he has. Advantage CGN in the first round of OT.
Switching sides.
Yeah, that's exactly what CGN needed. Looking at it here, Wolfen does so well under duress. He's been a notorious player for CGN since coming in. I mean, a massive scoop for them, I think. When you look at the time he had on Koi, he was supposed to be the star player there. That team environment never really facilitated the sum of its parts when you look at the talents that have passed through and gone on to do bigger things. Waiting to see what's next for him in his career, as he may just be Berlin bound again in the wake of his former organization. Timeout called by Capio. CGN putting 60 seconds of promise on a round which could deliver them yet another Grand Finals appearance. The first Grand Finals appearance for them in an interregional with this lineup.
I mean, CGN have done it in play-ins before. I mean, that's what they used to be called before it was last chance qualifier here. And it's a different sort of quality that we've seen, right? You think of previous last chance qualifiers, we've had the likes of KPI and some like Job Life, some really scary prospects. They've just not really kind of converted in that sense. And different look now. CGN 1 round away.
They were haunted by this operator in the final round of regulation. See the off angle from Samed is just accounting for this, yeah. WTech can't afford to overstep, but he's been pretty disciplined so far in terms of his positioning.
Oh, Samed.
He's nearly caught on the cross.
Yeah, he's lucky to get away with that.
But for as much as Samed seemed to know about the situation, it is a dangerous game which CGN were playing, but having sighted the operator, you can see they're getting ready to go A. There's no main control though, so this will take a little bit longer to be set into place. In the meantime, Chilliclare, just no proactivity, no information.
Yeah. It's like bees in a swarm, but they've acted in the wrong way. They've got the wrong part of the information right. So right now, while that wall is in place, Chilliclare could be in for a real issue. And with that wall broken, they're giving a heads up.
You can see Chilliclare now with 3 players over on the A side. Zipan to reprise his role in Heaven, fairly certain. All of the bodies now dropped into sight. This is where they're holding from. In the corner, 20 seconds. Ibonata, first line of defense. Zipan crossing through those lines. CGN closing in. A couple of kills from Chilliclare, but time is of the essence. Spike still needs to go down, and Mapeasy's been able to delay it for a moment longer. He's got past that barrier. Slaughter there for the fight, and WTech's not too far behind. Spike had barely just survived as the plant came in. And so another round of overtime will be required.
I mean, this is a part, right? This is a lot more convincing from CGN on the attack, but that's where you're begging for a flash, maybe 5-10 seconds more on CGN, but that's what you've got to play with. That's what the hand you've been dealt. You've got no flashes, you've got no capability, and they bust out the smoke in their droves and easily cut down. Zipan maybe needs to do more from Heaven, perhaps, and clearing the person in the corner. Here we go again, CGN back to defense.
No change up in terms of how this defense is functioning. Similar, if not the same positions, as Zipan doesn't get the punish on WTech this time, diving in blind. It's an opening kill for Chilliclare, and they've got to be thinking about Samed now. He was always that next player following things up, but no action behind the Viper Orb. And it looks like Chilliclare want to take all 5 players to the A site.
Once again, we look at the setup the CGN have, and it's much more for really the solo side, but he's playing from elbow, a position which Chilliclear should know about.
I mean, Wolfen has already delivered us many a moment. Chilliclear snaking through heaven, maybe. Vent is still an outlet for them, but no, looks like the commitment has been made. A site in their sights, but so many CGN players here ready to defend it with their lives, to stay on this defender's side, to stay in this map, and it's Wolfen from the elbow yet again. Drifting in late is Samed, but not before Wolfen says his piece. In the 2-on-2, Samed arriving, and there you have it. The kill which may have just broken Chilliclear's back. Crossfire for Kabzi to walk into. He does have the spike now, but little time offered, no respite in this situation. Stun's going to drop onto him, nade not too far behind, 7 seconds, hands are busy, has to commit to the spike plant, and well, he was already gone in the eyes of the observer. CGN retake the lead.
Find themselves one in front again. And Wolfen, really, this is where the round rests on him being able to get at least to equal out the man count, and does so. And then Samed's lurk, his flank, gets the value. Once again, CGN asked the question, can you win a round on the attack? Seems as if this is going to be a pretty easy B-pop, with 4 bodies for Chilliclear on A. For the first time ever, CGN might have gambled right.
Yeah, looking at it here, I mean, Wolfen will just be playing to collect the information. It's how much of an overstep Chilliclear are willing to give. See that the Prowler comes in, that is the trigger point for the paranoia, and with that information in mind, Wolfen's just calling for the rest of CGN. Scramble their way towards B, it's theirs for the taking.
Yeah, I mean, seeing 3 bodies at least is giving CGN the go button. They're going to be stalled out ever so slightly, but that spike is going down, and it will be 5 alive on either side should Wolfen not get a pick or be picked himself.
And just look at how passive Wolfen is playing, tucked all the way in the corner of sewers, because he knows Chilliclear will be playing to dig him out. All 5 members crossing from middle, and still W-Tex just mulling on the mind the thought of a Wolfen in his back.
Well, Mapizi is the first to get the pick, given a 1-player advantage, but still utility to be placed as we still see Chilliclear trying to get onto the spike. Wolfen has activated, there's players watching for him, and finally comes in, but can't quite get the kill. Chilliclear will even things out once again, and has no team at this moment can win an attacking round.
Overtime.
No, it certainly seems that way. I think that was maybe the best chance yet that we've got at seeing one. Sparing CGN's previous attacking round. I mean, each time they're getting into these situations, they look destined for it, but Chilliclear are there with it. No op brought out this time. Or in fact, there is Samed looking to possess this one.
Different approach.
Prowler early on A, but doesn't get past the Viper wall.
I like this. Wolfen, no, he's wide swung and still able to get one. Zipan's the next to go. It's W-Tex that's really dragging Chilliclear forward. An advantage. Samed deep in A main should give the information that CGN need. Look at Vince towards B though. He's in no man's land.
Very soon to be caught as Chilliclear are closing in the net on his position. Has to come up with at least a couple here, and already whittled down. And there is little left of him now. 2 versus 4 to stop the first attacking round from landing, and it looks like Chilliclear are going to be the ones to hammer that point home. Samed's op is the final piece remaining. And he's got so much ground to cover with this one. An almost impossible retake for him. And even a knife kill. Oh no, it's a different sort of blade. It's W-Tex to end it.
Yeah, I don't know what information Wolfen's been given so that he can swing out as wide as that, but
yeah,
I think that's where the round really collapses from there. Zipan uses wall, still trying to be aggressive. I think at this point, I think that this will be probably looking at Haven the way that things have gone in OT.
Yeah, look, if the trend shall continue, as you say, CGN, the masters of their own demise in the previous round. As you say, I don't know what came over Wolfen to want to face up there with a full setup behind him. But fortune starts to go their way, at least in the initial stages of this third round of overtime. Some damage dealt onto Kabzi, but that has been healed off by Mapeasy.
I think the worst part is, as well, is the last time CGN got into post on B, they completely fumbled the bag. So I'm not even convinced in post if CGN would win this round. As the spike is all alone through mid, CGN encircle the A side, but Chilliclear are looking to reinforce it.
Yeah, you can see that perimeter is closing in on CGN here. A 3-man rotation called by Chilliclear. And again, focus on Heaven. It's Samed and Zipan to walk into the line. Ibanata to try and defend it. Past the wall already. Completely overlooked. Zipan lets him in for a kill. Oh, and Chilliclear are all over CGN like a rash. 5 versus 2 situation. Samed and JD were split up, and now Samed's got to try and haul the rest across on his back. Gets on top of the Sage wall. I mean, if the spike could be delivered to him, maybe there's an extra way out, but no, 14 seconds crossed. We're into the red zone here. CGN have got to do something, and Slaughter's just going to slip straight under the radar. Not enough time to check every single corner. Samed will find the kills that he would have been looking for, but the round is already done. Chilliclear have pushed this all the way to Haven from 3 rounds down on the half to 16-14 in overtime. They never say die, and we continue.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? Blurry, that was a pretty blurry map for CGN overall. I think Split has left a lot to be desired. They haven't had a winning success rate themselves on this map, and I think it showed.
Yeah, it certainly did. Now, we've got Split to digest before we head to Haven. It's down to the analyst to bring you through that one.
I mean, there was a long moment there where we thought it was just going to be a complete blowout for the side of CGN, but that second half took a turn for the worse. And look, it does really seem like Chilliclear love their comebacks. Like, they love just coming back into it in map 2. Not just map 2, but half 2 of map 2. A ridiculous, I don't know, strength from them to be able to get back into the game and push on forward. And now you've just got to think what went wrong there for CGN, Pavlos.
So there are many things that could go wrong, but I'm just going to focus first on the positives coming in from Chilliclear, because look, the fact they were able to bring it together like this wasn't without someone having out of this earth performance, and that was WTEX, right? He really pulled the squad through here. Sure, you could put into the conversation quickly that on the defense they could read CGN very easily, right? I feel like CGN were very mono-dimensional when it came to their approaches. I feel like when they've had to adapt, when they were shown that there were many players in one specific area, just taking it full down to a simple level, they didn't make any moves. They thought, okay, let's continue with the plan we had at hand. The mid-rounding was very questionable.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it felt like you kind of highlighted that they were so good at countering CGN, and the timeout that CGN called at round 19, they were at eco right there, stacked towards A, tried to do that exec right there, completely red on the opposing side. And round 20, they did exactly the same, stacked on that side, but completely red once more, and that's where CGN kind of fell flat. That's where they really started to struggle. And that's where, finally, for the first time, it felt like Chilliclear got the upper hand against CGN. And right now, coming back from that incredible performance, I think we have to highlight one player, WTEX, that operator, shutting down CGN in every turn.
He was unbelievable. I mean, look at how much effort he was bringing into the fight, whether that was on the Sheriff, whether that was on the Outlaw, whether that was on the Blaze, whether that was on the Rifle, whether that was on the Operator, right? We're seeing one sequence after the other. Whatever sort of situation you put him in, he was there for the squad. And I think what's important was that he was also everywhere, right? He was really hard to handle for CGN because you couldn't really predict where he was going to show up, right? When one of the players is having a really good time on the server, often a simple strat can be, okay, let's avoid him. He's there, let's go elsewhere. You couldn't avoid this man. He was omnipresent.
Yeah, it does obviously mean now that for CGN, it's a very, very awkward situation in terms of momentum because it really felt like it was all over for them. They got it done, job done, we can chill out, and then suddenly it's completely back in the favor of Chillicler. We're going to that decider. Look, after the immense three halves that we saw from this DAC side, it does feel a little bit like they burned out just a little too much at the end of that one. Let WTEX get started there on the Operator, and now the momentum is very much in the favor of Chillicler. We will find out how the series goes, but of course, an all-important final map after this break. Hello everybody, welcome back to EMEA Challengers Last Chance Qualifiers. caught you unawares there, Pavlos. But we are back with the last map here of our first series between CGN Esports and Chilliclear there. Pavlos, look, this is a very important decider here. Look, for CGN, I think obviously they were having the time of their lives for quite a while there. It all went very wrong for them. Do you think Haven is a place that they can kind of get themselves back in the swing of things, or is the momentum run away from them a little bit now?
Look, there's no doubt in my mind that the momentum has obviously left CGN. They're not feeling with the comfort that they were playing in the very first map. Yeah. However, I'm not fully convinced of Chilliclear's Haven, right? They've had many difficulties on this map. Sure, they've gotten some important wins, but every single game that they've had has been extremely, extremely close. And sure, it's against good teams, but, you know, I feel like when you can't get across the line simply without having a war of attrition in your hands, things could go anywhere. It could get very unpredictable, and I think that relying on that for CGN might be a bit too tough.
Something that CGN has going on for them that Chilliclear doesn't really have is experience. I think the casters highlighted it time and time again. Zippen, I think he was even kind of popping off at the end of that split, trying to find some rounds single-handedly, getting a 4-piece as well. He's one of the most decorated players in Tier 2 right now. Obviously, Masters Copenhagen winner, but went to different tournaments as well, been to champs, etc. And I think that's where CGN really need to draw their last breath in this map. They have to find that experience, get that down to the core, and find the momentum eventually by getting those small wins in the rounds, maybe finding that pistol round as well. But then on the other hand, you have Chilliclear, young players who have just won against this experienced roster. I think they must be hyped, really, really hyped.
Yeah, at the same time, I'm looking at where CGN feel most comfortable, and it very much comes in hand with the type of comps that they play. And I feel like Haven they do play the comp that really fits into the playstyle that they like to go for, right? They go for, they elect a plan, they organize it, and they just zoom in without a moment's notice. They've got the Neon available to this, they've got the Phoenix. I imagine we won't be seeing any changes in that regard as we jump into the Agent Select itself. But it's a matter of whether Chilliclear can slow them down themselves, because just like CGN, up until this point, they've gone for Neon comps, but right now, I'm seeing a Harbor, I'm seeing Jet coming into that equation instead.
I love that Chilliclear are going back to the composition that they were playing against Misa, that they were playing against Barca. I think this was something that they brought in terms of trying to counter against Firefly's esports yesterday, or the different comp rather, the Waylay, but now they go back to their roots, which is something that is quite hard for CGN, trying to discover which composition Chilliclear is going to be playing. So what is the preparation? What has been the preparation for CGN esports here? Are they familiar on how Chilliclear play this composition, or have they made their preparations for that other comp that Chilliclear was playing against Fireflux Esports? Interesting to see on the server.
Yeah, exactly. I think, that's the thing. With so many games for Chilliclear in the play-ins to the LCQs here, they've been able to experiment with quite a few different options coming into Haven here. And CGN, obviously, a more well-documented team when it comes to this. I think in terms of this map specifically, obviously, it's very much a regular float for CGN. They don't mind going into the Haven. They've lost it as many times as they've won it recently. For on the side of Chilliclear, this is where they staged their comeback, or finished off their comeback against Fireflux just the other day. And while all of their maps on Haven have gone the full distance, a lot of the time they have come out on top on those. So let's see if they can do it again. It's the most important time for them to do it in this single elimination, to get into the grand finals here of the LCQs and give themselves a chance at that final spot for the EMEA VCT play-ins. Let's find out with Hazza and Cairo.
Yes, we move on to the decider of this series now. Both teams just one map away from the grand final, but 20 minutes ago, CGN were only a couple of rounds away, Cairo, and they have let it slip. Well and truly, there is an opportunity to be snatched away now by Chilliclair. They have to make the most of this chance.
I imagine lovely, but you're muted once again. So... yeah, I mean, final map. There's a lot of similarities between the last series that Chilliclair played with them playing up against Fireflux, at which 13-2 they lost the first map and were able to bounce back all the way on towards Haven. Can they do it once again as we head into our third and final map?
Chilliclair starting on the defender's side. And I mean, with this double wall composition, you're expecting them to thrive here. It's not often you'll see teams play retake towards the A side of the map. For that reason, they've got numbers. They're ready to just overload this space. Cyphercam in mid. And of course, Mapeasy there with the support of a trapwire should things get towards the C side. But for now, CGN, pretty slow in their initial uptake.
I don't like Mapeasy's position though on the site. He should be playing a lot more passive. Finally does so, but as the trapwire does get cleared, CGN want to re-clear the A lobby space, but they're like moths to a flame right now, answering to any sort of, I guess, any sort of presence, looking to try and get a pick, but Chilliclair are happy for this.
Yeah, I think the reason why Mapeasy was playing more towards the platform was just to get a little bit of garage information. As you can see, Chilliclair still re-clearing that space. We've only got one player out on the A site, that's Kabzi. He's going to be able to sidestep the stun, and in comes the high tide. Should slow any of those CGN players upon entry, and Kabzi's able to profit. 2 kills taken from that exchange. Slaughter right here by his side. Couple more looking to flood out into Graffiti, and CGN held at arm's length, barred entrance to the A site in the end, and that fast flood from Chilliclair proves dividends.
Flood, key words, because right now I feel as if the Harbour is going to be a massive component for Chilliclair. Sure, the Viper has been common throughout, but is this the first signs that we've seen of Harbour's real resurgence? I really like his implementation on the A side when they try to get back in, using the wall to create an issue and pockets in which players can lie within. CGN, I'm worried, because this isn't a normal pick that you would be able to get practice against.
Toxins going up.
And Chilliclair look well set up for this map so far.
One down.
There's certainly VTEX already opening proceedings on the anti-eco. Mapeasy has a judge here in garage, so it's a simple picking onto Wolfen, and there you have it. Already 2 players to the good. Coming back to this conversation about the map, I mean, the records for both teams are pretty similar. CGN are 2-1 in this event. Chilliclair, 3-2 so far. And having beaten a couple of notable teams like Fireflux and Misa. Fireflux most specifically on a rematch after having already lost to them in an OT previous. They have shown improvement. This is the comp that worked out the better for them.
Nice shot from VTEX, and yeah, Chilliclair showing us what they can do on the defense. I think a lot of it revolves around these walls and trying to cycle them. We've spoke about that on Breeze.
This goes here. Oh, this is a nice spot. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, even actually in their most recent meeting with Fireflux, they were playing Waylay Neon instead. It's 4 of the 5 times that we've actually seen this Harbour Viper. Slight change up in the Sentinel department.
And that's a red herring though, Haza, with the Sky flashing early down C long and already beginning to rotate. CGN though, exploring towards this A portion of the map.
Yeah, they were. I don't know if I'm on a frozen screen. Same as you or not, I can hear the round.
Yeah, very slow playthrough at the minute. Seems if the wall is going up.
Going up! yeah, the Phoenix just said going up. So.
Yeah.
I don't know if the people watching can see anything. We are literally stuck on the feed. Oh, we have a screen share. Hold on. Okay, Mapeasy in the smoke. He's dead. It is a 5 versus 4 for CGN.
Advantage in their favour, obviously, but you can already see Chile trying to split up their options, happy to retake towards C. This is complete beat out from Zepan. And C ends up pulling some bodies across, but the entry from Samed, good. And that spike can go down on B. Well stopped in terms of CGN players. Chile struggling to get back in.
Yeah, 3 players in A link here, cordoned off by CGN, who are looking to charge them down in position. It does allow Slaughter to get a couple back in the spray, but not any meaningful damage onto the attack side. So the bonus, no better. And with that, CGN, the first round for them on Haven.
That goes there. That goes there.
Yeah, I mean, getting your first round on Haven, obviously a very important one. But at this moment in time, we're going to have to quickly take a break to try and get things sorted for you guys at home. So don't go far, and we'll be back in a second.
All right, so we are back. Apologies for the slight technical error there, but the game shall resume. where we left off. CGN getting their first round, denial of the bonus from Chilliclair, now into the first gun round between the teams, and a pretty important round for both to establish themselves in this decider.
Important one. Denial for the operator getting out early, which VTEX has done brilliantly so far on Split, or did brilliantly on Split, haunted the CGN dreams, and they should know that this is a possibility. With the money potential on the screen, VTEX has picked it up most times on the defense, but the spike denied any exit towards A long, while the rest of the team begins to scale. VTEX doesn't quite grasp the position and has to go back. Samed already out on towards the A side. The shorty working out. Ibanata even able to deny Samed his life. Both duelists gone. And this A site under lock and key.
Yeah, Chilliclair again showing the strength and composition that they have to very quickly fight for this space with the Harbour High Tide as well. Get numbers in backside. Rotation being called here by CGN, but they're light on numbers, and Mapeasy has so much utility to play off.
Split through the garage. Mapeasy, as you said, trying to play around his own wall and decipher utility that was on site. Has done so successfully until that moment. Wolfen goes on the hunt, looks to try and find his own, has support and JD, but unfortunately both players line up and give Chilliclair their answer back into this map.
This is exactly what Chilliclair had been doing, even so far as the defender side of Split, which stoked the dying embers of their LCQ campaign. Of course, to remind you all at home, there is just one slot left for the Challengers teams amongst the VCT partnered rosters that do not directly qualify into the playoff stage in Stage 2 later on this month. Just getting these rotations in quickly and wiping out CGN before they can get into post-plant. Of course, there was a much bigger threat with their previous composition, the double Santi, but here, just because of the map geometry, because it's Haven a lot of the time, the A site, just not something you can give up. They have shown no willingness to already, and I've been very impressed.
Yeah, I think the Chilliclair with just the A lobby priority is going to be an issue that CGN just haven't answered yet. I mean, it seems as if they answered it on that bonus round, but Chilliclair at lesser weaponry, there's a caveat to that, there's an asterisk on it. In the end, we'll see if that truly continues to be the case. Cabsy with his own ultimate slaughter 108. That's going to allow this defense to maybe have a little bit more momentum and continuously deny CGN opportunities when they have buys, because right now it's a bit of a mixed bag. Sheriff's there and the Guardian of Samed, which we'll be looking to most importantly to have any sort of relief for CGN.
Spike down mid.
VTEX opens his account. It's with the rifle this time, no operator. Saved into the follow-up round from Chilliclair. The reposition is beautiful. Acutely tucked away in the corner, Samed running in dry. It's the best opportunity that CGN had to make something happen. Quick injection of pace. It comes up empty-handed. The site on A is vacant for now, so there's a chance that they could wander into this one here, but Chilliclair have already brought numbers over.
Where's Vince away to? It seems as if he's exploring the C site, but has given the spike to the Sova of JD. And he's going in solo. I mean, if that C site open, JD probably being called back right now.
Yep. Pretty long way to go, and you actually want Vince, if you're CGN here, to wrap around and find a kill. That is the final sign of life in the round gone, though. Spike carrier dropped on 8. And so Vince is going to take a long walk to the end of this round. There are no guns for him to collect, obviously, either, so he does want to die here. Mapeasy is going to take the kill. Even flicks away like he's in a TikTok edit for some style points. Flawless round for Chilliclair.
Well, he gets 5 stars from me, as does Chilliclair so far. 4 rounds, and even
seconds.
after the timeout, I have to say, CGN looked a little lost. Hopefully this next round, where we see the rifle round post-timeout, is where we see the difference. But once again, I am seeing a striking resemblance to how that split attack looked.
Yeah, it's definitely feeling that way. I mean, back-to-back attack halves across from Split to Haven, the 2 maps which you highlighted in this pool as being a strength of the Turkish region, and I think we've certainly seen that translate so far. To be honest, I'd probably argue that Breeze was more in that conversation.
Yeah.
But
I
it didn't seem to work out, at least at the start. That's a conversation for another time. CGN hard pushing the C site here. It's Zipan that drops through the spray. Oh, and Slaughter just making it a massacre on the C site. Unchecked in the corner yet again. It's just the same issues cropping up for CGN every time.
I mean, walk through a choke, get shot down. We're actually going to see a second investment of a timeout from CGN. They just have not got started at all here on this attack, and I can imagine there's frustration with head coach Capio. But yeah, well, I want to continue that conversation. I feel as if for me, when I look at Chile Claire and I look at the maps that they're winning in series to series, right? Because I've been and I've looked through the kind of historic matchups. I've been seeing that the Havens, the Splits, the Ascents keep cropping up and keep being won out in the important parts of series. Right now, I mean, has a penny for Capio's thoughts at this minute in time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 2 timeouts in 1 half, it's telling. Attack side Haven, of course you want to maximize the amount of rounds that you get here, but even then, if they can somehow string together the following 6, a 7-5 might not even be enough.
It's not even for me, like the fact that it's 2 timeouts in 1 half. We've seen it before, and we've seen it course correct, right? But it's 2 timeouts in 3 rounds, it feels like.
Sure. Not onboarding those adaptations, perhaps, because, as you mentioned at the start, the amount of reps that CGN will have had against this kind of composition can't exactly be many. Coming into today, there's a high probability they would have been prepping for something else, as we did see the Neon Waylay last shown by Chile Claire in this competition. But always the possibility that they could go back into the strat book and pull this one out. And yeah, CGN are paying the ultimate price as it stands. Like I said, 2 rounds away from making it into the grand final. That's already passed them by. You can't still be lingering on it, but for us in the narrative, it remains to be the case. There is a missed opportunity there. And looking at it now on this eco, grinding their way up to the A site. There are traps for Chile Claire, who are actually playing offsite for the first time.
Looking to retake or perhaps flood in, as they've done so quite a few times with this harbour. You can see already the harbour prepped for it, and there comes the wall.
Ooh, it's a nice wall as well. Cuts across the back section of the site, so it allows for the players to retake in from spawn a little easier, take those graffiti jewels. Samed does win one back though in the conversation, and with this overdrive still online, constantly a threat. Zipan low but flashing in to help set up Samed, and with that they might have just won the round. Slaughter's got so much to do and he can't suffice. Thrifty for CGN, exactly when they needed it.
That is a massive pressure relief. The Valve let off, and you can see exactly the game plan for Chile Claire in terms of like using the harbour wall, trying to divvy up the site, and really provide to be an issue. Samed being the biggest of that, and you can understand why they say A site is the hardest to retake into. So many crossfires, so many setups.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
And we can forgive Zipan for missing the shots he did. Round 1 in the end. And we're back to a full buy for either side.
I think the difference is there as well that Chile Claire were willing to play full retake. It wasn't a flood as you described it. There was no initial interruption on that spike plant, so CGN allowed those strong post-plant positions, is what ends up winning it for them. Looking at it here, though, they are walking into another crossfire. This time, it is Chilliclair, and those close corners have been checked. Zipan dies just before getting the run it back online, of which we've not seen so far in this map. If you're playing the Phoenix, you should be farming the orbs. CGN not with the value for now.
We've not seen it. I mean, A lobby has been firmly under control of Chilliclair. We're going to see the Cypher ultimate coming through, and it's garnering information on the attack as they head on towards A. And as you said, it was a retake. It's a flood definitely this time, and Vince has capitalised upon it. So is the rest of CGN. And it's left VTEX with just an operator and no hope in hell.
The difference is they are a lot slower on this occasion. There was no player anchoring the site for them to support and play off. The delay didn't work because the high tide came up behind CGN, so they might as well have been playing a retake. Just the bubble to offer any kind of relief on those CT players, and without it being reinforced, Vince gets the double spray. CGN chaining back-to-back rounds. I also can't help but feel these haven't exactly been perfect rounds from them. They've just been a little bit more aware of Chilliclair's game plan, and that has made the 10% difference that's required for them to get on the board.
I mean, managing to find a successful avenue in which CGN can start to build from. Just gives this attack and a lifeline. Double duelist on defense can be, well, a lot of people think not that defense heavy, but it typically actually we've found in the success rates a higher win percentage on defense should CGN manage to maneuver in a way. VTEX just playing in the smoke that CGN have set down on this A side, but with nobody following it up, that operator's going to be quickly back on the line and information given to the Turks.
Yeah, flash beyond that, a long smoke comes up with nothing, so Chilliclair having a rough idea of what exactly is going down. Another B play queued up by CGN with Samed heading it. He gets dropped. His brains burst by Slaughter. Spike is able to get planted at the very least, and this Hunter's Fury is doing the heavy lifting, bringing Chilliclair out of action as CGN fight back through a link. Now dropping into a slightly deeper post plant with garage control under their banner. VTEX and Mapeasy have everything to do in this situation, and little wiggle room to actually go ahead and complete the task. VTEX cuts his losses, operator kept. Should have just been spotted on the reveal, in fact, through the silhouette. So Wolfen is in position to challenge it. Not going to be able to take that one away, though.
No, definitely not. I think Capio has successfully shaken CGN back awake. And you can see how everybody is hitting their shots. Everyone playing off of one another. And I think that's something that I've not necessarily seen from CGN since Breeze. That team play. VTEX able to keep his coveted operator. And we're actually going to get a third time out of the half. It's Chilliclair try and find a success or a successful answer to how CGN have started to garner these rounds.
Yeah, we've seen quite a priority holds, but actually Chilliclair not getting much from it. Makes sense. They have quicker rotation. Those player numbers towards A of the map, but just move initial control. A lobby was a fantastic area. How they were trying to of VTEX, the long angle harder to take than that of Seward. For CGN, all about the tempo, I think. These last couple of rounds, they've been easy, they've been quick, and that's where Chilliclair are now starting to buckle a
quick technical pause. But
Tech pauses, eh? Who would have them? Hopefully not us anymore, as we have fixed the issue for now, and we're back in game. 5-4, Chilliclair versus CGN. The final map in this first semi-final for a spot at the VCT play-in stage of EMEA Stage 2. Plenty on the line here. CGN starting to get back into this one, and it looks like they're going to have another site at their disposal. It's A, where they're heading on round number 10.
Yeah, I mean, already Chilliclair have completely cleared the site. Spike should go down. Wolfen are worlds away, but he needs to get into position quickly to be a pivotal flank.
Yeah, so far away from everything else going on, but looks to make up the rest of this A defense now. It's another Harbor ulti coming in. VTEX at the front of it, leading the line as he has done. Map to map, it's Samet that drops behind it. The tune's going as Slaughter is continuing to serve up these kills. 3 more already, and there you go, trade out at the end. Chilliclair with a successful retake, this time on A, and the defuse to come.
No more timeouts on CGN. Only one left on Chilliclair. And if you're CGN, what you're hoping for is that you can be in a decent enough position for the next half so you can perhaps trigger one more timeout on the opposing side. That is the big thing. Should we need a timeout? The 2-round gap. Slaughter 17 and 5, and the real difference maker so far on map number 3. So a quick C main push has garnered some important and pivotal space which Chilliclair can play from, but CGN bust out of garage but somehow take the site. Slaughter continuing to knock people down, and VTEX's operator introduces itself. Wolfen on the A site, and that's going to use Vince's ultimate to get out, but left JD all alone as a 2v3.
Spike planted.
Kabzi has found himself in position.
Here.
Just misses his opportunity of finding a kill.
Might still walk into VTEX here though. Yeah, it's just a warning shot from the op for now, but CGN can regroup here. Vince doesn't. Kabzi another, and now Wolfen 1v3. It's been identified, and it is Kabzi that will finish it off there. So Chilliclair with 2 rounds back-to-back, Cairo, coming out of that tech pause.
Yeah, I mean, up to 7, advantage taken into the next half. On a defense, have they done enough? I mean, with one more round to play, you feel as if the answer is yes. Apart from a small resurgence that CGN had, Chilliclair right now will think themselves pretty pretty good heading into that next half.
Just gonna have to see how it tracks, of course. We mentioned this double wall setup, really strong on the defense if played correctly. Chilliclair's definitely got the better of CGN as it stands, but remains to be seen what their attack will look like. I like this. Slaughter getting the early orb, Harbor ulti online again. And VTEX with the op here, playing from bricks, and Zipan does catch him. Mapeasy wants Suez though, and the stall is enough, especially with the ultimate, to stop CGN making meaningful ground. Wolfen still though moves up Suez and finds Mapeasy.
Yeah, Slaughter's still alive. He is the raid boss that you need to look towards.
Has his own blind here. Does catch one player just on the mouth of this A main choke point. JD has still taken a bit of ground though. Slaughter cuts him off from the rest of the team, detached from the rest. Still holding down backside. Slaughter another on the round already, and Samed trying to fight back into things is gonna be the difference maker in the end. A 5th for CGN secured, but it was not pretty by any means.
It was not pretty, it was pretty scrappy overall. And as we head to the half-time, the coaches get one last talk with the players. I think that's going to be an important one, considering CGN need a mighty comeback should they deny the grand final to Chilliclair.
We'll find out if that is the case with our final half of this series coming up after the break.
One enemy remaining. That was their
One half to decide it all. A spot in the grand final awaits one of these teams. A chance at VCT awaits one of these teams. But has a mighty comeback is needed for CGN on a defensive haven, or else the Turkish team will be heading in that direction.
Yeah, Chileclair should have had no right getting to the grand final with how things were looking heading into the second half of Split. But those 12 rounds can change everything, as we have been proven. Looking at it here in the pistol, it's a drone inside 20 seconds from JD. Spots out Kabzi in mid, but it's just a Cypher player. A lurk perhaps anticipated. As CGN still have plenty of numbers stationed on A, 3 players ready to receive this push. As the spike is slowly making its way up sewers. JD, in fact, has completely given up B behind this Viper wall, so that info is the fog of war right now.
Big damage being dealt by Zipan right now. He might have put CGN on the front foot, but the bust out of B might catch him off guard. I mean, the bullet's being held. JD, does he know there's a player up close? Takes his time in, but there's a player behind you, JD.
Yeah.
He's given Chileclair the entry kill, the first blood.
Yeah, a bit of a lack of awareness there from JD. That was the weakness, the exposure point in this defense. The next is Wolfen. He drops in Garage, another area that CGN should have been thinking about. Chileclair, in the meantime, have managed to manufacture themselves an incredibly strong post-plant.
It's not been the prettiest match between these two. Some rounds have gone missing. This round, CGN have gone missing. 4 alive for Chileclair, and they're looking to put CGN to the sword.
I've got to say, as this game has grown on, Chileclair have started to show me why they deserve to be here, why they were one of those 3 teams from the 36 that we had in Swiss from play-ins to qualify to this event. And now one of the top 4, soon to be top 2 if this carries on, to take the final spot. For all of the talent we've had from Turkey, it seems that there might be enough room for one more team. Guess my concerns were, if they were to go any further than this, could they beat the teams on the other side of the bracket, Cairo? The desk was talking of experience. CGN need to show some of it here.
Oh, they do, and it starts with the right click from Zipan onto Mapizi. Kabzi elsewhere has found Samed, and that spike's still not committed towards anywhere. That's a big kill from JD, and now things maybe a little bit put into trepidation. Wolfen's Bandits found another, and now we're starting to think that this could be doable for CGN. Not if Slaughter's alive. That spike can't go down.
Yeah, this round, still an opportunity for CGN. Gonna need to hit some heads. Zipan gets out early into logs.
Oh, and gets another
big
kill.
Catch.
A Spectre on the ground. Slaughter now has to clutch with just a Marshall.
Perfect gun for it. Both one body shot.
Yeah, but that was the flash. You were hoping that would try and bring Slaughter off the line. His blind not hitting, and now JD waiting for his chance, but unfortunately it's 4 in a row for Slaughter. And gives Chiliclair their anti-equal round.
Yeah, the round which they should be deserving of. CGN definitely made them sweat. Slaughter, again, it's been a spotless map from him. Into this team, only 19 years of age. And there are 4 teenagers on the Chiliclair side. The youngest of them, VTEX, doesn't turn 18 until November, so if there's any world that they get to Shanghai, he won't be there. But it's a long way away for now.
That's done.
Yeah, that would be crazy. Japan finding that headshot pretty crazy in itself. The Chiliclair have been forced into this one. And CGN finding themselves with a pretty poor economy state themselves. Chiliclair, should they lose this, has it, have a chance to force into the next one as well.
Careful here.
Yeah, Slaughter is only on the Bandit. Probably would have liked to recover the rifle from Zipan's hands. Samed has just slotted in behind in garage window, and as you're looking at it right now, Chiliclair trying to create a bit of a distraction, raise some pressure. The alarm bells on the other side of the map on the A extremity, but this re-clear from CGN is perfect, and Samed is ready to take a timing off the back of it. Stuns himself though, and that could be a huge blunder in this exchange. A key moment in the sequence as Wolford is left solo. Side hold on C. Fantastic transfer. 2 names taken. Mapeasy trying to plug the gap in behind. Does manage to pull it on Vince, but Wolfen's still going. The engine behind this CGN side on their defensive rounds, and he stands tall for them again.
He has been the one guiding light for CGN from map to map to map, and he shows it and shows up when he's needed. But is it light in the darkness, or is it just another train coming through the tunnel? We'll need to see, has it. CGN look to make their defensive claims on A lobby.
That's where the initial priority is set. This is a huge swing round between the teams. Money on the line, chips are down, and look, if Chiliclair can win here, they might just fully break the economy of CGN and set themselves up with an end game for this map and series. A second semi-final yet to come, but as it stands, the Turks in the driving seat here. Another DAC representative on the opposite side of the bracket. It's usually been CGN that go deep out of all of their regional members. 3rd place finish at Ascension in 2024. This the closest they've been since then. Samed the first point of contact as the A push comes in.
Yeah, takes his time in, but there is a quick trade. Zipan's flash didn't grab anyone, but his gun definitely does. As does JD's, as does the whole of CGN, it seems like. That spike is on the ground and there's time to play with. But with Wolfen on the hunt, once again on that flank. Is there any relief for Chiliclair here?
30 seconds left.
And the round riding on Wolfen. He is the player, the human blockade, keeping them cornered on A. I don't think Chiliclair are even looking to try and dig this name out. If they had done 5 seconds or so sooner, maybe there was a case to be made for a B plant, but it looks like that chance has evaporated in front of their very eyes. Save call made, and with the money in mind, you understand the reasons, the rationale. As I was saying, this was a huge opportunity for them to break the back of CGN. It's not quite come through. Just the 2 rounds between the teams now.
2-round game can quickly become 1. Especially when you look at the buy that's been thrown into the mix-up. Chilliclear are being put in a very difficult position. It's do or die, it feels like, on this attack. If they keep being denied spike plants, they'll find themselves quickly being locked out of this series, locked out of a spot in the grand final. Samed bringing out his operator, and that's towards C.
The fact that the last 2 gun rounds haven't gone Chilliclear's way is what gets you worried, and as you say, another dimension brought to the defense. Samed's op. For a moment it felt like they might be playing into it, but the attack has other ambitions. The B site is where they'll lay their hat for now. JD's recon flies through, doesn't scan onto anything. And a priority must be set here for space taken. Looks like it's going to have to be a full main post plant from Chilliclear.
Ziphan's already started to clear out all of this site, but hasn't quite found the kills. And while you see everybody out on main, they've already triggered the ultimate of Chilliclear, the Harbour one. And that's going to be an issue, as there's still smokes online for CGN. Trying to get the defuse started, the bullet's not hitting. This is a worry right now. Chilliclear finally able to deny the defuse, but it's already been halved. Starting to work on it again. More denial coming through from Chilliclear, but it's chaos in main. Vince once again left alone, and that operator hits. CGN have the defuse in half the round.
I can't believe that Vince lands that final shot. The round as it was set up initially favoured CGN. Swung back towards Chilliclear in this sequence here. VTech's out in the open, and a ridiculous shot fired between his eyes.
This goes here.
To claw that one back from the jaws of defeat. Still the money unwavering here for the attack side, but another loss could be enough to push them into financial ruin, Cairo. Seeing VTech take the hit on just the blades here with money left in pocket to help them live a little longer. Samed's opts out on the line though, and again, that will be the biggest problem they face in this round.
Trying to make sure that that bubble will pop as quickly as possible. VTech deposited deep on C long, and that's where the spike is currently being held.
Oh. Yeah, preemptive recon dart from JD. Cross-map dart there, lineup used to catch the push coming in, but Chilliclear haven't yet. It's one bit of utility less that they've got to think about. Here is the execution, and Samed doesn't land the shot. The reaction simply not as fast as VTech's. A lightning bolt bottled up, and the spike down.
Yeah, just keep an eye on Cabsy as he goes for this flag, but it's still 4-on-4 on the site.
Super long rotation, double controller with the orb placed. You're thinking there would be a little bit more stall here for Chilliclear, but not to be the case as of right now. It's coming down to the gunfights instead, and Cabsy won't even get a taste of the action before the rest of CGN are swept under the carpet. 10 rounds reached first by Chilliclear, and Cairo, it's just a round like that that completely skews the narrative.
I think that's the problem with these two teams. I feel as if Chilliclear have this identity around them where they're very mercurial. They can flick a switch and decapitate you. CGN feel like a well-oiled machine, and right now that well-oiled machine is being capitalized upon by the attack. 3 rounds and the grouping from Chilliclear. That Marshall though wins it against the operator.
Yeah, nicely done from Vince. Another tag as well. Depends how much more he really wants to take on board here.
He's seen plenty, and that's why the rest of CGN are on the move.
Walked up into the courtyard. Wolfen just toying with them. It's Samed you've got to be worried about. He's the one with a rifle in hand. Couple shots led off. Further damage, but can be healed off by Ibanata as Chilliclear are still just progressing through the early stages of the map. They've cleared out all of the CGN players that were deposited in middle, and a full reset to the round.
You can see right now Samed on the line early on A. There's a rule, you should never go B on an eco. And Chilliclear look to break that rule right now, or be forced into it.
A cautionary statement, if anything. And as it stands, CGN do have 2 or 3 bodies that can action off of that kind of a play.
30 seconds left.
30-second mark cross. Chilliclear now have to make a move, and with Wolfen moving up C long, his chance to interrupt things does fade away. Vince still in play here with the Marshall. Rotations continuing to arrive, 15 seconds. Spike only just emerging from C long now. Zipan's the one on site, but he's not got the rifle. Have to be playing for Samed in this position. Reveal lights up a lot of players, but the plant comes in, and Chilliclear are just about going to get through.
Samed misses the window to capitalise upon the utility, and unfortunately Chilliclear are able to extend the lead once again. 2 rounds away from finishing out this series as the victors and heading to that grand final, where a VCT spot awaits for the winner of that match. Feels as if the Turkish Strawberries have done everything they need. Wolfen back to holding on to C. Rifle in his hands, we know what he can do, but can he deny the full onslaught of the Turkish side?
Wolfen cages up from backside. He knows exactly where Vtex is. Follow-up kill from the Cypher, and the supporting cast of CGN have already arrived here in high time. Zipan sprays away through the smoke for a couple more. Kabzi lit up by the recon from JD, and it's all on Slaughter now. 25 kills already in this map, the Harbour player, but Samed waits not a moment longer to remove him. CGN still in this chase, Cairo, as the night goes on.
Yeah, if I'm the coach, I'm thinking, or my button is, oh sorry, my timeout button is being hovered over, just because you don't want to allow CGN to get too close. At the same time, you don't want to allow Capio a chance to speak to his team, because, well, it's a timeout for you, it's a timeout for him also. The aim of the exercise for Chilliclear on this default should be find the Cypher and stay away from him, because Wolfen has been the hero so far for CGN.
And Samed is the villain against Chilliclear, because it's a couple of times now, especially in the first and second map, where he was terrorizing them consistently. With Vtex dropped early, that is your entry duelist gone. Coming back to something you were saying earlier, Cairo, feels like CGN have a much more consistent floor, where Chilliclear have this extended peak of what they can do as a roster. Still only just getting to know them in this tournament. It's Wolfen's setup that they're going to be heading into this time, as you warned.
That camera should clear him though, and he's forced in the corner, but I mean, you don't back Wolfen into a corner because he'll fight his way back out of it. The first kill successful, and oh well, plenty more on top of that, as it looks to settle into a 2 versus 5, and Chilliclear have to try and get themselves out of this.
Yeah, the feed did drop for just a second, so whatever Wolfen did, we can go back and look at the replay in 3 minutes time. The map might be done by then, by the time we catch up to live, as CGN keeping themselves in it for now, looking for an extension of play. Slaughter, the last one to fall. And it's at this stage in the game where we come back to the experience conversation again. I don't know, though, for me at least, if I feel as confident in CGN as I do other teams with the kind of accolades that they have from this position.
Yeah, I agree. I think the thing is, though, is we're going to head in towards another round. The coach of Chilliclear happy to let this one run. And with all the ultimates that CGN currently have, I don't know if I agree with that decision. We'll find out. As there's a stack of bodies towards A.
Yeah, Kabzi not yet sighted beyond the cage. Harbour Cove used early and long. This just a tool to insert the Cypher player aggressively. Brilliant kill. And while the neural theft's invested, Samed's made an absolute meal of it. Stun is a little better, but the information's there. B-site will be taken, and a post-plant set up for the attack.
Yeah, lucky the Cove went up in time, or else that would have been a kill for Zipan. With the Viper's Pit in play, this B-plant maybe a little bit more fortuitous for Chilliclear. And once again, the Harbour ulti goes in.
Looked like they wanted to concede the Viper's Pit, but actually the decision now made to fortify it beyond this Harbor ultimate. Mapeasy charging in with the Judge. Slaughter not too far behind and makes a killing on B site. Wolfen 30 points of health. He's got nowhere to look, nowhere to hide. But the length of C long, which he will scurry to. Chilliclear are 1 round away from a grand final spot and the chance to head to Berlin for VCT EMEA Stage 2. Like I said earlier, this is a roster that we're only just now fully starting to understand and see play. To think that it could be another Turkish team in the top flight is just bewildering stuff.
It shows you the strength of the region. It shows you the quality that they have in droves. You can remember, Hazard, this is a roster made for this event. For those wondering, who are these guys? We don't know. They came from the Foot Academy. And they've announced themselves on the scene, as the Turkish roster seems to do year on year on year. 3 years in a row, that is. BBL Pacific to Ulf, now to Chilliclear, as they put themselves in position to grab a grand final spot. A site has been completely cleared by CGN, but that's not where the finish is.
The core of this team has played a Challengers campaign before, but never an interregional. Never anything with the stakes as big as this. Ex-Masters winners on the other side of the server. Players who have been to many an event over the years. But like you say, that long list of Turkish talent continuing to grow. Reborn already there. Now it's Wolfen. He's just looking to challenge this head on. He wants to fight. He won't go down without a duel, and that might be what ends up killing him.
Yeah, playing within the chaos of the Hunter's Fury. It seems as if Chilliclear have an idea and they're going to take him out. The hero gone, and now it's just up to Zipan. The Phoenix, he'll go, and so will CGN as Chilliclear to the grand final.
You know the saying that spring showers bring May flowers? Well, it has taken some time, but in the sweet summer months of July, it is the Strawberries who look to be heading to a grand final here, Cairo. I can't believe that we're saying this, really. Just the amount of talent that has consistently been pulled from the well of the Turkish region is astounding, and to add another 5 names to this list at this stage is ridiculous. Mapeasy, Slaughter, Kabzi, all 19, VTech 17, and you know, the in-game leader Ibnata only 20. The majority of them from the academy. Kabzi a stand-in for Misa last year. They don't have the track record. There's nothing elegant about this. This is just 5 players who have grinded their way back to the top for the first time, I should say, against the roster which really we have demanded better of all year and has come up short yet again. It is not enough for CGN this time as they fall short.
Yeah, it feels as if it's a region we've demanded better of time and time again. The DACH region, who me and you at times have championed as a region that we need more representation from. I feel as if CGN have let us down, but there is still one more champion that we can perhaps look towards as we look at the grand finals.
Yes, there is one more team to greet them there. Chilliclear through to that grand final, but we have to see who they're up against, and for that reason, a second semi-final not too far away, but for now, closing things up with the analyst desk.
I'll paint a picture in your mind. The year is 2030. Every team in VCT is comprised entirely of Turkish players. 5 new players that you've never heard of has just joined the league. It looks like this is the future we're looking towards. We seem to get a new Turkish team absolutely dominating here in Tier 2 every single split. And it really seems like it does not stop whatsoever. Chilliclear managed to get it done in the same fashion that they seem to be winning every single series so far. Ridiculous stuff. They make it to the grand finals here of the LCQs. They've still got one more game, as Hazard and Cairo mentioned, to win. But my lord, those numbers from Slaughter, Pavlos.
No, he absolutely has been insane, especially, you know, looking at that last round, how determined he was to lock that round down then and there. an absolute consistency for Chileclair. And look, I feel like you're looking at a team that comprises of many various talents, right? You're not only relying on what VTEX can bring to the table, you've got a bunch of other players that can perform at the highest of level. And that's just scary. You know, having a region being so deep with talent, yeah, it's nuts.
And I mean, the whole series kind of tells that tale of VTEX stepping up on that map too, dropping 33 kills, and now it's Slaughter on that last map of Haven dropping another 33 kills. Incredible individuals in this roster, and they are so young. VTEX at 17 years of age, Slaughter at 19 years, and Twiggy, I mean, to me, that's just incredible.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to have a chat about that right now, so I'll come back to you guys in just a little bit. I've got an interview with the coach reviewer here. Congratulations, first of all, on making it to the grand finals.
Yeah, thank you.
Brilliant stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, look, how does it feel, first of all? I think, obviously, for the team, you know, kind of new territory being covered here. Is this feeling great in the camp?
Yeah, it's incredible. Like we how should I say it? Like, we are feeling the pressure, but we are also enjoying it really much, because this roster, except for Mepezi, no one else even played like EMEA Challengers at all. Yeah. Not even one international tournament. So we started with the play-ins, we enjoyed it, and like right now we are here. Like, my speaking is kind of bad because I'm shaking. I'm still shaking. Sorry.
That's absolutely fine. I mean, look, tell me about the play-ins, right? It's not very often when it comes to kind of tier 2 tournaments, when it comes to challengers so far, that you get to play so many games in that Swiss stage, right? Yeah. Do you think the amount of 7 I think it was that you played in the play-ins helped you guys prepare for the teams that you would be coming up against?
I would say yes, because like during November I was with this team again, except for Kabzi, we had Yugox and everything, but we had to play relegation, we had to play 2 of different off-season tournaments and everything, so we actually played like 20 games in 40 ways, so we were kind of used to playing that much, but I don't think other teams are like that ready for it, so we had an advantage there.
And look, when it comes to, you know, other teams as well, I think we need to obviously mention Turkey is a ridiculous region, right? Turkey has created so much talent on every kind of, both in Tier 2 here in Challengers and in VCT, of course. Do you feel that, you know, kind of pressure from, you know, obviously there's so many other teams that are trying to pip you to the mark when it gets to qualifying for higher tier events and everything like that? Is it pressure that helps you succeed, or is it pressure that kind of feels anxiety inducing?
Actually, like based on me and from what I see from my players, we don't think about that at all. We just play our games, so we don't feel the pressure that much on like, oh, this is a Turkish region and everything, and how should we do it and everything. But we don't have any idea about it. We just play our game. Okay, great. Well, speaking of which, look, is there a team that you would rather come up against between Mandatory and Eintracht Frankfurt, or is it just again, we'll play our game, we'll win either way? I mean, we will play our game no matter what, but in the Frankfurt, there's Tony. Like, I'm friends with Tony. He's assistant coach, so I would like to face with him on the finals. Okay, great. Well, thank you for having a chat with me, and best of luck with your prep for that, and best of luck in the game. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, as per usual, I don't know what I expected with the question about, will you just play your game in the grand finals? Of course they will. Every single team that we ask about that always says the same thing, but it's good to know that there's a little bit of a preference going on there. There's somebody to root for in our next game when it comes to those guys. But I mean, look, it seems to always happen that Turkey just comes up with something ridiculous. But let's focus on the game that we just watched. Let's focus on our team that unfortunately we have to say goodbye to now, CGN. It feels like
MP, this is a team that we seem to be saying goodbye to quite often. But maybe this is a running theme for DAC as a whole. But look, take me back into round 2. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? It seems like every DAC team we say goodbye to at some point before we feel we can. Anyway, round 6, take me back.
I think you're twigging right, but round 6, I think that was brilliance of Chile Claire. I think it was a great call coming from the look at this stack. CGN just came from a timeout on the previous round, and Chile Claire from that, they are completely abandoning A side, literally abandoning B side as well, and playing a full stack, expecting that CGN is gonna play this C execute. And well, who else than Slaughter to just completely mow down the whole side of CGN, and from that CGN had to go into another timeout in the span of 3 rounds, which in the end was the difference maker. To me, CGN not being able to go on another timeout to close it out in the end, and to me, CGN, they fell flat, Pavlos. I don't think they could find themselves back into the game here.
Yeah, I completely agree. And look, up until this point, up into the playoffs, seeing, the teams that CGN have been able to play up against and, have good results and kind of struggle, I came to the conclusion that they fail up against structured teams that can slow the game down and keep them thinking. I think CGN are their worst enemies. I no longer think that it's slow teams. The very fact that you see CGN overthink certain moments, sure, we can absolutely celebrate what we saw from Charlie Claire so far from this tournament and what they've been able to achieve coming out of nowhere. But CGN, yeah, this is far from expectations, and obviously that means this season is over for them. So yeah, I would love to have seen more from CGN. I think many people have that same thought, but next year, I guess.
Yeah, indeed. And well, that is the end of our first series, but we have another one for you today. Our second semi-finals will be up for you right after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Hello everybody, welcome back to the EMEA Challengers LCQs. Thank the Lord we took 5 extra seconds there because I was running back into my room. It's fine, look, we run a tight ship here and we go very fast. And anyway, I'm your host Twiggy and I am joined on the desk today by Pavlos and MP. It's, you know how like when you get towards the end of a day of a show, sometimes it gets silly. We have got towards the end of Challengers and so things have got silly, right? This is our last event, obviously. It's going to be horrible to say goodbye. But until that time, we still have 2 more series for you, and our second semi-final is coming up now. Eintracht Frankfurt versus Mandatory, a rematch, of course, from the group stage, Pavlos.
Absolutely. This is one of the most interesting matches, I feel, for playoffs overall. A very close series, and the last time these 2 teams faced up against each other, as you can see, Mandatory winning that first map 39, but the rest, even though Mandatory kept close call, Eintracht Frankfurt were able to deliver the reverse sweep. And look, I feel like this matchup lined up today is also poised to be fairly close as well. I feel like both of these sides have got strong talent, experience paired with newer members. There's a lot of parallels to be drawn.
Yeah, and to me, I think the one key part why that first series, that previous series, was really interesting was that fracture, the last map they were facing against each other, because something that Mandatory kind of struggled with were entries. They weren't finding any, especially on the attacking side. Literally 0 entries on the attacking side. They lost out completely from that. And why that's so interesting is I want to see how that shapes up the map video at the later later stages of this pre-show. That's going to be really, really interesting. But to me, one of the most interesting teams in this tournament has been Eintracht Frankfurt. So far, they are undefeated in last chance qualifier. And you're like, yeah, sure, only 3 games. No, they came through play-ins. They went undefeated in the play-ins, and what's most impressive about this is something that, Pavlos, you noticed about Eintracht Frankfurt as well.
I mean, when they win every game, quite frankly, they'll win many different scenarios. But I think the most important scenario to notice is that Eintracht Frankfurt, they have lost a few times against some very notable teams, just like Mandatory we mentioned moments ago. They lost the first map. But they never lost this series. I feel like these guys, even if they get off to a rough start, they've got a lot of willpower in them. Sure, you can back that up with how strong they are, but they'll never back down out of any match. And now being at playoffs, it's crunch time, and this is where they shine.
Yeah. Look, the thing is, it's always, I think it's more difficult when you are in such a large Swiss stage to get to the top of that group than you do realize. But Eintracht Frankfurt have done an incredibly good job of that. This time, though, they will be getting a rematch against a team that they were up against in the group stages. They won that game 2-1 after losing the first map. It's up against Mandatory here. Look, Mandatory, a team that we had looked at in the last stage of Challengers and been like, this is a team that we expect to do really well. They were making a really deep run. They didn't quite make it into the top 3 that was required to get them straight into the EMEA play-ins, but they have a second chance here. And look, they had to get past one of the other teams that we were looking at, right, to get through there. Focus, another team that we were looking at, didn't directly beat them, but they did have to get further past them here. And look, Mandatory, they do not quite have the same kind of undefeated streak, the same win rate. They've been dropping maps, but they have got to this stage, and that's all that matters at this point, Pavlos.
Indeed. And look, Mandatory is always going to be dangerous. We know a lot of these names, a lot of these faces from VCT, and I think most noteworthy as well, we're talking about the team that made it through a tournament like this in the past, right? Ascension through Gentlemates, right? You've got Takas, you've got Natank in that conversation, and you've got a lot of experience with Shin and Kadavra having competed in VCT themselves. So with no doubt in my mind, this squad has always been in the conversation of the top 4 in Challengers EMEA. However, they have struggled to get there when you're facing up against teams like Enterprise, when you're playing up against your Na'Vi Juniors, the Turkish teams that pop up out of nowhere, wherever they may be, right? Reborn jumping into that equation as well. So Now those aren't competing here. They've already kind of got into the play-ins. So Mandatory, this is sort of their golden chance to take the bull by the horn and get themselves to the play-ins, right? They can take care of business from here, and playoffs from these players is where these guys shine the most.
Yeah, I mean, to me, Mandatory started the year really well, getting all the way into grand finals in stage 1, barely losing out on that. And one of the key parts, key players that was showing up on the server, that was getting Mandatory all the way there, was Takas. But then again, on the other side, you have Jamalinho, who is quite new on the scene, just barely actually, I think exactly pretty much a year ago, played his first recorded official, but he has quickly risen as one of the hottest duelists. At the start, he kind of had to play a flex role in the first teams that were pretty much a mixed teams, but after joining this team, he has been the main duelist and elevating his game even more. On the side of Takas, one of the biggest problems that I see for him, at least in my mind, is that he's not consistent enough. I love him as a duelist. I think when he performs, he can be an absolute beast, but he really does have his lows as well. But something that you already highlighted, Pablo, is that he's been here previously already. He was part of that Gentlemates roster back in 2023, qualifying through the VCT Ascension, and in 2025 he nearly did it again as well. Got one match away, but had really poor performance in that final or in that game. So I think something that I'm looking forward to is, does Takas have that performance, that beast performance? And then on the other side, what can Jamalinho do against such a strong duelist if Takas will perform?
Yeah, look, here's the thing, I think with Mandatory when we come into this one, for me, and this is just a personal perception of this team over the games that I have watched them play over the past year or so, is that this is a team that whenever we've been excited about them, we've been so excited about them. They have had such high peaks, they have done so well in the past, and we always go into games thinking it's Mandatory. They are a great team, but they seem to have these moments where they fall from that pedestal. They're not as consistent as a lot of the teams that are doing well in challenges in my mind, and that is why these next couple of games for them are so important. They don't get a second chance in this playoffs. They have to win every game, and for me, the patching up that they need to do to get those wins is going to be difficult against a team like Eintracht Frankfurt. And then further on, I mean, Chilekler look really good as well. This is a gamble for them essentially for me, Pavlos.
Yeah, fair enough. But, you know, I think both of these teams are a good match for each other, right? Both of them have faced their difficulties. You could even say that Eintracht Frankfurt rely a lot on Jamalinho's openings, on his performance to perform. The thing is, like MP mentioned, for some reason he's been ridiculously consistent in this tournament, right? Which is one of the reasons why they've been just rolling so well. So yeah, I think they're a good match for each other because yes, weaknesses have been shown throughout the year, and both of these teams are capable of exploiting those. I don't want to keep it to the conversation of, you know, whoever's day it is, they'll pop off. But you know, that aspect has a big role to play in a best of 3 elimination match like this.
Interesting, the map veto, not a surprise on that, Breeze. I think Mandatory will go minus split here. One of the biggest parts is, where is Eintracht Frankfurt gonna go? And from that, where is Mandatory gonna go? I think both of these teams, they have their best maps. Eintracht Frankfurt, they're great at Lotus. I think that would be a perfect pick here. Would make great sense. They won against Mandatory previously. They just won against Focus. They've been brilliant at this, and they've only lost 1 game out of the 12 that they played in the past 3 months. So Lotus would not be a surprise, but this, on the other hand, a little bit of a surprise in terms of I wasn't expecting them to pick this.
Yeah, Fracture coming through here from Eintracht Frankfurt. Seeing SGE there confuses me a little bit because it's Eintracht. Where did the S come from? Yeah, the Fracture coming through is a bit of a surprise. However, you know, they relied on this map playing up against Mandatory the last time around. It was a good win, so sort of that old reliable, very consistent sort of form that they've shown. Yes, they don't play it that often, but I feel like recent reps are why that decision has been made.
Yeah, it was the decider map on that previous matchup. Yeah. And Sure, it was a decent map for them. They got the win eventually, but I'm wondering whether they will lose out on that Lotus as a decider map, or is mandatory just gonna go ban Pearl? Okay. No, yep, they went for the minus Pearl. Pearl is not comfortable for either one of these teams. To me, it seems like it's not the best map for either one, so mandatory definitely feel comfortable going into Lotus.
I hope mandatory have done their homework here, because the only difference between the last series, the last series that these two teams played, is that Ascent is no longer in there, and we brought Fracture into. We brought Haven into the mix, right? And Lotus and Fracture both, which are in this series, are ones that Eintracht Frankfurt won. So with mandatory taking this direction, it sort of says, okay, we can do this again. We've done our homework this time, and we can perform where last time we couldn't.
Yeah, I mean, look, MP, to you, does this feel like mandatory have lost that series and they've gone, okay, we need to switch something up? Eintracht Frankfurt have just gone, well, I mean, we're good at these two maps. Well, I mean, obviously they changed the one that they picked and the one that they floated, but regardless, the same two were left in the map pool. Do you think that mandatory have gone into this going, okay, we need to change something up, and Eintracht Frankfurt have just gone, okay, come at us, we'll whatever the map that you want to bring against us, let's go for it. We're going to ban the exact same thing. Or actually, I think no, mandatory did ban the exact. Yeah, no, they both banned the exact same thing first, as far as I. Yeah, reason split. So no changes whatsoever for Eintracht Frankfurt apart from which one they picked to play first. Does that denote to you some confidence from this team?
Absolutely. I think they probably got a read on what mandatory is going to play on Fracture from that previous matchup. They probably got a read how they can play that better. For me, for the side of mandatory, I was kind of expecting more of a switch, maybe not banning Pearl on that end, maybe going or banning Lotus, which is really good for Eintracht Frankfurt, and going into Pearl. Eintracht Frankfurt doesn't have many reps on Pearl, so that could have been a good map. Maybe mandatory, maybe they're not feeling too comfortable in terms of not seeing many reps from the side of Eintracht Frankfurt on that map. I'm not quite sure what the vision was here, but I do definitely think that Eintracht Frankfurt should have the upper hand in this map, Vito.
Yeah, I'd follow that. And that silence is definitely throwing the mic to me. But yes, this is going to be interesting. I was just looking at, win conditions and what Eintracht Frankfurt have been sort of relying on for this past year. But I feel like they've got a lot of solid pieces, right? Sure, they don't have the careers in VCT. They don't have a lot of years of experience at the highest caliber of player. But these guys have been around for a while, right? They've played in multiple Challenger leagues. I'm looking at Azuri here, and he's played, I don't know, in how many different Challenger leagues. Masashi's been such a staple of the DACH region, and I feel like the same goes for the rest of them as well, right? They've been around the block, they've done this a million times, and now is a time that this is the closest that a lot of these guys have gotten to play into VCT. This series and one more, and they're there, and they're looking in the best form that I've ever seen them in.
Yeah, I mean, Monster, to me, one of the key parts of this roster, he had his quick stint in VCT under Koi, but to me, most notably, he was part of the Ascent roster post-Champions win, so he played alongside CNED, Zeke, Starkso, also Vac was in that roster as well, and Monster has been one of the key parts. He has been really good in these matchups, and in that Fracture that they played against mandatory previously, he was that great Cypher, being able to lock down a lot of these pushes from the side of mandatory. And the one big struggle that I kind of highlighted at the start of this show for the side of mandatory, they were not able to find entries in this map. 0 entries from the attacking side, and they played the whole 12 rounds. They got 3 rounds on the board, but those were kind of from the back of the individuals, and from the side of mandatory, I think it was Takas and Notunk picking up the slack right here as well. I mean, hey, it's interesting to see what mandatory can switch up here.
Doesn't look like they are switching up anything here, but I am glad you bring up the Monster conversation, because it doesn't fall in line with the rest of the teammates not having that VCT experience. He's got more than any one of them, but it took a while for him to kind of get back into this position, right? Falling, not quite getting back into teams that can compete at the highest levels, and I feel like this is a bit of a rejuvenation for him, which I'm looking forward to see if they can take this to the very end. Again, looking at the comps, nothing changing since these two teams met up against each other. Reminder for anybody tuning in, 39 was the score for Eintracht Frankfurt. But it all started with them on the defense, gaining 9 out of 3 rounds. Now the attack, do you think that changes, MP?
So I think one of the... I'm going to touch on that point a little bit later. One of the interesting things here is that this is the comp that Mandatory runs specifically against Eintracht Frankfurt. They've run a different comp against these every other team, but for Eintracht Frankfurt, they are bringing the Fade back in here instead of the Sky. Really interesting call from the side of Mandatory. I wonder what is the point here, what is the key part? Maybe it's that there is no Viper on the opposing side. I'm wondering whether that's gonna pay off this time around. Last time it didn't quite.
All right, well, a lot of the times when we have these rematches come up in the same tournament, we do try to really push the, it's a rematch, it's another attempt. But it really does read this time as another attempt for Mandatory to get this win over Eintracht Frankfurt and send themselves into the grand finals here. We will find out if they can get this started or whether it's going to be another win to Eintracht Frankfurt going on. Take it away, Hazard and Kyra.
Yeah, it's a clash from the continent for our second semi-final, and while both of these teams may share a border, there is only one spot left in Sunday's qualification match. As the desk has already discussed, they've faced in the winners match of Group C already in this event. Frankfurt coming out 2-1 winners, and with a repeat of some of the maps in the pool, including Fracture here, Mandatory will be hoping that they can turn it around in their favour this time.
It feels as if these two teams were champions that never were, built to win their regions and never quite achieved that feat. Can they achieve to at least reach the grand final of this last chance qualifier for Mandatory to represent the French region, a region which has not really had that representation when we look towards inter-regional competitions in the last year or so? And Frankfurt representing a region that has never really reached beyond third best. Already a quick execute with Jamalinho making his way up towards tower.
And a tank trying to defend this, but in the meantime it's Musashi in his own spawn put under pressure. Takas the one, first to fold. Former opponents, of course, in that tournament that you reference, with Mates and Ascend, but looking at it here, the spike is making its way towards A. It's Severe who's trying to defend it. He's the one now in most trouble as Jamalinho still lurking around and causing issues. This round's all over the place. In fact, the spike is now heading towards B and a low HP Natunk, but not before he gets another.
At least he's able to get one more kill, put this round into trepidation, make Frankfurt second guess themselves, but he is low.
Strong off angle from Natunk, just seeing if he can spot a straggler walking up. Instead, it's Azuri ziplining his way to safety, and with Natunk dealt with a 3 versus 1 for Severe. Just a flash left in his hands, and Azuri with that stun back online already.
There's a cage as well, but I don't think that'll be much of help. You're more looking at Azuri's utility. The fact that he also has the aftershock, the breach bomb, that's going to be a post-plant utility that's going to be key. It never works out that way. Monster gets the last kill, and Frankfurt get the entry into this half.
Yeah, it's a great start for Frankfurt. They lost the opening map in the previous series, but reversed swept their way through the following two. There's plenty of history in the server. Just mentioning back to that Ascension 2023 tournament, of course. Natunk, Takas both ascended with Mates. Musashi, Monster, part of Ascend, and Fizzy on Sort. Historic names that have kept their staying power over the years. You talked about France as a region not being represented. Well, it was this Mandatory team, this organization, that made their way to a qualification game, of course, we can't forget, against Ulf. It's so far this year in the biggest stages, Stage 1 Grand Final, where they were swept by Enterprise, that we've not seen the kind of performances that we were getting.
Yeah, the French region is held highly in the Tier 2 ecosystem, just because of what Gentlemate's achieved and years after, right, and how many French teams we actually have at the top. Natonk under fire and dealt with pretty easily. As is Sevilla. This should be pretty easy overall for SKE, although that kill onto Monster could prove difficult.
Hell, you want to go back any further? 2022 VRL Finals, the old Team Vitality.
Yeah.
Speaking of reverse sweeps, they went 2 maps up, and it was Foot, our first ever winners of that competition. So, yeah, the Turks, the French, they've always had something to do with these tournaments. A talent pool offering plenty. And Jamelino, part of that actually, the player on your screen right now as we go on board with him. Job Life fan himself, he was with the organisation in the off-season. They've already qualified to VCT now. But part of this Eintracht roster, which has shown promise as the year has grown on, just not been in these inter-regional competitions all too much until now.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with you. I think Jamelino is such an interesting prospect. That Project Blender, where he really announced himself as a quality component. We'll see if he can keep his performances up, as he's currently 3-1, and we head into the bonus round. 2 rifles in the mix for Frankfurt. Taking this round pretty slow in comparison, although Jamelino is trying to fake out B, and he's been successful.
Yeah, you can see the attention that he's dragged as the spike is heading through A main, already into the corner. Sevilla not aware of it, so an easy pick up there as far as he's concerned. Jamelino maybe overstepping a little bit as he's eventually taken out of play. Takas spotted on the top of A site in the meantime, and that is what gives Frankfurt the space they need to get into post.
Yeah, you're looking... Oh, great kill from Shen. About Azuri on towards drop. He's late, and he comes in at the right time. The utility to support on site is going to be huge.
3 versus 2 situation, and Azuri's position is intimidating for Mandatory. The tank is now back to the wall, and with the door opened by Kada, you can see how they're trying to approach the situation to alleviate some of that pressure a little bit. Cage drops into Dish, in fact, just to cut off the sight line, but that plays in Monster. He takes the timing, flash dropped in. Kada now stunned, and Azuri there to claim it. Bonus round in the bag for SKA, and a huge start to this series.
Yeah, I have to say, it looks very well drilled for Frankfurt and how they've started. I mean, I was speaking to Coach Seb at the DAC finals that just happened previously, and he was talking about how he felt as if, as a roster, they were, should have been achieving more. And it looks as if that kind of pinnacle, that peak has finally been reached for the roster. At probably the perfect time to, in this last chance qualifier. A brawl about to kick off in B main. It goes even for the most part, and Mandatory are able to get a couple of upgrades from this.
Always the danger with the Sheriff, and even more so with an Outlaw. Sevilla through the smoke connects onto Monster, and that puts Eintracht at a player disadvantage. Now Azuri and Fizzy both have utility belts completely stocked. The first of those incurrences made by the flash from Azuri, just to reclaim some B main space. If they can get into post, there's a threat, as these rifles have not yet been recovered in full by Mandatory. They're split up and concerned more about the potential of an A hit. Cadaver is the next one into the limelight. This is everything, and he nails the shot. Finds Azuri. It's only Fizzy left. 1 versus 3 for him to digest, and just feels a little too far out the wheelhouse here.
don't know if I agree. I've seen Fizzy clutch better position, worse positions. I think back to that game against Focus, but we can come back to that because there's a chance, an opening for Fizzy to make his way onto the A site. He is low, and Severe has got here on time.
Yeah, it's the health more than anything else that's ruined him. Molly should finish off Fizzy. I was thinking maybe there's a gap for him to play into and get the spike down. Severe's actually just going to invest the ultimate here and hound him for everything that he's worth. They cross inside the smoke, and actually Severe can't work out where on earth it is that Fizzy's gotten off to, so the window of opportunity is still ajar, but eventually slammed shut as Severe does get the final kill.
Yeah, I mean, you can see what Fizzy's trying to do. Create a little bit of camouflage with the smoke, but it doesn't work out, and unfortunately misses out. So with this, Mandatory able to answer straight back in after what was 3 successful rounds.
Best known for his clutches on Mouse, the 1v5 that you mentioned against Focus on backside split. Essentially all that separated the dark side from making it to Ascension. I think it would have been way back when, but lingers in the memory for those affected, of course. Fizzy, a fantastic player. That one a little too far-fetched though, and yeah, Mandatory in this position now, really given an opportunity to kick on.
Oh, a monster taking out Severe. It's a big kill, but unfortunately he gives himself away. Shin goes investigating through, and to me, he answers the call. I mean, Musashi's able to trade out. How have we ended up in a 2-on-2?
Absolutely no idea, but you can see Musashi instinctively searching for that extra bit of ground.
Planted.
In the meantime, allows Takas to slip the net. He's got into tower, a fight against Fizzy.
Big one-on-one, which Takas will win out. The good thing is Musashi has great post-plant utility. The bad thing is he has no legs to stand on, his health so low. And Takas is trying to find this Tejo. It's going to be a real issue. As he can delay and put this within winning distance in terms of time. Has heard the Neon slide, tries to win the fight and does. So a one-on-one. The first salvo being used. Buying a little bit more time and playing off the sound. Musashi uses the second. And now, this time getting low. Kadavra has to get onto the spike, but can't do it in time, as you say. SKA get the fourth.
I mean, that is a ridiculous clutch from Musashi. It all comes down to that first fight against Takas, really. Takes that one cleanly, and the salvos are more than enough to delay. Brilliant decision-making for him to get into that spot. A little unlucky there for Fizzy, all things considered, but there you go. The lead is restored, more specifically the advantage of 3 rounds. So other than that B main brawl, Mandatory don't have much to show for. There are ults for them to play around, and you can already see looking like a bit of a bridge crunch here.
Yeah, trying to find Decipher. You can see Monster knows he's in a bit of danger and gets out, gives it up, but has left his cam behind. So should Mandatory go any further forward, he has the information. It has been cleared now though, so it's going to be all on one side for SKA.
Tom just trying to play here with the Guardian. Heavy wall penetration, so he can spam onto the player's site from here, but looking to play off the utility instead. It's a nicely timed refract, in fact, from Jamalino, because he gets out of dodge, but Azuri, fate a little worse for him. Kadavra's just locking things down on B right now, playing off the rest of his team. Monster can't get any play as he emerges into the light from the B sewer, and with the rotation taking place, Severe gets here first. Phantom on site, Musashi shut down instantaneously, and Fizzy just playing for orbs, having already used his ult earlier in the round.
Yeah, happy to give this one away. I mean, with 30 seconds left, it would take a real gift from Mandatory to allow this round to be won. And there's plenty of bodies lining up to take on Fizzy right now behind. He gets the first second. I thought for a second, Hazza, that would have been another round that would have went Frankfurt's way that shouldn't have.
Yeah, I mean, look, Fizzy, no stranger to a tier 1 trial. Plenty of the names and faces that he'll be up against in Berlin, should they make it there, will be familiar to him.
Yes, this should
constantly towards the top end of the rank leaderboards as well. That's how he made his name in Valorant in the first place before moving to the competitive circuit. Looking at it here though, another B main brawl. Doesn't appear that we're going to get the smoke coming in from Shin this time. Mandatory want to fight this one in the open air.
It's a good horn, and Takas makes the best of it. Can't quite get the next. And Azuri's Sheriff makes the punish. Musashi's able to get one more. Trade central right now, but that spike is on the other side of the map. And Frankfurt need to try and recollect at some point.
And Mandatory have the cross held for the time being. There's plenty of time to recover this.
What there is.
Where is
A pickup of a rifle and information given is going to put Frankfurt in the driving spot, in the driving seat. Natank running away, trying not to give himself away as he spams out those tracers. Now, they know the general location. 50 seconds remain in that spike and no urgency to get put down. Safety, the aim of the game. Oh, Fizzy has identified at least
saying
where the talk
that,
is.
yeah, Fizzy really playing with no air of caution there, Cairo. The players were separated. Now they can group up main, and Fizzy finds it on the fadeaway. Thrifty round for SKA, and a huge pickup at this stage in the half.
Yeah, the other thing that needs to be mentioned right now is the fact that when we look at the win rate from Mandatory on Fracture, they haven't won at this event. Their attack half even worse than the defense, and Frankfurt are yet to lose it. It could be a massive miss for Mandatory to allow this into the veto. But this time, I mean, you're going to pick your poison somehow.
Sure. I think honestly it's just the way that it's happened, because Frankfurt know that it's a weakness, having beaten them on it in the decider the other day. That's the way that it's opened up for them. Of course, you've got Lotus later on as well, another map which Frankfurt won. But Mandatory is still in this. Sevilla popping the ulti, great flash. Oh, Sevilla makes it look casual the way he snaps to the next couple targets. And so with the gap reduced now to 2, surely another one queued up from the Red Hammers.
They found my wire.
I'm not thinking this is anywhere near over just yet.
Yeah, Monster has a minute to play with. Bayern needs basically 5 one-on-ones. 5 one-on-ones are in something special, which I don't think he's going to get any of that. So we can begin to just talk about how we look towards Frankfurt's record, and this year has I don't want to call it appalling, but it's not been what we expect of this roster, right? You've already spoke about the heights that some of these players have reached. They've not necessarily been able to reciprocate that.
30 seconds left.
Right? But at the same time, like, I was expecting this roster to be at least in grand finals consistently.
Yeah, I mean, the last grand final that we saw them in was stage 1. A 3-0 sweeping by CGN.
10 seconds left.
From that point onwards, they did end up winning the EMEA qualifier that followed it, which is sort of funny to say, right? They made it into that EMEA event to crash out in groups, looking like the best from their region, despite what the LAN result would say. And yeah, in stage 2, nowhere near close enough. I think that's the thing with DAC. Some of these single elimination brackets that they've had to play through in recent years have actually made it really tough for teams when they go to those LAN events, especially, you know, in Berlin, in Cologne, for example, and not get the result that they want immediately. It's so easy to make knee-jerk changes, but the fact they've stayed consistently with this roster, I think, has the potential to return value.
Yeah. Hoping for value post-timeout for Eintracht Frankfurt as they're on the front foot because of, realistically, the pistol and anti-eco. Mandatory, since we've hit in towards the rifle versus rifle, they've been equal to their opponents. I think the thing is that we look at, as you said, like some of these like kind of results, if we got towards the land stage, Eintracht Frankfurt would actually be probably most experienced on a land stage because of those dark finals that we consistently get in the region.
Yeah, I think we saw that a little bit over the years. I mean, CGN had been to more than anyone else, and it didn't mean anything for them in 2024, so is it a bit of a placebo? It's kind of hard to say, to be honest. I think the overall underperformance of DACH teams when it comes to interregional is probably the outstanding factor. But into the gun round, investment of the Rolling Thunder, breach ult towards the B site, Takas playing up close to the smokes. This is something Mandatory have been so good at, so many capable anchors, but SKA just roll them over this time. Plenty of breathing room when the dust settles to get this into post plant.
Yeah, the timeout from Sebe has hit exactly where it needs to. And as every player hides and they wait for the response from Mandatory.
Love the use of this though. Combination utility straight into the ult, out of the frying pan, into the flames. And Frankfurt get all they were looking for in that situation. And Molly at the feet of Sevilla is just the cherry on top, Cairo. That was a fantastic approach to the dead situation that we saw in the round there.
I think like that it seems to be, for me, that Frankfurt have pretty much set utility, set plans that they occasionally use. I mean, for the start of this map, it was Jamalinho who was being used to bait out the B side, and it was nice macro planning. And then since then, Mandatory, like we've seen, SKA playing with the timings in the rounds, kind of using the violent, silent violence approach that we've seen popularized by other coaches.
Yeah. I mean, in that situation, as I was saying, you get that period of dead air where nothing is happening. Musashi is the one creating the plan with the salvo. You've got Fizzy's ult there as well, just to flush them out when the smokes go off, when they fade away. I mean, so many teams in that situation would have just rushed things and they didn't, and that's exactly what we want to see from them. To quickly flip it over onto the Mandatory side though and talk bigger picture with this team, it's about re-establishing themselves at the top. As I said, they were a grand finalist in stage 1 alongside Enterprise, beating out UCAM. We thought that they had it in the tank to make it the long run. They're still here now, but
this is a nice
under much less favorable conditions.
Yeah, exactly. Like Mandatory, especially with the players that they've got, right? Takas, Savaya, Kada, Shin, Natong. They've been to the heights of VCT. You know, they have not been there for a while, sure, but we know what they're capable of. It feels like Mandatory are a tier 1 team, whereas Frankfurt are the heights of tier 2. Well, now we'll see that being thrown into question as Jamalinho asked to clear the corner, doesn't, and Shin being able to protect this site, although the trade's ending up even. It's again a more chaos, more death match, and it's Frankfurt who come out on top.
Musashi, more salvo value. Kada, the captain, left to mull this one over. Forced to just stew as SKA get the spike in, and surely the round here. Kada not offered enough space to play in the end. And so the advantage secured. And to just back off what you were saying there, Cairo, yeah, I mean, I think there are plenty of talents here on Mandatory that could or should be in tier 1. Even Shin, for example, in the stint he had on Job Life in the previous year with an international team back on a French roster. That one, though, is purely decided by Musashi in my eyes. This guy has been ridiculous, the amount that he's been able to get from the Teho.
I mean, I feel as if Musashi is a lost talent. I mean, hasn't necessarily found himself on big EMEA teams, but he is definitely worthy of it as the players fight in main. Takas once again shows his qualities, but the trade's good. Shin now low himself and trying to use smokes to earmark his territory. Just the Sheriff. The Jamalinho escapes his grasps in towards CT, misses his shots and keeps the duelist alive. Skada in position from drop. Jamalino able to try and find a spot to defend and does so. Once again, Eintracht Frankfurt fight their way to an advantage.
This was a 2 versus 4, Cairo, and Frankfurt still have 2 players left standing.
It's the discipline that he's really let down Mandatory this round, and maybe rounds previous perhaps. Positioning not working out in the talk gives us a chance, but it does not work out that way. Frankfurt with a clean advantage heading into the half.
I mean, that round is just thrown away by Mandatory after just a divine display coming out of Takas. 3 kills in main, maybe he overheats a little bit on the next, and then just kill after kill, player after player. Mandatory walking into situations of uncertainty. And so SK with 8 rounds now on their attack side. This composition feeling like a little bit of a vintage to a meta, or a couple of metas ago perhaps, but it still serves the purpose on Fracture, and again, you're seeing the value there.
After a quick pause, we will quickly get things back underway. Last round, and ultimates in play for either side, and I think you look towards Frankfurt's and I'm thinking there's a plan, Brute. And Mandatory are looking to fight B main, but that leaves this A site pretty much clean open to try and challenge.
And actually, in the tank,
right here,
little hesitant, considering his options to go ahead and walk up there. Here's the drone detonate from Masashi, so there is a rotation being called here, and the tank's smart enough to play off-site. Notoriously difficult to anchor here on A. Jamalino ulting into spawn, does take a solo engagement, but at the very least, Frankfurt can get the spike down.
Oh, ultimate still being thrown in, and it's going to be from the defense, but Frankfurt once again able to brawl through, and that's what seems to favour them. Is that spike still not able to go down and trying to buy them way out? Takas gets a clean freebie.
And felling the spike as well means that the round should not be winnable from this position. Mandatory initially clawing back at the main control too. They've got players in all the right positions. It's that conversation of discipline again that we look to.
Well, the giveaway, I mean, Takas is dying for the next peak. He's lucky that he only gets chip damage, but that could have been his life. No smokes to try and dice up these fights, and
30 seconds
Takas
left.
known about needs to play defensive. That's going to play in the main player as there comes Savaya, and Kada as well will finish at an 8-4 half.
Mandatory had sprung a web there around Frankfurt. There really was no business for the Dak side to get out of it. Unfortunately enough for the French, they will find their 4th in the half. Not the best of returns for them, a map they've lost against this team before. Will it get any better after the break?
last time these two played, it was 9-3 after the first half in favour of Frankfurt. There's an improvement from Mandatory Hazard, but we need to see a whole bunch in that second.
Absolutely we do. Plenty of work still to be done here. SK starting out their defenders side by being the protagonists. 4 players marching down B main. Nice little util combo. That is a dead Natar. And while they have left Monster behind to defend A, he's very quickly going to come under pressure, under threat. Space which he's happy to give up if the rest of the team can arrive on time. Kadavra does get one in the meantime, and guarding the smoke has been offered the opportunity to take a kill. Tackle looking for the timing on the edge, and still Monster walks away with another.
I mean, it's 3v1 Hazard. This should be absolutely done.
Can Shin provide an answer for Mandatory, or does the SK onslaught continue? Wraps back around with the support of the smoke towards a more defensible position at the pillar, although a more expected one. Shin just waiting for that first fight, wants it cleanly, gets it. Brilliant first engagement, but the follow-up just not there. Fizzy stamps it out, the dying ember's gone.
Not the boom you
and
hoped for.
Frankfurt get their 9th.
Up to 9, and with double digits on the horizon. This moment in time, Mandatory might have let this map slip away from their grasp. I think that's okay. It was in the end Frankfurt's pick, and they knew the quality that they had on it. But hoping for improvements, we've just not necessarily seen that just yet.
No, certainly. And so we'll have to see if there's enough rounds remaining for Mandatory to dig deep here, or if Haven is where their campaign could live or die. Of course, double pistol for SK is absolutely huge at this stage in the game as well. And just wondering what Mandatory's attack macro is going to look like, because we've seen a few different versions of it. I think since we've not really seen all too much of them, as they were absent in stage 2, eliminated by Whip Esports in France. Kada's captaincy continuing. And Chamalino set up for an absolute haul. It is Musashi instead that profits from his own utility at the end. But I gotta say, just the weaponization of this Teho has been blistering for Mandatory.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm really liking the approach and the ideas behind the composition that Frankfurt have played so far. I mean, from the kind of the push that we saw from B main to like other bits and bobs, overall it actually looks meta, which, let's be honest, Teho is usually a choice to be made.
Yeah, it's this partnership with Breach that's made it that much stronger. Jamalino, of course, the best possible agent, the waylay to capitalize off some of that. Doesn't work out that way this round. Dive straight into trouble as Mandatory look a lot more prepared for the aggression.
Yeah, 5 strong towards the other side of the map. Well, 4, 1 plays towards the tunnels of B. Got to be looking at Monster, only a Spectre in hand. Musashi close by with his Sheriff. And Fizzy getting into position with a Bulldog. This is a stack that Mandatory have to try and dissect.
Molly timing is everything for Fizzy here, with Monster anchoring from on site. You can see some of that util starting to flood on through, and actually Mandatory maybe even considering a rewrap on their position. Sand pressure created through the Prowler, but no follow-up. It's onto the shoulders of Azuri. We'll have to see if he can take on this burden solo. Because actually, Mandatory have cancelled. They're going to send the Phoenix Ult into clear out B. And no, the Spike is following it up as SJ are clearing out A main themselves. It's absolute chaos.
Yeah, I don't think they know what they're doing themselves. Time's got so low, and Fizzy now played in. If he can get into tower, there's trouble of brewing.
And it certainly will be. Takas goes down off the back of it. Mandatory save face towards the back end of the round, though. And Sevilla, the one that puts it to a close. The all-important pickup at this stage in the game, round 15. But boy, did they overcomplicate things.
Yeah, Mia, I'm not going to lie. That was the least bit convincing. Mandatory looked like a fish out of water on the attack. I think that's the easiest way to put it. 5 rounds to gap. They can make amends in this next round. But it is going to be a crunch again from Frankfurt. Look at the positions on the map.
Yeah, just seeing the constant presence that Frankfurt want to place the priority on this initial B control. Allows them to insert a player towards sewers if they need it. Keep players forced up on A main to be within firing range of the util. It's Jamalino creeping around the edge of the smoke here, and a crazy flick from Kada to trade out in effect. Natank is the one from topside, though, that's come in to save the day. And as Frankfurt continue to take these fights, they are just walking themselves into the ground.
I think Frankfurt have missed the trick on this round. 4 strong are mandatory. Again, we've said it before, discipline has been an issue. Can they correct those mistakes in this 4-on-2?
Yeah, but I think on this attack side now, it's the least of their worries. It's SKA have looked that much more vulnerable. Maybe a change of approach required in the next if Monster can't find a way to salvage what is left of this situation. Makes it a 2 versus 3. This is looking pretty inviting. In fact, if you're Musashi right now,
I mean,
mandatory drop deep.
Yeah, they drop deep because of Shin's ultimate, but apart from that, Hazza, there's no utility. A lot to clear, but if Frankfurt up the pace, they could put pressure on Mandatory's post plan.
Yeah, Shin should be able to buy, you know, another 10 seconds or so here on that tap. That's if they don't buy into it immediately, and there you go, the ult is there, and it's just allowed Musashi to move up into B main. Shin's got to get back on the line. 2 players to try and defend it. Musashi, the first point of contact, he can't win the duel, and for that reason, I'm not sure if Monster's got it. He has! Oh, it's by the skin of his teeth, but it is an absolute steal from the SKA Sentinel. 11 rounds clocked in. And from another 2 versus 4 situation, it is Mandatory who end up on the receiving end.
Yeah, Monster can count as lucky chickens, but Mandatory need to start counting these rounds that they're giving away. It should never have been a SKE round, and Mandatory, for the most part, should probably 3 rounds closer to their opponents. It's crazy to be thinking about, and now the ultimates favour Frankfurt to finish things out. Set utility in towards Arcade, and Monster looking to stand tall.
I must wait a moment.
Rehearsed opening from the Mandatory side, trying to strike some authority. The Arcade control is good, but the molly timing even better, in fact, from Fizzy. He's going to have the ult invested here and just flush them back into the crosshairs of Monster, who has not been movable from tower this entire time. Numbers just about falling in favour of Frankfurt here, as Mandatory have slipped it into post.
Yeah, no flashes, only a molly on Shin, but at least they're playing on site. But Sevilla's elsewhere. This is 2 1-on-1s.
Fully disconnected. It's Jamalino playing chase from main. The rest of SKA just waiting for him to clear it out, wondering where this second layer sits, but for now it's only Shin on site. He is not long for this world. Sevilla yet to reveal his position in transition, so SKA have to clear it out. Back's turned. Musashi, well, he won't be there for it this time. It's Azuri to hold his back. The map point picked up for Frankfurt, and Mandatory looking like a shell of themselves in the twilight stage of their season.
Frankfurt look harmonious. Well, it feels as if you've got 5 first position violinists trying to play against each other on Mandatory. Who can be the hero? It doesn't work like that. Need to be starting to play together, and I don't understand how it's going wrong, how the basics are going so wrong for Mandatory right now. Once again, ultimates in favour of Frankfurt, and this looks to be a very straight execution onto A.
It's the same default as the pistol for Frankfurt, though. Solo Cypher left on A, Monster with a little bit more utility and a better gun to support him this time, but the odds no more favorable than they were. Still able to take those fights. First of them falls. Tak has to go down. Azuri was arriving in support, but the cavalry can't come quick enough. Monster still going, gets another, and has bought enough time and space for this SKA perimeter to build itself up. Jamalino, one component of it, gets another. That's the ult online.
It's going for it straight away. Good spot.
Masashi from main picks up the next. And so there may not be a moment left in this game unless Natak has something to say for it. Gets the kill on the zipline, swaps out the weaponry, but the captain is there to close it. And just like that, it's done. 13-5 on Fracture. Back-to-back wins here for Frankfurt. The rest of the series yet to be revealed, of course, but Mandatory with the worst possible start.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. I think even the fans of Mandatory will say that the players did not look up to scratch. That's not what we expect of them. But Hazza, I'm going to ask this. I really want to know the analyst desk's opinion, because that was not what we expect.
No, I mean, look, many of the same problems plaguing Mandatory from their last series against Eintracht Frankfurt, measurably worse in both halves in terms of the rounds that they got for themselves there. It's not the way you want to start off your series. It seems like Eintracht Frankfurt have learned more from their series than Mandatory have, which is the exact opposite of what you would hope for a good series here, but hopefully they can get back into it in the next map. Pavlos, what do you think?
I think this match can be described in two different ways. One, you can say that Eintracht Frankfurt did a brilliant job in doing what they know how to do best, right? Being very solid, being very disruptive on the defense, not really making Mandatory to play their game. But then there's the other coin as well with Mandatory. I feel like very well reflected from Karo's and Hazard's commentary. Everybody in that team wanted to be the star. No one was working in collaboration with each other, right? It really felt like that Mandatory team was not a team today.
And in comparison, on the other side, you had brilliant utility, combined utility coming from the side of Azuri. I think Azuri actually started quite early in terms of providing great utility. Round 3, their bonus route, he provided a perfect flash to get the odds in their favor, and then instantly after that provided a fault line for himself to secure that round, making sure that they stringed quite good rounds together, especially on the first half of that. And from there, they just continued. They had a brilliant round in round 9, combining Teho Salvos, that orbital strike as well, completely forcing Mandatory's hand. That was something that Eintracht Frankfurt were so good at, combining that utility and playing from that together.
Yeah, that does leave them in an awkward position now. Mandatory, of course. They're going to have to come back into this one. Look, that's not a great first map in terms of momentum for Mandatory, right? A lot of those rounds were close. It just didn't materialize in a good overall scoreline for them. We're going to Haven next. This is a possibility here for Mandatory to get back into things. This is the map that they changed up, right? Their pick going into their first series was Ascent. They've changed it up now to Haven. See if that will produce any more. But that wasn't their problem area in their last series, right? So I do wonder if this will produce, at the very least, some momentum for them into the series, right? Obviously, it's their map pick. We do expect them to be the better team on it. It's whether or not they can gain some meaningful, something meaningful out of it. We'll find out very shortly after the break.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a bird of two worlds.
run until I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up.
Hello everybody, welcome back to EMEA Challengers LCQ here. We might be about to wrap up our first day of competition unless Mandatory can fight back in their map choice of Haven here. And, well, for them, it was not a great start to the series. A 13-5 to Eintracht Frankfurt on Fracture. That's a lot worse than their last outing on this map. 4 rounds worse for Mandatory there on Fracture. Of course, that was towards the end of a series where Mandatory could have fought back. Maybe that plays a part in this one, and now they can build up some momentum in the second map. Pavlos, do you think they can get it done here on Haven?
There's definitely a possibility, right? You're looking at how Mandatory have been playing on Haven all this year, and it's been success after success, right? You can go as far as the start of the year to see how successful they've been, but even in the last 10 matches, they've won 9 of them, right? That being said, it's not like Eintracht Frankfurt are any slouches on Haven either. They're on a 5-6 match winning streak into this map as well. So, you know, yes, they have a chance. Is it going to be easy? No.
And I think, especially looking at the interregional tournaments that we've had this year, Eintracht Frankfurt is 6-1 in those matchups in Haven. And for the side of Mandatory, that's where all of their losses have come from. They are 7-3. They've only lost in these challenges / interregional tournaments. So something to keep an eye on. Can Mandatory actually face against these teams from different regions? Now, obviously coming from the side of Dark. This time, for the previous map, it wasn't Mandatory not getting entries, it was them not closing out rounds. They weren't able to keep out those post-plant situations. We saw that really close one with the orbital strike, but Eintracht Frankfurt being able to keep that. I think when we come to Haven, you have to be able to keep your post-plants. Haven, it's quite hard to retake, especially on these different sides, especially A. If you can't keep your post plants, it's gonna be impossible for you to play. But I think Mandatory are quite happy that they go do this map for their second map.
I completely agree. Look, both of these teams have got a similar approach to how they play this map. Sova Neon is the core of both of these teams' play. There is a bit of a key difference though, right? You've got a Vice on the one end, you've got a Killjoy on the other, and your initiators and controllers are also switched up, right? You kind of have a Viper Omen on one side, Asher as well on the other. So what I feel the key difference here is between the two ideas of what they want to be approaching. Mandatory is a little bit more on the flexible side, right? The fact that you've got 2 controllers, you can always have some strong presence on one area of the map and have Severe kind of be that extra piece. If you want to play quickly, if you want to play anywhere on the map, you've got that extra piece. But for Eintracht Frankfurt, you need to be a little bit more decisive, right? So this is, and you need to hold your cards a little bit closer to you at the start of every round. But you do have that extra initiating power with Azuri on the breach, right? Allowing Jamalino to go wild. So keep your eyes on these two ways these two teams will be interacting with each other in Haven.
Oh, I love you, Pavlos. I think you went straight into the point at the end there. The key for Eintracht Frankfurt is that they're starting on the attacking side, and Azuri, Jamalinho were on fire in that first map. I totally agree with you. You have to keep an eye for those 2 players. But for the side of Eintracht Frankfurt as well, I think on the defensive side, Monster is gonna be brilliant on that Vice. Something that Mandatory really need to take to be on lookout for is who is gonna follow that Neon going in. How much are they gonna have that follow-up for Takas, and how to bait that Vice wall there? It's gonna be interesting second map, and we might see a 2-0 here for the side of Frankfurt.
Well, it's very possible. They've got themselves off to a very good start. Let's see if Mandatory, with their backs up against the wall, can fight back again. If you are out, you are out. Single elimination, and only the top spot in the grand finals tomorrow will get you through into the VCT EMEA play-in. So this is for everything Mandatory. Can you bring it back? We'll find out with Hazard and Cairo right now.
Yes, the only deviation in terms of maps in this series, in contrast to when both of these teams met one another in the group stage. Is that going to be the difference in terms of conclusion, or are Frankfurt able to expedite their way a little quicker to a 2-0 this time around?
Yeah, one of these teams is going to take a loss on Haven for the first time this event. Mandatory are praying and hoping that it is not going to be them, because if it is, they're out and they start on the defense. Haven is very momentum based, and defense the toughest to get started.
Mandatory already looking like they want to send a wall of players in red into middle, where Frankfurt are already there to try and take Garage. Takas with the first of those, delivers a bullet to Monster, sliding in with the support of Shin. It's a start for Mandatory that they would have been hoping for. Fizzy all that remains. And with his progression taken from C-Long now back into the bowels of this defense, it's a long road back to this being winnable.
Well, has been given the spike in the meantime and able to escape to the C site. We'll be hoping for at least one more kill, and the most closest to that would probably be Shin.
Looks like it. Fizzy already cleared out the C site on his approach, so he knows that this one should be okay for now. That is Kata spotted, and with a little bit of heads up, he goes for the spike plant. Still 2 stars to try and play off here, should it get to that kind of position, but Fizzy's out in the open, needs a clean duel. Shin to finish him off, and Mandatory get their first pistol round in this series.
I have to compliment Mandatory because they have fixed some issues that we saw on that first map of players not playing together, disconnected, disjointed. That mid-fight looked orchestrated and well put together. We need to see more of that consistently from the French side, and they can very much well push us to that third map of Lotus.
Which would be yet another repeat between the teams, of course. It was Frankfurt's first on their comeback story.
Placing sentry.
And looking at the guns that we got here, 3 Spectres, keeping it safe, playing it very tried and true here, are Mandatory. There is a judge there as well, of course. It's Takas' rifle that you don't want to lose in a mid-duel, and that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, as well, the spike will be going in. It's that rifle at Jamalino's hands is going to be the real issue. Post-plant utility looking not too bad, and the Tonk identified.
Oh my... And that's a judge tossed over now as well. These guns just keep on changing hands. SKA had absolutely no right to come into this round with a sense of chance. But they puffed their chest out, and now it is Shin getting the Vandal back in his own. There is a judge up close though, and that's more than enough for Fizzy to finish it. There you go. Thrifty answer back, and the momentum pendulum shifts again.
How does this go so wrong? A solo fight in B main is forgivable, but the fact that like we see right now, there's no one around this solo fight, and then from there on in, it's just one on one. I hope that's just a mistake. It's going to be back towards mid for the defense.
So Mandatory are the ones themselves now reset down to classics. Ton of events which could change the face of the game. We'll just have to see. Feels like the Mandatory of old was one which inspired comebacks, crazy remontadas, you know? I think of their push towards Ascension last year with Enzo at the helm, and the amount of ridiculous moments that we saw from them. I know that Hip's watching along with Zereto right now. Bonsoir. But this is a different team, and they've got to show grit and determination to flip the script here. Chamalino's managed to get a collateral, and that is all she wrote. SKA taking the lead.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You look towards this Mandatory side, it's a completely different roster compared to that of last year. With Hip obviously now taking a step back, and Enzo no longer even playing in Tier 2. himself taking a break, evaluating where he puts himself. SKA find himself in a position where ultimates can come online. This is the real big test. Can they get by this next round? And if they do, I think the floodgates might start to open.
It's always the potential. Jamalino, fast insert to Garage. Takas trying to play spoiler. So Viper wall up, so a chance that he could drop in behind this and does get the call from the rest of his team. Jamalino still propped up here, off angle, playing around the boxes. Brilliant slide, but Shin is there to counter him. And so 2 big kills collected as the pit spreads over the top of the spike, yet to be recollected by Monster. And well, Takas' reposition has a little bit of danger about it. All good. Safe pair of hands in the end is Takas, and Shin finishes what he started. Mandatory back on terms.
2 tier 2 giants giving their best against each other. Mandatory obviously reaching these heights more than SKA have ever done. But haymakers certainly being thrown at each other. But it's, as I said, ultimates online. Shin already using his and getting around. We're looking at Jamalino and Azuri in the next one to use theirs. And it looks to be on an A-pop.
Yeah, it's the position that SK is setting up for. Barriers go up. There's an early use of the breach stun from Azuri to try and claim that space. Precious real estate going straight into their hands. You can see Mandatory playing almost for a full retake on A. They would much rather be proactive through middle. And I'm not sure if this kind of forfeiture is one you can afford to give away, Cairo, especially with the Rolling Thunder still online.
Yeah, Mandatory want to retake from behind, I guess, but that's going to be identified when the wall goes up. And Kadavra will want to try and play off of the site. That is exactly the case. The wall identified. And all 4 players going through at the exact... I was going to say at the exact same time. The Killjoy's been left behind. But that spike is actually at the retake side. That's going to be an issue for SKA.
Yeah, it just depends how this sewer fight is going to look, especially if they can maintain a crossfire here to site. Takas trying to break the line with the use of the fast lane, gets through, but Jamalino there to pick up the pieces, as are the rest of Frankfurt. Again, I come back to the initial point. I think playing for retake in this kind of situation when you have a mobile pack in the middle of the map ready to go.
Yeah.
Not the right call in my eyes, and Mandatory have to pay the cost for it. There are ultimates invested, of course, but this is such a big round to win. It's going to have ramifications that just go beyond the numbers at the top of your screen.
Yeah, the economic disadvantage that Mandatory will find themselves in, as every round has gone with a little bit of cost for Mandatory. Still going to force up these rifles on Shin and Kada. I think with Takas having his own ultimate, Mandatory have decided, guys, we've still got a pretty good chance. I think the worst part about it, Hazza, and the thing that's the biggest and easiest way to diagnose this map so far, is the scoreboard. Shin is 10 kills and 3 deaths, while the rest are so far away.
Yeah, I mean, it's more kills than the rest of his team combined, so at the very least, Mandatory have an individual to look towards. I think that was the issue on the previous map, though, as Pavlos was just bouncing off our comments. 5 individuals rather than 1 team. The French region has been known in the past for its national rosters having sort of internal issues, and not to say that that's what's going on here, but right now, not playing as a unit. Couple of players up a lobby. You can see they're trying to guide Frankfurt towards this C execution, which is well stocked, but no willingness to play on site either, it seems.
No, definitely not. Frankfurt take a pause, and Kadavra, I was going to say, might be a canary in the coal mines, manages to escape with his life. And Shin goes investigating mid, able to at least get 1 more and dip out. So Frankfurt with a mid-rounding problem.
Finds the area of weakness. Kadavra on a pixel angle does get picked off. A opens up. Do Frankfurt want to take this? Certainly seems like it. Footsteps will be heard through the sewers, and I think the tank just about gets there in time. But no one playing to deny, no one playing to fight.
It's a good molly, and Musashi's going to have his life costed. There's also a flank, which Busy tries to fight. Real issues with time, starting to go away. Mandatory, even things out, and once again, there's blows between these two teams.
Yeah, that was a fantastically set up round from Mandatory, all things considered. Shin, brilliant on those timings, great spam, great molly, and just no reprieve for Frankfurt whatsoever in that position. Constantly looking for an answer as Mandatory were a few steps ahead.
Placing alarm bot.
Looking at it here, a lobby control is paramount to the way that they want to play. And they have been able to find openings towards this side of the map. To give credit, Jamalino's got to be cautious.
Jamalino's just hit the head straight away. Kadavra still gets two of his own and brings this round into an even state. Same time, Monster lying in the back lines. I wonder if he goes exploring, could he be the relief that Frankfurt needs?
More than anything, he's the reason why they haven't made an execution just yet. 2 kills towards A should feel like more than enough in any given situation, but Frankfurt deciding to freeze, regroup.
Yeah.
Shin fighting out of the orb here.
Confidence
Has
high.
plenty of fuel to stall this out.
And a molly, the biggest of which, fight taken, Monster gone. The confidence is so high on Shin right now, and he really is the hero for Mandatory. Once again, Frankfurt struggling to really deal with this Viper, and I'm wondering, when does Sebe think about a timeout?
Surely, around about now, your call is spot on. Shin just towering over everyone in the server right now, and Frankfurt on the receiving end of that haven't been able to see them match the firepower, at least so far. And I guess that's something you've got to think about. You're playing into Viper, but the choice of Initiator is definitely suspect, I think, right?
Yeah.
Breach on this map, not the most common of choices. I think a lot of teams, if they were going to run double Initiator here or with flashes, they would want the Sky. Much better counter to, you know, Shin's wall, for example, to just pop straight through.
I agree with you, but they ran it on Fracture and it looked good.
With a Teho, and I think maybe that's the difference. It's a functionally different approach that they're getting on Haven at the very least, and at least in my eyes, an adaptation needs to be made right now in terms of what they're doing, because this constant A lobby control hasn't really been offering as much as they would hope.
Now with ultimates in play, perhaps a plan starting to brew. A chance, and it seems as if C-Focus is the play right now. And there's a majority stack from Mandatory on this side of the map as well here, has it?
I mean, look, if Monster could get an orb, a plant, they've got Steel Garden in post, anything really to cause issues. Jamalino beats the first line of defense, but finds himself dropped by Natank, who's left behind a Nano Swarm and a turret on B. Just to guard this one and tee up Severe for quality spam with the Odin.
Planted.
Plant just about landing on the edge. Still a 3 versus 4, but Frankfurt have some opportunities in this round if Fizzy keeps hitting shots.
Yeah, I mean, the fact he's managed to rescue a rifle here might put things into a winning spot.
Oh, it just depends on this next engagement, though. Couldn't be another 2 versus 4, surely. Not after what we saw on Fracture. A couple of them slipping through the fingers of Mandatory, but not in this kind of circumstance. A 5th secured, the lead built upon, and a 2-round cushion now for them to play with.
I'm looking at Mandatory's composition, and I'm wondering, Hazan, I want your opinion on this. Do you not think it could be argued that it's a little bit more defender-sided than what it is on the attack, just because you have a double controller plus the KG?
Yeah, I mean, I think so, right? I mean, this is a composition which we've seen for a couple of years now, and defensively, the Viper is almost second to none. It's on the attack side where, again, you're playing these slower rounds a lot of the time. conditioning that space. Here, they're trying to be the protagonists on this round. Reveal dropping in over on the set piece. Double kill from Kadavra. Both players hit by the molly. Whether it was for double damage or just a little bit on top, I'm not sure, but that is a brilliantly manufactured opening and one which should be queuing up another round for them here.
Well, Yuri is hitting his shots. 1 HP though, and it is exactly what you would expect. Shin once again, combined with Kadavra, combined with the rest of his team, reaching 6 and putting Frankfurt to the sword.
Yeah, it looked like at least one of those players was caught with the decay, the double damage, the vulnerability, I should say more specifically. Decay something different, but there you go. SK, not only do they lose the round, they're back on another eco, Cairo, so this cycle becomes horrendous for them to try and get over.
Yeah, they need to try and think about how they're going to get through this. Quick tech pause will maybe give them a minute of, a second, sorry, to actually think about how things have gone. Ultimates in play. The Tonk with the most important retake ultimate of them all. Lockdown. It'll be protect the president with the Killjoy.
I'm out of here.
Chamelino again leading the line. Stun is good this time. Picks off Natunk, finds himself a rifle. Does that filter back through to the rest? No, no it doesn't. It is Shin who pulls the plug on the entire operation. Answers back with 4 kills of his own. And Kadavra, the one to close it up in the end. The advantage secured at the very least, but mandatory only going from strength to strength.
They cannot escape Shin. The guy's nearly on 20 kills after the first half. It's impossible to try and stay away from this Viper, it seems. But with ultimates to finish out this half, Frankfurt should grab the last 2 rounds. If not, mandatory have done so well.
And that's the thing as well, because the Viper utility is global across the map, you're always going to feel like you're running into Shin. You have to face him head on to know where he actually is. The rest remote controlled. And looking at it now again, Frankfurt thinking about taking some of this garage space, and they will do. But for the utility that they invest, it's not cheap.
Out of charges.
Takas has seen the players that have already scaled up in garage and have been forced away, still fighting in the backlines. It's not really the ultimates that's won this round, it's the individuals, especially with a player like Jamalino. Spike can go down, it's Savire on the backlines, he's identified, and now Kada looking to backtrack. I mean, has money to give this a go.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no world where you even entertain this, though, because on the Frankfurt side, they only have more to gain, really. Most of the ults already online, in fairness. Masashi and Azuri, the ones that could have benefited, but it's Jamalino again, and I think maybe the difference this time is the service that he receives.
Yeah.
Yes, the first kill is a case of timing, but the use of the Breach ult was perfect. And it's kept them in this game more than anything else, Cairo.
Yeah, kept them in this map. I think the coach timeout from mandatory looking to get the most out of this first half. An 8-4 half is much different from 7-5, especially with a pistol round. And as we all know, sometimes actually the defense can be easier to call than the attack.
Yeah, that is true. The protocols are set in place, they're practiced, they're rehearsed, developed upon. The attack side, sometimes it's a bit of a guessing game. But looking at it here, this final round, we cannot overstate how much of a difference maker it could be at the tail end of this half. If Frankfurt can pick this one up, find another pistol, of which they have picked up 2 out of the possible 3. It would be 3 from 4 if they do it, available in this series. Then all of a sudden it gets really scary if mandatory can't start as they wish. But another mid-brawl about to take place, and it's Takas again trying to fight.
I mean, varying success, and that varying success continues as Kadabra tries to play with the Odin. Jamalino will pop his ultimate and go all the way through in towards Leg. He's still finding value in Kadabra. He's like a ghost haunting him. Can't quite grab him, and Jamalino continues on. There's a lockdown in play, but Frankfurt have their escape as the top gives himself up. Frankfurt have a flawless round.
Awesome round from Jamalino. Wide slide on the window to open it up. Perfect discipline on the following fights. Great use of the util. And so class is in session for any budding Neon players of the future. For now, though, we call time on the first half. SKA with a round which keeps them in this map. And so we are back after an extended halftime break. Slight tech issue on the player side, but that has hopefully now been resolved. So we're ready to dive straight back into the action. Picking up where we left off, Frankfurt with a really important conversion of a couple of rounds at the end of the opening 12, which have set them up for a potential comeback here. It is in their hands, as the pistol rounds so often have been, but Mandatory will hope that this is the beginning of a strong attack side to keep propelling them towards their own map 3.
Mandatory are hovering towards the C side, but so are Frankfurt. And it would be the correct gamble. Fizzy playing on the edge of CT, looking to try and escape should he take contact.
An interaction that we have to consistently reference will be between the Vice and Neon. Takas has already beaten the util trap the Thorns this time around. And with the Viper in play, that orb again plaguing Frankfurt. No opportunity to flood back in. They can't play the retake on their terms.
Yeah, got to be looking towards Garage. There's a lurker outside, but it seems as if they've gone elsewhere. Frankfurt are onto the site. They've already got the kills that they need and control of the spike. Natonk nowhere to be seen. He's gone the long way round and identified. The round is in Frankfurt's hand. The lead 1/2.
Frankfurt just so clinical on these pistol rounds. You can see a clear idea of what it is that they want to do. Initially, it's to stall out the play on C, get the bodies into backside. Couldn't do it because of the Viper Orb, of course. No fast flood available to them. And in the set retake, well, as soon as Mandatory took control of the site, it didn't look like they knew what to do with it, unfortunately enough for them. One round gap as the half is bookended with SKA success.
Wall set.
Mandatory back to pistols. Have to go exploring.
We've mentioned it a couple times already, Cairo, but with this being a repeat matchup, this is the one map that we hadn't seen the two teams take each other on in.
Yeah. And so far between these two teams, Mandatory and Frankfurt are undefeated, so someone has to take a loss.
Gotta go.
Just does feel like the momentum is starting to swing back towards SKA though. With that being said, Natank does find a singular kill in mid, the wall already tripped, and this is what you want to see from the attack side. Interacting with the Vice utility, not just blindly committing.
Yeah, that flash not got the same long effect. Monster, yeah, dropping back. There's going to be players on his screen in a second. And unfortunately, not enough bullets in his Spectre. It's not actually recollected the gun, but the spike is. And Frankfurt now starting to lean heavier on the seaside.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, the threat of Shin on this lurk from B would have been identified anyway. Garage control conceded. And Azuri, the one who threads the needle in the end to tie up the score. We are at a dead heat as it stands, 7-all. And the next round, the gun round, is the real difference maker for me, Cairo. We saw how much it meant for Frankfurt to convert a bonus at the start of Fracture and how that really sent them on their way. If they were to do so here, you throw into question the resilience of Mandatory to make something happen, really.
Agreed. So would take all the experience that they have combined on their roster. I mean, C has been a complete no-go right now for the French side. And this is a mid-default for the most part.
Go, go, go!
I mean, you go back even to the scoreboard and look in terms of contributors, it is still really only Shin. Takas has had a moment here and there, but it's a flash in the pan, all things considered. Mandatory do want this mid control though, and again, they need to clear out as much of this Vice util as possible, deny the control that it provides, and you can see a couple already queuing up outside of Garage.
Already the vines used that were in Garage that have been placed there for a few rounds in a row. While still not triggered, and bodies not moved across, the C gamble for Mandatory so far has worked. So far.
And on the Frankfurt side, they've put all of their player presence on A, which is an area it doesn't look like Mandatory are bound to head towards anytime soon. Monster, of course, had a second set of thorns to stop the cross onto the C site, and he may need to dig into his pockets very soon because he gets charged down by Takas. That was one of the pistols. Still rifles in play for this flood.
Yeah, could easily come back in. I mean, Jamalino's tried to play ahead. He's got out blinded, but still managing to get a kill. So while there's damage here, it's Mandatory to answer back on a 2-on-4.
Yeah, Shocksma for the safe plant as well, so no utility damage to deny the spike. And Shin is creeping in as that second layer.
Yeah, I think overall, this is well and truly done. Azuri, if he can get at least out with one more on just the Sheriff, it would be nice. I think he's just going to wait for the spike to explode, so Mandatory will at least get one more round to extend their lead. Overall, I don't know if it's as convincing as people would think, though, just because of it was a mistake from Monster to come out of Garage, but Frankfurt are kind of confirmed about this C bias that Mandatory have started this second half with.
It's really difficult to place because in any other situation, Monster is probably supported by a few more players and he plays from the site instead. The reason being for him getting a little bit more inquisitive towards Garage is just the lack of information with 4 bodies already on A. We are into the gun round now, though. The Odin is out for Musashi. The Vice utility set up with a wall in A long, and that's where Mandatory is starting to head at the beginning of this round. Jamalino shouldering a stun, which most likely won't be used. In fact, it's a full long take here from Mandatory.
Yeah. Well, once this wall goes up, Frankfurt will know on the other side of it, but it's Jamalino we look towards. Still not cleared. Still an issue as he gets another kill, and it is the raid boss that's gone. The player that has more than 20 kills. As you can see, Frankfurt trying to really use that as a propulsion for the retake. Takas down to 40 points of health and now gone. Issues continues to arise, and Frankfurt are dissecting this hole, this post plant, and the Tonk once again has gone the long way round. I mean, Defuse already on its way. The Tonk has done well, but that Molly's gone off too late. The round gone, and Frankfurt all even.
Oh, I mean, I highlighted the Tonk in and amongst the fights there, thinking that he was about to take the timing, but yeah, just a few seconds too slow. If there was any more delay on site, I think Mandatory win that round fairly comfortably in the end, but SKA do what is required of them. They restore order, and now looking at the money, there are only a few coins left in the coffers for Mandatory. Musashi lining up a barrier spam. This could be horrendous if it works, and look at the damage.
Yeah, the damage already seems to be done early doors. The only thing I would say, Hazza, is this is actually a swing round. Look at a couple of the players on the Frankfurt side, Monster in particular, and Azuri, even Musashi. If this is lost, Mandatory could find himself able to trample lead.
For now, though, it is Takas and the Tank down to a combined 58 HP. No way to heal that back up. It's actually still hanging around with this Odin. A bold play called by the captain. Out into middle. No fear whatsoever. Jamalino there for 3. Oh, and Musashi spams through the wall. Breaks the barrier. And makes the breakthrough for the rest of his team. A flawless round that puts them back in front.
Yeah, it's a brilliant start to the second half. And no wonder we're going to get the timeout. You're now starting to look back, and maybe it's retrospective, but that timeout used at the end of the first half, you're wishing you had that in your back pocket, especially with how it went down in Frankfurt winning that round. Last time to talk to your teammates, last time to talk to your coach on the Mandatory side.
This is the exact hypothetical that I was setting up on round number 12. SK getting that one key round that they needed, following it up with the pistol, and Mandatory have just been a non-starter so far on this attack side. With the exception of the one round that they find against the bonus, a weakened monster left to fend off everyone on C by himself. Jamelino's now come to play. This is concerning. We look to the next round of ultimates really more than anything else, Cairo, to decide the fate of this series right here and now. If SKA come out on the better of the two, then I think Mandatory might be saying goodbye to their 2026 campaign.
It certainly feels like that is the case, especially with Jamelino starting to match Shin, especially with the attack now starting to feel the effects of the dominance so far from the defense. Feels almost similarly back to the last DAC team that really showed us the goods. I'm thinking back to Big, all the way back 2021, 2022, and one player. I was going to say, wait a minute, because this is starting to become a little bit worrying now for Frankfurt. They managed to buy themselves out, and Frankfurt actually fight their way back through.
Yeah, you were saying big 2021. Did you even watch Valorant back then?
Yeah, of course I did.
I'm just kidding. Back before EMEA was really a thing, right?
Yeah.
Challengers was your VCT way in, and I guess it still is here, so
right here.
How much has really changed? Open circuit on the horizon for the next, but enough about that for now. SK in a fantastic position. They seem to have dealt with the worst of this eco so far. The pistol buy, Fizzy lining them up and knocking them down. Cairo, the next round is absolutely huge in terms of its ramifications. SK win, they're on 11 and thinking about 12. Mandatory win, then this scoreline could very well tighten up. Both teams have ultimates to throw at it.
Yeah.
All of the tools they could ask for.
No, 100%. They're in a fantastic spot, and the point I wanted to get to was there's only one player from then till now that has continued his spot, kept his spot. Musashi is right now Frankfurt. Jamelino on an operator, moving down C long, and there's plenty of bodies heading his way. If he gets one, how does he get out? There's an ultimate in play, really, so could double down.
You're thinking about Kata just droning this, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Jamelino drops the stun in, was thinking about fighting for a little bit more, but actually it's just enough delay for him to make his escape. Smoke from Fizzy to support, Azuri here as well. Another of those legacy German names that we've had in the second tier.
Insane how...
With his part to play.
Yeah, it's insane how you're thinking Jamelino should be the one to die there. The tank forced out. And still, it's actually Mandatory who end up are the ones taking the loss. The deposit cleared. And now you're seeing Mandatory being forced into an A exec.
Rotation a little slow from Frankfurt, though. Still thinking about the threat of a B push. You've got the Viper wall up here to just continue that pressure.
Thankfully,
is going to get hit. This is the stall that they were looking for.
Yeah, it's good stall. Players will get into position in time. And the big aspect to this, Hazza, have to say, it's the retake ultimates.
Ooh, it is a very quick use of the Steel Garden. Brilliant reveal from Musashi. Can't quite claim the kill off it. Jamelino is on 1 HP, so the overdrive doesn't even feel like a possibility. He's just on the back burners, holding down the line. It's got to be someone else to go in and make the difference right now. And Monster is trying to for just a moment, but Savaya continues his spam along through the wall, and it's the Tunk the one to hold things down on the site itself. Fizzy looking for an opening, can't find any of the targets. Just encroaching on his position, and Mandatory have the $1 million round.
I mean, the Tonk's been holding on to that lockdown. It's a great response to the Steel Garden, and the Cosmic Divide is wallowing and it's affecting the round. One round between these two teams. couple players actually missing a buy overall.
Yeah. And I tell you what, Cairo, for all of that round is worth, Mandatory did invest many ultimates to get the return value on it. 3 or 4, I think. Whereas SGE still have a few to play off. Jamalino up close here early. He is the solo A anchor as it stands. So much pressure on the young gun's shoulders.
Oh, and Musashi just gives himself for free. Jamalino gets his 2 kills though, and is able to back off. An advantage for the defense to work with. The wall now activated as Natonk tries to walk through. Does he realise that he's been hunted? No! I mean, completely free in a 2 versus 4 in favour of Frankfurt.
I have the spike.
Fully baking that on the assumption that B would be open because there hadn't been anyone there before. Jamalino, in the meantime, has re-cleared out A, and SKA have the perfect C site lean. 3 players ready to stop this should it come to blows.
One enemy remaining.
And with Monster finding that duel, it's over. It's done.
Yeah, I mean, just overwhelmed the last player of Kada. Tap of the spike, hoping for a peek, but I don't think it's coming. I don't think he's going to get his chance. Scared about the A side in case Jamalino's there, but there's threats from every direction. Frankfurt 2 away from the grand final.
Already Chiliclair waiting for them there. This is fantastic from Jamalino, and all that Musashi does is bait for it, essentially. Little jump spot to play in the young gun. 22 kills to his name now. Eclipsing Shin, who I think by my count is what, like 1 or 2 and 10 at this point. Since that first half, he's really struggled. Back out, and Mandatory square 1 with this kind of purchase.
I mean, imagine trying to form a resistance with this purchase to deny mapping series point. Jamalino continuously forced back, and this A looks a lot more inviting than it actually really is, as that spike now starts to head B-ward.
There is still some residual in sewers though. Gotta remember, Kada the spike bearer, also the one with the info. He's just trying to chip away with Takas in garage. Doesn't feel like a sign of full commitment as Jamalino still locked in with the lens. And as the wall gets tripped on B, I feel like Mandatory are coming back to A here. They're heading straight down the throat of Jamalino.
The operator's already found the value and seen one more. The identifiers are there. Towards CT are bodies, but Musashi's going to clear this with the
They're going back to B.
Yeah, you can't even get the value that you're looking for. Mandatory once again overcooked it. A house of cards easily blown over by Jamalino and the rest of Frankfurt. I mean, there's another player caught. Knife out as well. Monster to combine. The team play second to none. Mandatory have definitely been second tonight. Frankfurt are on to map point.
Series point and grand finals point as well. It is nothing less than they deserve at this stage in the game. Mandatory have not turned up to the occasion. Always second best domestically. For the last year in interregionals, they were the team of choice over Job Life, and coming into stage 1, it felt like that trend may continue, but ever since their defeat there, we've only seen a shadow of their former selves. Jamalino running the play right now with this operator. Hands it over to Fizzy, in fact, as it looks like he'll be asking the questions down mid once again against the full buy. Last chance in the LCQ for Mandatory.
3 ultimates for Frankfurt to use to get over the line. Jamalino, confident as ever, walks down mid. Giving up, a late swing through window gives Jamalino his chance, and there goes the Killjoy, the back line control. Takas has walked into a smoke. He doesn't realise that space is gone, and Azuri turns on a swivel. Mandatory have lost all control of this match, lost all control of the map. It's left to the raid boss, but he's gone from big to Frankfurt. Dak have their champion.
That they do, and they will be going all the way to that grand finals. A huge opportunity, not just for the org, but for the region, to find themselves represented at the highest level. Where Focus failed, they seem to have succeeded. A project which has taken a whole year to come together, if not more, since they made their entrance into the VCT. It's Masashi who's been there the entirety of the time. And I've got to say, I am majorly impressed with how they showed up here. Expected a whole lot more from Mandatory. Left sort of waiting to see what more was to come of them. I imagine this is a team that will probably look quite different come 2027.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that's the thing with Mandatory. They're always involved, they're always there. But for Frankfurt, this is their first time reaching a grand final on an EMEA stage up against a roster who has completed a similar feat. I think this grand final now shapes up to be an exciting prospect for either side, but more so, I'd imagine, for the DAC community. And that's where I'm kind of hopeful for them, because it would be nice to have a German team in VCT for once.
No, it absolutely would. Will we see if they're lucky enough to make it to the stage where fans are then invited. But look, there's a grand final ahead of them tomorrow for now, and that's what they've got to be thinking about. This is a Frankfurt team which has often found itself into big games, not done too well to win them, but today was a big game and a big test, and they've passed with flying colours. So that's now our cue to pass it over to the analyst desk and see what they think. Once again, congratulations to Frankfurt. They'll be in the final tomorrow with Chigekler.
Well, the second time of asking there for Eintracht Frankfurt. They didn't just repeat their success, they did even better in a 2-0 win against Mandatory. It's exactly what they needed, I think, to give them the confidence moving into their next game, into the grand final, right? They're up against a kind of, well, not an unknown quantity. Of course, they played against them in the play-ins, but, you know, a kind of new and exciting Turkish team. It's a story we hear so much in EMEA, and it's always intimidating to come up against them, let alone as a team such as Eintracht Frankfurt, I think, Pablo. So this is exactly what they needed.
Oh, 100%. And I think it's correct to say that, look, Dak has been looking forward to a team to make it into big games, big tournaments, and make it into VCT at some point for a very long time. Roll your, your minds back to VCT promotion. I think it was the very first sort of conception of challenges into VCT, where it was focused to make it there. Now, Eintracht Frankfurt have a chance to get to the play-ins with just one series. But I'm impressed, Twiggy. I'm very impressed with what they've been able to show today. Sure, this wasn't a full power mandatory. Sure, this was a mandatory that was collapsed within itself, but this was also an Eintracht Frankfurt that could take the game by the horns, dictate their own pace, show in multiple types of play styles within the game itself, and completely destabilize their opposition. This is a team worthy of a finals position tomorrow.
Yeah, and I mean, what an upgrade with this roster as well from the start of the year. They've elevated their game, finally being able to fight against these inter-regional teams as well, and it seems like win against them in a high-level, high-stakes matchup as well. And this was something that was highlighted by a reviewer in that match, or in that interview from the side of Chilleclair. They would love to see Eintracht Frankfurt go through into the finals, because Tony, the assistant coach for Frankfurt, is a friend of reviewer. Yeah. So I love to see that friend story turn into kind of rivalry in the finals as well.
All right, guys, I'm going to come back to you in just a little bit. I have an interview ready with Monster from Eintracht Frankfurt now. First off, congratulations on the victory.
Thank you so much, and hello.
All right. So look, the job is not yet done. The job is not yet done. He's still got the finals to go to get that all-important place in the VCT play-ins, of course. But I think I feel like I had to talk to you specifically from the team. Obviously, you've had that experience in VCT before. It was only a few games, but what would it mean to you to get back into that stage if you do win that game tomorrow?
I mean, obviously it would mean a lot because it was my goal, like initial goal at the start of this season. When I went back to Tier 2, I was looking for a team who has the ambitions and who wants to get into the play-ins and obviously try to reach out the champions also. So for me, I choose Eintracht Frankfurt, and now we are closer to the dream of the whole team, but also my personal goal. So I'm more than happy, you know. I hope like tomorrow we're gonna take it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, speaking of which, right, I think Eintracht Frankfurt has kind of had a bit of a streak, and I think this is just the way that DAC has been as a region, has had a streak of kind of coming second or third to, you know, CGN, to Focus, to other teams in the region, right? You have now outlasted all of them, making it into the grand finals. Obviously, CGN not making it there. You will be against a Turkish team coming into that one. How does it feel to finally have kind of got Eintracht Frankfurt that place over the rest of your the teams that have given you a lot of trouble in the DAC stage so many times?
Honestly, I wanted to play CGN in the finals. I will say it like that. Like we obviously struggled in split one, losing CGN in the like split finals, in the grand finals. Then in the split 2 we lost to Focus. So I'm happy that we could at the end of the season at least show up that like we are the better team in the league, you know, by beating Focus 2-0. And that's why I'm saying that I was waiting for CGN in the finals, because I wanted to prove for myself that we can beat them also, because we I think the last few months we didn't actually won against them. On the LANs they destroyed us. So I really hope that like the spot for the qualification will be against CGN, and as qualification also it would mean for me that we are the best DAC league in the DAC team in the league.
Yeah, that does make sense. But look, in another way, right, surely beating out a Turkish team, you know how much talent that region has. Would that still just mean, maybe, you know, it's not as personal, but would that mean just as much to you to be able to go, okay, look, out of the tier 2 teams coming through, obviously there's already one Turkish team that's made it, but we can ignore that for now. We're still able to show, as you know, DAC, which Germany hasn't really got a team in VCT, right? It's an underrepresented region. You're still able to compete against teams from the more powerful regions, as it were.
No, like I'm also like fine. I mean, fine. I'm happy to be against the Turkish team. I'm sorry, I don't want to pronounce the name, but because there are my boys like Mipize and Slaughter, which I know. We were also scrimming against them a lot back in the last splits. So even though I didn't expect them to get that far, because they also came from the LCQ play-ins like us, I am super happy for them, because I think they deserve it. They are basically free agent team, and they made it this far, beating, I would say, many good teams. So I wish for a good grand finals. I think it will be also very hard grand finals, because they are shooting hard. They are all great individual players. I think they are making also a good team together. They are together for a long time. So yeah, I think that's my opinion. I think it's also gonna be grand finals, but still the CGN for me would be more personal.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you basically answered my last question. I was just going to ask you, how do you think it's going to go tomorrow, right? Obviously, you can't predict the future. You can't say, I mean, you're not going to tell me that you're going to lose, but, you know, what are you going into the grand finals thinking in terms of your chances, in terms of what you're bringing to the table as Eintracht Frankfurt? Did today's win help with your confidence coming into that game?
I would say the last 2 wins in the playoffs right now and against Focus bring to the team insane confidence. I think the performance we shown against Focus was the one I think didn't expect, and it's important to keep that level of confidence and energy. And I believe if we keep it for the grand finals, even though it might be a long match, then I think we're gonna win like 3-1. I wouldn't be even scared to say 3-0, because yeah, that confidence we are showing up right now on the server, the comms are clean, and it's so nice to play. So I believe for a 3-0, at worst 3-1.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you very much for having a chat with me, Monster. It's been wonderful to talk to you, and best of luck with your game tomorrow.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the interview.
And there it is. I mean, Monster had an insane map 1 to start things off. Played second fiddle in that second map. Sometimes you do just have to let your teammates get some stats, otherwise just be a bit greedy.
Yeah, that's what he was doing.
Yeah, exactly. Be a bit greedy, right? But more than that, I think like the confidence that they're coming into it with, I think is I think when you can go into a grand finals and say, I'd rather have played another team, honestly, just because I want to prove that we could beat them. I think that's a really good mindset to have, just in terms of how much you think you're going to do well in that grand finals, Pavlos.
I think it was quite the heartbreaking situation for Eintracht Frankfurt in DACH, right? So many times getting close. Second in stage 1, third, fourth in stage 2. They were getting close, getting a flavor of what it is like to be winning, and they just couldn't get across the line. And it speaks to the internal struggles this team has had throughout the year, right? Because many teams, I'm an advocate of this saying, performance comes in waves, and sometimes you start low and you grow. And it felt like Eintracht Frankfurt were coming into the season with momentum. It felt like they had a really good roster in their hands, but they started to cave, and their DACH opponents were the main reason to this. Now they got to show that they have that extra performance in them, that give them a little bit more time, get the good practice in, have more reps against international competition. And when I say international, across cross-regional in EMEA, they can perform, and they've done just that. I can imagine, and that is why I feel like Monster has massive pride with what they've achieved, but is well within the know that the job's not done yet, right? One more big series ahead of them.
Exactly, the most important series. I think you bring a brilliant point. Right before this tournament, they weren't able to win against this in the regional teams. Now they've completely gone undefeated, which is kind of unheard of. I mean, sure, you had like BBL Pacifics and teams like that were really dominant, but out of the depth of DACH, rising this Eintracht Frankfurt above CGN, above Focus, I think it's brilliant, and I think this team really deserves it. From Monster, I think I saw it, I heard it from the way that he talked in that interview. He wants this, and to me, I think he deserves this final. Now they need to show it one more time, that they deserve it over this other team on the opposing side. That is Chile Claire.
Yeah, exactly. Look, what that doesn't show, our playoffs bracket there, it doesn't show the amount of work that both of these teams have put in to get to this stage. Both of them are play-ins teams. They had to play through the full Swiss stage to get into the top 3, to get into the group stage, to win their games, to get into the playoffs. A lot of the other teams just got that free pass, right, straight to group stage from stage 3 or stage 2 through the points that they gained over the course of the year. These two have worked so hard to get to that point, and I think that makes it so much better of a grand finals. It is going to be a best of 5 tomorrow to decide the final team that gets into the VCT play-ins, Pavlos.
I mean, so many events, there's importance and there's a winning attitude for all of the teams to compete. They want to win. That's what they do. They're competitors. But events like this, Challengers, Ascension, the qualifying tournaments, getting you into Tier 1, VCT, they're fighting for a little bit more than just the victories. They're fighting for their livelihoods, right? It gives them the permission to say, I'm a professional Valorant player. I can play full time, I can play in the biggest brackets, I can get paid, be in an organization and perform my dream. Which is why I feel like these tournaments are that much more special, and why there's a lot of gravitas in tomorrow's match.
Absolutely. And there is that final title on the line as well. That's deeper into that EMEA stage, into that VCT stage. That's gonna be the champions, but that's still far away from these teams. They've just made their stand through play-ins into finals. What a story. I can't think of a better story for the grand finals that start tomorrow.
Well, you guys said it better than I could ever. So tomorrow, please join us, same place, same time, for Chile Claire versus Eintracht Frankfurt, the final Challengers game ever. No, not just of this year, ever, to decide the last team that gets into the VCT EMEA play-ins. It will be a wonderful show. I'm sure it will be a wonderful series. I hope you join us for it. But for now, good night and come on, England.
Attackers win. One enemy. Thrifty.
Trick shot.
One enemy remaining.
Headshot.
Player standing.
Ready to fall.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. You give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret,